WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. George Kirby, who had been so good every time he'd been given the ball in the postseason in his career. The offense silent the first two games, but it all gets turned upside down. The Blue Jays punch right back and take game three convincingly.
All right, that was a final call last night. This is a Houston show. We're not going to spend a ton of time on the nooks and crannies of Seattle and Toronto, but I played that just to remind all of us that to be happy when the Toronto Blue Jays win, so we're not put in the conundrum that Seth put me in yesterday when he said, all right, if you got to root for one of the two teams, it was quite the conundrum, too.
If you had to root for the Dodgers or the Mariners, if that ends up being the World Series, right? So the Blue Jays are still alive, 13-4.
Oh, very much alive, 13-4, and the Bats came alive big time. They hit a bunch of home runs last night, too. They had 6 home runs last night. It was crazy.
We have, so our hopes and dreams are hanging on the arm of 41-year-old Max Scherzer as he faces one of the Luis Castillos of the Mariners.
Is that okay? So
Luis
Scherzer...
Castillo, the elder, or the major, or whatever. The actual pitcher, Luis Castillo.
Yeah, they
not
got
the
two
other
of them.
pitcher, Luis Castillo.
They got 2 of them. It gets very confusing.
It was against the against the Astros. They went 2 days in a row, did they not? It was Luis Castillo one day, and then the next game it was Luis Castillo again.
Yeah,
very confusing.
Yeah. Probably a big reason why we may have lost that series. Just complete confusion over the Castillos.
I have a hard time keeping different NFL teams apart based on their logo. We'll talk about that later today.
That's a tease. I'm very intrigued by this.
DeMeco talked on the coach's show about advanced. I've been kind of digging into the Bills a little bit this week, and I have to keep reminding myself. Wait, no, that's an opinion I have about Josh Allen, not Sam Darnold. Which is something that I never thought I would ever say in a million years a few years ago.
You're confusing Josh Allen with Sam Darnold, huh?
But it's easier to do now than it certainly was 5 or 6 years ago.
No question about it. Yeah, no question. All right, highlights right now. I'm looking at the TV. Yeah, 5 home runs from the Blue Jays, including George Springer, who's now only 4 home runs off the pace for being the all-time leader in postseason home runs. Springer is slowly creeping up here on Jose Altuve and Manny Ramirez.
He passed Derek Jeter in the previous series.
Yeah.
Good job,
So there you go.
Springer.
So there you go. So I bump in with that just to take solace in the fact that we're one game closer to not having to deal with who do we root for, the Mariners or the Dodgers. That's an awful question.
You know, somebody yesterday had said something about like, hey, wouldn't it be good at least to have somebody in the division representing you? And I poo-pooed that aggressively.
Good.
And then the damn Brandy Payne after the show kind of got me thinking about it again. There's something about just it's kind of cool to be in a division where you feel like, all right, like you got to slug it out in this division. It's like if the AFC South, when the AFC South gets competitive, like it might very well be this year.
Okay,
I kind of like it. I kind of like, you know what? Yeah, we're not the laggard.
That's different though than rooting for them to win a World Series. Wanting a competitive division. What you are saying right now is that in your analogy, and you're the king of analogies. I'm going to preface it by saying that, but
it's been documented many times, many awards on my trophy room,
and on the text page, which is the all-important seal of approval.
Yes.
In your analogy, we would be rooting for either the Colts or the Magnificent Gladstone to win a Super Bowl. And I just don't see myself doing that, Brandy. If you're listening, I'm sorry. I just don't see myself going down that road with the Mariners in this case.
Which could you stomach more? Could you stomach the Colts or the Jaguars winning a Super Bowl?
Probably the Colts, because they've won a Super Bowl before. You know me. If teams get off the schneid, they're all of a sudden in an exclusive club that you're not in.
There's an expansion team element to this, a competitive expansion team element of, all right, listen, we're in a division that's it's got some smaller markets. It's got 2 expansion teams. And one
makes way more sense than Dallas being in the NFC East, but that's because of all the rivalries. That's yeah. So that's but I can't. No, the division thing I can't get with the Brandy usually has very good takes. Behind. In fact, I might even put her in Take a Mania tomorrow. I got to root for the Mariners because of some divisional pride thing.
So I got to get her to restate that
yes,
take. While
lean in the shoulder.
I've got like 7 videos of her on final calls for the Astros where she didn't know I was filming her because she gets real excited and then she does the callous. Got him! Like she'll jump up from the couch.
Oh, that's cute.
Got him!
See? Yeah, that's awesome. I like that. God, now
she hasn't approved any of those for publication.
There you go.
She's usually wearing like her frumpiest sweats and everything.
Yeah. There's that element to it. So today, Texans back at practice today. If you were wondering, like, hey, why didn't they practice yesterday? Everything's pushed back a day. So yesterday was the off day for the for the players. Today is like a Wednesday, which is big. It means we get our first injury report. And I know, Seth, that one of the reasons that you came around on the I don't say came around. I think you were fine with the bye week to begin with. It was me that was upset about interrupting the momentum of the team. But one of the reasons I know you brought up while I was gone about why the bye week here might be a good thing was Derek Stingley getting healthy again.
Yeah.
Especially with the matchup coming up this weekend with a guy who's been arguably the best receiver in football this year, and Jaxon Smith-Njigba. This will be, I feel like I say this every week, this will be a big injury report today. With Derek Stingley Jr.
It'll be a big injury report. Right, yeah, if Stingley's not on the injury report
it's
at
huge.
all
and
practicing in full, that would be really good. And it's not like he's played poorly or anything. This is, again, I know, and we'll get into some J.J. Watt audio later about his criticism of Pro Football Focus grades. But look at him and versus some of the other premier cornerbacks in the league, his number of receptions allowed per target and everything is still very competitive. It's he hasn't been targeted all that often. He's still providing what you want out of your top cornerback in a lot of ways. It's just there have been a few plays, like in the
Ravens,
the Ravens game, the Zay Flowers game where he stumbled.
The only big play of the game was that.
Yeah. Like it's just you can tell he's just not quite the same. Going all the way back to the Rams game when he was having a hard time tracking Devontae Adams across the field. That oblique has been that oblique's been hampering him a little bit, and I credit to him for just fighting through it. It's hard for cornerbacks, man. You go out there, you're going up against the very best athletes in football, and you're not at 100% psychologically, man. That's a tough one. It's
especially with an oblique, man. There's a lot of twisting and contorting, and turning around looking for the ball.
Yeah,
a lot of fast twitch stuff going on. So
he couldn't play shortstop right now.
No. No.
He's got an injury that would actually prevent him from playing baseball, a much less violent sport, but he's out there doing it once a week.
He did get engaged over the weekend, Derek
He did?
Jr. Yeah. That was a big deal. The Texans posted a picture of him and his fiance on social media. So yeah, he found time. He looked like he was moving okay in the embrace that he was administering on his fiance.
I bet his proposal was magnificent. Just what
pull the next step in here.
What?
Next step is that we're supposed to get married, so you want to get married. Yeah. He's always rubbing his face. Sting is always rubbing his chin and rubbing his face.
I wonder. Okay, we gotta. Let's do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's dig deep on his relationship. You get on your Instagram like you like to do, and let's do a deep dive into his future bride. And
jotting it down right now.
How they met, all of that.
Jotting it down right now. Sting engage. Got it. Dan Graziano yesterday, him and Jeremy Fowler do that buzz around the league where they empty their notebooks and they go back and forth, dueling piano style on a bunch of big topics. And the one that caught a lot of attention yesterday for Texan fans was that there's going to be a running back market out there at the trade deadline, and Breece Hall is probably going to be the big name. And among the teams that could be in the running, the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Houston Texans.
The Tejans?
The Tejans could be in the running for old Breece Hall. What would you first of all, I think it goes without saying, I would take Breece Hall on this team in a heartbeat. The question is, what is the price for Breece Hall? So if you're in Nick Casario's shoes, what's the price what's the max price you're willing to pay for Breece Hall?
He's only got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah, he's in his contract year. Yeah, he's got like 10 games left. Yeah.
My brain says 4th rounder, but then the part of me that knows that I'm weak says.
Well, there will be a bidding.
No, I can't go.
There will be a bidding.
2nd rounder.
Yeah, I can't. I don't want to give up one of the 2s. They've got 2.
I'd say a 3rd rounder.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I do the 2 2s that they have. In addition to having their own 1, feels like a lot of ammo going into the draft season next year. I'm not ready to give up a 2 for anybody right now. I think what gets interesting with the Texans is after this week, they're playing one of the best defensive fronts in football. I don't know how well they're going to do running the football against Seattle. I don't know if this game this weekend, in a worst-case scenario, is an impetus to go running back shopping or offensive line shopping, because there's going to be some veteran guards out there.
Yeah.
If you were willing 2 weeks ago to just shuffle Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson back and forth in a game, not at practice, in a game, then you've got to be willing to say, okay, well, if I give up a day 3 pick for Joel Bitonio or Wyatt Teller, those are 2 big names because the Browns are going to be in garage sale mode probably, then I would think that a veteran guy could come in and learn the playbook pretty quickly, and you can plug him in and he'll do a better job than either of the guys they've been trotting out there.
Yeah,
right now.
that's the tough thing is always the hesitancy to plug guys into a system right away. And that you gotta abandon that a little bit. Fine, great.
You got no time.
And then make him compete and rotate him in.
Yeah.
Then some of the stuff that we were seeing at left guard, it can't get any worse. This week specifically is going to be really interesting because one of the things that they did really well in that game versus the Jaguars was they targeted the left guard and the left tackle for the Jaguars, and they figured out ways to get one-on-one matchups and without blitzing necessarily, running a lot of games, doing a lot of that stuff. And that Walker Little, the left tackle from the Jaguars, boy, he's been taking one down the chin all week long in Jacksonville from the fan base.
He's a Houston kid too, man.
Yeah,
I hate that.
He had a rough go of it, man. He had a rough go of it. So there's very much a lot of focus on the left side of the offensive line right now going into this game. I'd be really, really cool with that. I guess cautionary tale is, hey, last year the Vikings traded for Cam Robinson midseason, and it didn't work out well at all.
No.
It's hard to, and one of the reasons I think was that it's hard for an offensive lineman to just learn a new system and come right in without mid-season. And yet, I don't. Even if you do it just to add competition to the mix and figure out what emerges from it, I'd be all for it.
Yeah, and we'll see. And I think this will be a really telling game for what the Texans may be looking for over the next couple of weeks after that. The trade deadline, for those who don't know, is November the 4th. Which is a Tuesday. It's sometime in the afternoon on November the 4th. So I guess that'd be 2 weeks from this coming Tuesday.
Yeah, I think Breece Hall, I don't know why we got off the Breece Hall part of this, but Breece Hall, 100%, I'm very interested in any running back. And the thing you have to remember is, even though that Nick Chubb has looked good and might be getting increasingly explosive as he continues to recover from injury 2 years ago, he hasn't had more than 13 carries in a game.
Yeah.
And there's definitely a stylistic trade-off between him and Woody Marks. I don't think Woody Marks is a guy that if he has to, you want to go in and have him be the guy on first and second down for 25 carries a game week after week. And Breece Hall might not be that guy either, but at least you can run some kind of a combo. If you look at the body types of them, it's almost like you go small, medium, large. From Woody Marks to Breece Hall to Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whatever kind of running back by committee, Breece Hall is a marked improvement over any of those non-Nick Chubb and Woody Marks guys in the running backs room.
I think a couple things about the Breece Hall thing. One, if they make a deal for him, then obviously there's no need to ask any more questions about Joe Mixon. If they make a trade for Breece Hall, the Joe Mixon dream has died for this year. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two, I think you make the trade. Yeah, Breece Hall brings a lot to the table, and even if it's 13 carries or 10 carries or whatever carries, whatever touches he gets, I feel confident that as long as the offensive line is decent at blocking, and I know that's a big caveat, that he'll do good things for you. I think you bring him in because, man, if something happens to Woody Marks or Nick Chubb, you are one bad hit away from all of a sudden Dameon Pierce and Dario Gumbawale being significant parts of this backfield. And those are the two guys that we were complaining about in the first 3 weeks of the season being a significant part of the backfield. So I think you got to, whether it's Breece Hall or whether it's one of these other, I've heard Cleveland's. There's going to be a fire sale in Cleveland, so you can cherry pick the guys off of there you might want. I think they need another running back on this team. Whether it's Breece Hall or somebody else, I think they need another running back.
Right, and it's got to be an upgrade over Gumbawale and Dameon Pierce. I don't know if you've already got guys who are bodies there that can, theoretically go in and play, but it doesn't feel like they're going to do anything for you.
That's right.
Or make an impact at all. Yeah, and the other thing about Breece Hall is, Nick's established he's the opposite of Rick Smith. He's not afraid to extend somebody's contract in season. Even if the guy's sitting on a game day inactive list, like with the Togiai. So there is a little bit of a, you don't have to think of it too much as being an expiring contract. They might, Breece Hall especially, given that he's been with the Jets, he might get here, have a little taste of success, and say, yeah, hell yeah, I'll sign an extension, whatever I want. Just don't put me in a position of going back to somewhere like that. Yeah. Please, God, never again.
And I think that's where what you give up for him kind of factors in. If you did go to, let's say, a second-round pick, I would say, do that, but I want to make sure I'm getting more than 9 games out of him. I want to make sure I'm getting 9 games plus, what it would be, functionally probably give him like a 3-year deal that's really a 2-year deal with the guarantees and everything. That would really mean Joe Mixon. That might mean, if they do that, Seth, that might mean Joe Mixon is done. If they trade for Breece Hall and give him a contract, right?
You know what? And the other thing about Joe Mixon and on into the future is if he's done for the year, that's one thing. But given this is some kind of mysterious lower leg injury with Christian Harris, then it gets interesting because it was a non-football injury, and I don't know exactly how everything went down. Nobody knows. But then there might be some cap relief if you decide not to continue with him after this year. We have zero clue about it, and supposedly we might have had some more clarity by mid-October, according to Diana Rossini. It is currently October 16th.
It is exactly
6:17 a.m.
the middle of October. Give me my clarity.
Yes.
I want my clarity.
I demand it.
Rossini, you promised me
it actually is. Yeah, noon. Oh, wait, how many days in October? 31 days.
31,
Yeah, noon today will be the exact midpoint of October. I want clarity by noon today.
Where are you at, Rossini? Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running on a Thursday. We got a lot of stuff to get to on the show today, man. So let's keep moving. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans in the next segment. We do get DeMeco Ryans talking about Sam Darnold. Thank you, John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. So we'll get DeMeco Ryans from the Coaches Show talking about, is facing this version of Darnold the same as facing the version on the Vikings that they faced last season? We'll get to DeMeco Ryans on the Coaches Show coming up next.
Hey, you know what I might be doing at noon? No, you know what? Book me for it. I'm going to be sitting on my couch waiting for clarity.
league. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth and I were just having a conversation during the break. It just got me thinking like 2 seconds ago because Seth was telling me about, you were watching a lot of Buffalo over the last day or so, and that the people in Buffalo are a little flabbergasted at the usage of, or lack thereof, of James Cook. Kind of some of the weird things they're doing offensively. I told you about how, I was in Baltimore I was at the Ravens game on Sunday. Amy and I were there, and we were leaving, and they had just lost 17-3 to the Rams, which means they'd been outscored 61-10 in their last 2 home games there. And they were chanting "Fire Harbaugh" after the game, and I'm going, man, what a world we're living in right now. Like, no grace for John Harbaugh with a completely depleted team.
With a completely depleted team, and without Lamar Jackson, and I think the part of it though that feeds into it is that things weren't quite right when Lamar Jackson was healthy with the offense, and that's where I get it, man. It's the same way as Andy Reid getting fired in Philadelphia despite going to NFC Championship after NFC Championship and everything. You start to feel like there's this glass ceiling. Yeah. And then of course after they fired Andy Reid, and it's rebound into finding the next guys. But they have won 2 Super Bowls.
They have, and Andy Reid's won a couple, and Andy Reid's won 3. So it was good for everybody. It wound up being good for everybody. Just interesting. Like I look at the AFC, I'm like, okay, who are the truly happy fan bases right now in the AFC? There just aren't that many.
The Bills are miserable.
Right, and they're 4-2.
I told you I've been trying to kind of look ahead on some of these opponents, and I mean. And everybody everywhere is wondering why the Bills use James Cook the way they do. Yeah. Or I should say don't use James Cook.
That's right.
Like he said, his reward in game seems to be, hey, good job. Let's move away from you.
Have a seat.
Yeah. Wow, it's really working when we give you the ball. Okay, have a seat. You better rest until next week.
Yeah, until next week. Exactly. It's just interesting. Maybe something to dig into a little later. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the Coaches Show. He was asked about Sam Darnold by John Harris and Mark Vandermeer on facing Darnold for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, it's the same. Sam is the same guy. What I mean by that is Sam is going to be a guy who he likes to stand in the pocket, right? And he's going to throw the ball up whether guys are covered or not. He's going to challenge you. He's going to try to fit the ball in the tight windows, giving us an opportunity to go take the ball away. Now it's going to be a matter of us making those plays when the ball is up in the air. But our D-line has to do a really nice job of getting him flustered. Right? We got to be able to get our hands up, bat some of the passes. He does have a low trajectory when the ball comes out. Got to bat passes. We got to attack the ball on the back end, get Sam Darnold, and it's been the same throughout his career. He's had a great start to this season. They've had an explosive offense. With the play-action passing game, throwing the ball deep, they've had a lot of big plays, right? So we have to limit the big plays and really make them earn everything that they get. That's by stopping the run, forcing them to throw the ball short. Like, we do those things and play tight, play aggressive, feel like our defense will be in a really good spot.
Okay, so, yes, explosive plays. Sam Darnold is averaging 9.5 yards per attempt.
That's really
crazy.
Good. Yeah.
And yet, at the same time, is not putting the ball in harm's way. They're super aggressive downfield, and the Jaguars were leading the league in interceptions and takeaways by an extreme measure last week, and the Jaguars didn't take the ball away at all. I think that, the Texans are going to go out and they're trying to get takeaways all the time. That's who they are as a defense. I don't know if this is the week that it happens in droves or deluges, but maybe it is. Maybe it's when Sam Darnold comes back down to earth. He's pretty careful with the football. I think that's one of the biggest differences between Sam Darnold now and then Sam Darnold with the Jets is he just doesn't do the idiotic things anymore.
Yeah.
And remember Jets fans and how annoying they were because they would show some of those highlight throws in preseason or whatever of these ridiculous throws that Sam Darnold would make. Didn't he have a couple in his pro day that were like all that stuff?
It's a 3rd overall pick. I'm sure he did.
Yeah. That circus stuff where you're like, okay, great. But like, how often can you produce it? He's showing that version. Yeah, Texans are always going to be going for takeaways, but Sam Darnold's been very careful with the football while still really punishing teams downfield. It's I'm not banking on the turnover margin being the difference in the game this week.
You invoked this name yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and I think it was a good analogy given we got a Kubiak orchestrating the offense and given the style in which Sam Darnold is playing this year. He's Matt Shaw. He's like a deluxe. He's a more athletic version, more dangerous version,
better arm talent,
more toolsy,
version.
Right? A more toolsy version of Matt Schaub. And if you think back as a Texan fan to the best version of those Kubiak offenses, you got behind those, didn't you? Didn't you think those were pretty good? I thought they were pretty good back in the day. So that's what Sam Darnold, I think, is kind of orchestrating right now.
I think the one thing is that they don't have an Arian Foster, and Kenneth Murray's really good, but the run game
Walker.
hasn't.
Yeah, Walker.
Or him either. Kenneth Walker is. He's getting 4.7 yards per attempt, but they run the ball a lot, but they're not super effective at it right now. It's one thing Mike McDonald's been hammering this week is just, nope, we got to stay committed to it. It's going to click at some point. That's the one thing that I'm wondering about over the course of the season. If they can't really get that part of the game going, it's hard for them to close out games. It's hard for them to to build up and maintain a huge lead in the fourth quarter if they don't have that run game going, but they're still committed to it. And we saw that last week. There was a little bit of things got bogged down between both those offenses in the second half.
Here was DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show yesterday on, I guess, the guy playing the Andre Johnson role in the Texans offense, which would be Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
Whether they're getting them a quick slant, whether it's an intermediate passes, the deep post, like he is all over the field. He aligns everywhere, so everybody has to be in tune with where he is, like what routes he's running. We got to play aggressive versus him. We see a lot of people that have played him, right? It hasn't been tight. They haven't finished on the play, so we just have to make him work. We know he's a great player. We have great players. It's going to be a very competitive matchup versus our corners versus him, and I'm excited to see our guys show up and compete versus him. But I think the kid is having a Pro Bowl caliber year. I mean, the explosives that he's made, the big-time plays and critical situations, he's shown up outstanding for those guys, and hopefully CJ has a few secrets he can lend me.
The illusion there, obviously, CJ Stroud was teammates with CJ Gardner-Johnson, CJ Gardner-Johnson. Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
Sorry, I screwed you up with Kenneth Murray. Shout out to Kenneth Murray's family. He's from Missouri City, maybe one of them's listening right now, but I wanted to get his name in there.
I think it was interesting. I think it was nice of you. I think it's interesting that DeMeco is using corners, plural, in there for Jaxon Smith-Njigba, because I think this feels to me like one of those, like, this is why I'm paying Derek Stingley Jr. $30 million kind of games.
Right. That
we're using multiple corners. Just follow him around, man. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, I guess in multiple corners, though, that would.
No, I'm saying it was ironic that DeMeco said multiple corners in his answer there. Yeah.
Well, that's it's interesting because Cooper Kupp still has to be accounted for, and Cooper Kupp he's doing a bunch of the stuff that doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but then also he'll kind of ambush you because he's the slot guy now, and Jaxon Smith-Njigba's taking most of his snaps on the outside, but you can't focus exclusively on Jaxon Smith-Njigba because they have other weapons there. It's not like Jaxon Smith-Njigba is the only guy catching footballs for them. Yeah, Derek Stingley tracking him this week that's why I want Derek Stingley hopefully to be completely healthy.
Yes.
The last couple games, Stingley's just been parked on the left side of the field. They haven't moved him around a lot, I think, and I don't. Maybe that's just because that was the way the games went and the matchups didn't dictate it. But he's been battling through that oblique injury.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of if the last two games were the Ravens and the Titans.
Zay Flowers, maybe they could have had him.
Calvin Ridley, maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to. No, I mean, neither of those guys are what Jaxon Smith-Njigba has turned into this year, for sure.
Other people took note of the fact that DeMeco said he's having a Pro Bowl type of season, and I'm guessing that's going to be interpreted by Seahawks fans as shade of some sort because he's having an All-Pro type of season.
Because he's not an All-Pro, huh?
I think that's what. Clearly he's obviously having a Pro Bowl type season, but I think he's having like an All-Pro, Offensive Player of the Year type of season.
Okay.
So. I think that DeMeco suggesting or alluding to. But DeMeco, as we know, doesn't. He says he doesn't care about all that stuff all that much.
What are you talking about? He runs up to guys on the sideline. All pro Sting.
Defensive player. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Nobody cares more than DeMeco Ryans.
Okay, yeah, I take it back. He was actually throwing a shade at Jaxon Smith-Njigba by saying that he was having a Pro Bowl type
That
of
would
season.
be great if he caveated. If he was like, he's having a Pro Bowl type season, not quite all pro.
Yeah.
But a Pro Bowl type of season. That would have been good. He is having an all-pro season. He is leading the league in receiving yards by a pretty wide margin right now, Jaxon Smith.
The other thing, some Seattle fan on social media took a little snippet of the press conference when a reporter that had asked a question of DeMeco about Jaxon Smith-Njigba apparently pronounced his name wrong. I couldn't hear it on the audio.
The reporter pronounced his name wrong?
Yeah, somebody in the Texans pool pronounced it wrong. And DeMeco said, who? And so somebody in Seattle took that as shade towards Jaxon Smith-Njigba.
Oh, like the
Which
whole...
is honestly, even when you watch it out of context, it's so clearly and obviously he's being sarcastic.
Yeah.
That, even if you take it out of context, it's DeMeco saying, oh, obviously we know who Jaxon Smith-Njigba is.
Yeah, this is not a L'Jarius Sneed, Nico Collins situation.
Right, yeah.
L'Jarius Sneed. That was legit shade. All right, Texans, Monday, 9 o'clock kickoff, 9 p.m. kickoff here on Sports Radio 610 against the Seahawks. Countdown at 6 p.m. And then we need you guys up with us for the postgame late at night. Drunken calls welcome and encouraged to the postgame show with me and Clint Stoerner. All right, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines coming up next. We got, in my opinion, good news in the ALCS last night. Good news for the Astros on the awards, the hardware front, and a former Rocket finds a home. We've got all that coming up in headlines next. But first, let's talk Shoppa's John Deere. Love Shoppa's John Deere. The East Bernard location is the
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
George Kirby, who had been so good every time he'd been given the ball in the postseason in his career. Blue Jays offense silent the first two games, but it all gets turned upside down. The Blue Jays punch right back and take game 3 convincingly.
All right, that was good. I mean, I think I speak for a fair amount of Houston when I say that go Blue Jays against the Mariners. If for no other reason than just let's make it a series and make it fun to watch. They win last night, the Blue Jays do, in the ALCS, 13-4, the final score. 5 home runs by the Blue Jays. I counted in the box score. 5 home runs, including George Springer, including Vlad Guerrero Jr., who was a triple short of a cycle last night. This Blue Jays team is scary offensively when they get it going. So 2-1 right now. The Mariners lead that series. The road team, stop me if you've heard this before, the road team has won every game so far in this ALCS. Flashbacks to 2 years ago when the road team won every game in the ALCS and the Rangers and Astros series. But Seth, we are a little closer to not having to decide between the Dodgers and the Mariners in the asteroid hitting the stadium.
Yeah, and if it would still be a hell of a run by the Blue Jays if they can do it. They become the third team in MLB history to have 3 10-plus run outputs in the playoffs before the World Series.
Yeah, man, they're a juggernaut. They got bats.
Was the 2017 Astros on that list?
I don't know. Not sure.
Go through your encyclopedic memory there in your brain.
I don't remember the scores of the games. Probably not, because that Yankees, I would guess probably not, because for one thing, they only played in a couple. Yeah, I would guess no. The Yankees series, some of those games were pretty.
And I'm forgetting it was before the World Series too. I get that. Yeah. They scored. They could have. They basically had 3 10-score games all at once in that one Dodgers game.
Yep. Yeah. So the Brewers and the Dodgers back at it tonight. The Brewers trail that series 2-0. Good news with the Astros. A couple Gold Glove finalists. The Cam Smith experiment in right field defensively could not have gone any better. He is a finalist for the Gold Glove in the American League in right field, and Mauricio Dubon is going for his second Gold Glove at the utility spot in the American League. So that was cool to see yesterday. Like the Dubon thing is great. We love Mauricio Dubon. The Cam Smith thing being nominated for a Gold Glove is absolutely huge.
Yeah,
because I think the feeling was, look, he's one of several natural third basemen that they have on the roster. Well, Correa's not a natural third baseman, but you know what I mean. So they put him in right field to start, and you go right away. Like, he took to it. I mean, by April, he looked comfortable out there playing right field.
I'd say Correa is more of a natural third baseman if you're just looking at him originally. He's a big shortstop.
Yeah.
But the 2 corner outfield experiments this year and how they played out. They kind of balance each other out, I think, because Cam Smith ends up being awesome in right field after never having played the position before. And then it turns out Altuve, despite so many people assuring me that it would be no big deal, and I was for it. You got to do something. You got to figure something out. I mean, what's the solution? Don't give Jose Altuve that long contract, I suppose. That's the solution.
Yeah, well, the solution wound up being, Jordan got hurt, so we can DH him. That's the part of the solution for Altuve. Unfortunately, involved Jordan Alvarez having a hand injury that kept him out for 3 months. But yeah, they're not taking Jose Altuve out of the lineup. That's funny. Yeah, they're like the left field experiment and the right field experiment literally could not have gone more opposite. Jose Altuve remains one of the worst defensive players in the sport, regardless of where you plunk him out there. And Cam Smith might win a Gold Glove as a rookie at a position that he'd never played professionally or in college before.
Yeah.
So that was good, man. Good to see.
Yeah, that part of it. Oh, and to bring up an old quote from A.J. Hinch, I forgot you were out when I dug this one up, when it comes to the difference in Kyle Tucker and Cam Smith, when it comes to just kind of reestablishing whatever that old Astros way was. Yeah. Reminder to team, when they brought Kyle Tucker up, A.J. Hinch said, We talked to him about it when he first got here, and I think he wants no part of the reputation of being a low motor or an aloof type player. But that's pretty much what he's reverted to back in right field the last couple seasons. Kyle Tucker hasn't really been all that good as a fielder for 3 seasons now. Which was kind of a surprise to people in Chicago. They didn't realize that. We would tell them, like, hey, listen, just don't expect them to be hustling around, diving into the stands out there in right field.
I should have screen grabbed it and sent it to you, the group text of my buddies that are Cub fans. Yeah, I got Notre Dame buddies that live in Chicago that are Cub season ticket holders who I had warned about playoff Tucker and who they were sending me pictures of Kyle Tucker standing on first base after going 2 for 2 to start a game in the wild card round. And they said, oh, where's playoff Tucker here now, Sean? And then by the end, I got the texts this weekend like, you're right about playoff Tucker. And the texts all ended with good riddance.
Honestly, though, that's where the defensive side of things, it helps. It makes the fan base so much more forgiving if at least you're hustling your ass off defensively. Bregman, forever. He's struggling at the plate, but my God, at least he's making 2 highlight caliber plays per game at third base. Tucker's the exact opposite. Like, he sucks at the plate, and it looks like he couldn't care less about actually making any effort towards going for a ball in right field.
He looks inconvenienced out there.
He looked like a low motor or an aloof type player.
He does,
as AJ Hinch had once used.
Now
those
that
words.
you mention it, yeah. So that's so congrats to Dubon and Cam Smith for finalists. Let's go bring home that hardware, man. Let's go bring home a Gold Glove. One quick NBA note: Russell Westbrook. Anybody worried about Russell Westbrook winding up with the Houston Rockets? Need not worry. I don't think that was happening. I don't think the Rockets have room to do anything right now. Russell Westbrook signs a 1-year deal with the Sacramento Kings.
That was a classic scenario where it was Kay Adams that asked Kevin Durant about Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
And Kevin Durant says what he should say, which is like, oh yeah, he's great. It would be whatever. Like it wasn't like Kevin Durant was stumping to get Russell Westbrook on the team.
No.
Durant might play like he doesn't care what the media says, but he knows not to create unneeded drama by saying, actually, I don't think Russell's the right guy for right here, right now.
It was that he said it would be dope is what I know that triggered me, So the
boomer in you was like, dope. What's that? That sounds a little too.
It does sound a little too enthusiastic. That's what I would say. Yeah. Right.
Good job, Ben.
For shizzle, Ben.
That drops from like 2015.
Oh, yeah. That's way before Payne and Pendergast, for sure.
I didn't complete the quote, anybody out there looking for anything. I just left it at that.
Just for shizzle.
Shizzle.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. All right, let's circle back to the couple things. 7 o'clock hour, we got a nice long segment coming up. The bye week, how deep of a dive does he do in making adjustments? I thought this was an interesting cut from DeMeco Ryans, and one of the reasons being floated why the Titans fired Brian Callahan this week is really funny that we will get to in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast, but first, Prize Pick. Speaking of basketball,
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, we were talking about Sam Darnold in this Kubiak offense before, and I had said, it's a little like, remember how well it ran with Matt Schaub? You know, the Darnold is a more athletic, a more toolsy version. Darnold is not the same as Matt Noodle Arm Schaub. Exactly. That's what I said. He's running the same offense with the same level of proficiency, with a better version of an arm and athleticism. That's exactly what I said, Tex.
I don't know what more you can do. Like with a person when somebody responds with basically a counter argument that is stating the exact thing you said. I don't know what you can do in that instance.
Yeah, checkmate. You win.
Well, actually, what if I recite to you exactly what you just said? What do you have to say about that, mister? Huh? I don't have any answers for that. And you're like, I really don't. I'm really
trying not to be condescending. I'm trying my hardest. But, Darnold is not the same as Matt Noodle Arm Schaub. Yeah, that's right. Exactly what I said. God. Oh, help us. Bless your heart, Texter. Okay, that was condescending. All right.
I'm trying really hard not to be condescending to this person who's obviously inferior to me.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
So let's get to DeMeco Ryans, someone who would never be condescending. DeMeco Ryans, how deep of a dive do you take on making adjustments during the bye week, DeMeco?
Yeah, I go through it like a 3-week at a time. I go through a self-scout to see where we are offensively, defense, special teams, and try to make adjustments as quick as possible. I try not to let too much time linger because I want to fix things in a swift manner. Some people go, at the bye, we'll do a sick. Well, I feel like that's a little too late. Let's attack it make the necessary changes, and where we are, what I've done over the bye here, really not so much looking at ourselves, but now because we have the bye, we have a short week behind it. So I try to look at San Francisco a little bit to kind of get a head start on them to utilize these extra days we've had.
Oh, he's looking ahead. No, I'm just kidding. I'm surprised he brought up the looking ahead to San Francisco thing right there, just because of the optics of how that looks.
I always wondered, as a player, I was always I told you earlier, I have a hard time with stuff like this. I need to basically pay attention to one thing at a time. But I remember the first time I learned that on Friday and Saturday, a lot of times that your coaches are already looking ahead to the next opponent and starting to get a scout on them. And I'm like, I don't. That was one of the first times I realized, I'm probably not going to be an NFL coach when I'm done, because it would screw me up. It would be hard for me to put the tendencies of one team into this box and not have it bleed over into my thinking about this game, So if I were DeMeco, I would be game planning for Sam Darnold, yet also somehow having a weird Anthony Richardson tidbit seep into my head or something.
Oh my God.
So you got to leave it alone. Leave it alone. Yeah.
I need to go back and have this experiment have happened at some point. Seth Payne doing the advanced scouting as a coach, and just conflating two teams
Sean,
the whole time.
We know where we are. Kenneth Murray and Kenneth Walker are basically the same person in my brain right now.
I know.
This week I'm going to talk about how Kenneth Murray is going to do as a running back for the Seahawks or something.
Oh.
I just got to, I've been pretty good on saying Mike McDonald instead of Mike McDaniel.
Oh, yeah.
I caught myself.
I don't think you've said it once when I've been with you this week.
I did, on my live stream yesterday, I caught myself mid-sentence. And I was about to say McDaniel, and then it took a long time for me to remember that it's McDonald.
Well,
but
it doesn't help that Mike McDaniel is among the more noteworthy coaches right now either. He's in the news all the time because his team is trash.
Yeah, I'll read 3 articles about Mike McDaniel, then I got to go over to Mike Mac. You know what I'll do? I got to remember it's Mike MacDonald.
He's
sorry everybody. I'm going to really emphasize the Mac on the Mike MacDonald.
You do what you got to do, Seth. Hey, this version of DeMeco, the new delegating version of DeMeco, I would imagine, functions very well in this bye week environment right now.
It is. That is the interesting part of it to me. And who knows? I know that the Texans try to act like, nothing's changed at all. Whatever. I don't even know what you're talking about, Matt Burke calling plays. It's all the same. All right, great, fine. I think that part of it, kind of being able to get a big picture view of everything. And him saying, yeah, he does every 3 weeks. He kind of looks over everything, which is probably the appropriate interval. That's where you start to get a little bit more of a sample size and see what's going well and what isn't. I do think, though, that there still is, even without putting it on your schedule for the day or anything, I think there's something about the bye week that allows you to really take more of a 35,000-foot view. And necessarily changing up exactly how they're viewing everything. Things just through your subconscious or whatever other way, like things just kind of can come to you a little bit more naturally. And they've got a good 5 weeks of data now and film and experience to kind of really think about what's working, what's not working, what do we really need to lean into. The really interesting dynamic for this bye week is that it's smack dab between two defenses, that one in the Ravens and one in the Seahawks, that share a lot of common DNA, because Mike McDonald came from Baltimore. The defense that they're running in Baltimore looks very similar in a lot of ways. Obviously, there's going to be differences. But that's one of the challenges for the offensive line, is facing a team that might line up in a different front than you saw all training camp long from your own team, but that also does a lot of the simulated blitzes. In some respects, when you were playing the Ravens defense, it was kind of like playing the JV version of the Seahawks defense.
I was just going to say,
yeah,
this is going to be like if it were training camp, they spent week 5 going against the 3s.
The scout team.
And now they're going against the 1s.
The Ravens were the scout team defense for the Seahawks.
Yes.
So it's not going to look the same, and it's not going to be as scary or anything, but you saw a lot of the same looks.
Yeah.
So hopefully some of the lessons, like they screwed up a couple of protections mentally in that Ravens game, and you got away with it because the Ravens suck. But you're not going to get away with that versus the Seahawks. The one thing the Seahawks do is they don't blitz. They always look like they're going to blitz, so they get it done with a 4-man pass rush.
Yeah.
But then when they do blitz, it's a real ambush.
Yes.
So you're spending all this time, like, okay, wait, we're going to set up for this. Like, okay, they didn't blitz, so at least we got away with it this time. And then, boom, that little white dude for the Seahawks just destroyed Walker Little. Just threw him out of the bar for one of the sacks last week. So that's the mental challenge is big this week, and I'm glad they had an extra week to learn the lessons from the Ravens game and then get ready for the varsity version of that defense.
Yeah, I like that analogy with the varsity version. It is interesting. Like I feel like the Texans coming off of the 2 weeks they had against the Titans and the Ravens probably have some confidence going. Like they're able to see some good things they did on film. They were able to score points, all those things. This has a chance to be a very emasculating game, with as little as the Seahawks blitz. Like if they're getting home with 4 guys, like all the confidence that you built in those previous 2 games has a chance to get flushed down the toilet by the end of the first quarter with them just rushing 4 if they're beating you. If they're stuffing you in the run game and they're getting after C.J. Stroud with just 4 guys, like, oh, none of that was real. None of it was real.
Okay, so this is why this game's intriguing to me, because it really is, in some ways, a barometer for, hey, is C.J. Stroud definitively a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence? Because the Seahawks they're banged up in the secondary. They're really banged up. And they are – but on the first couple drives versus the Jaguars, what they do a really good job of is, again, disguising their looks, not just on the front but in coverage. And Trevor Lawrence – had a real hard time when he saw that the defense was different than what he expected it to be.
Yeah.
He had a hard time coming off of it and finding the open receivers. And there were opportunities because the Ravens were playing more man, but like Trevor Lawrence would be stuck sitting there thinking it's zone, all of a sudden realizing it's man, and still staring at Brian Thomas Jr. as he's locked down on the sideline.
If you're able to keep Trevor Lawrence in the pocket long enough, he'll panic. That's just how it goes.
Right.
Yeah.
So most of those sacks last week, he took 7 sacks, and very few of them were really quick pressure. It was guys on the Seahawks front kind of just physically working and dominating the offensive linemen, but most of them they're not like a Josh Hines-Allen type of pass rusher that's going to just beat you immediately off the edge.
Yep.
So That's it's a physical test for the offensive line, a very physical. Like you said, it could be emasculating if you don't win it, because those are lunch pail dudes on the Seahawks defensive front.
Yep.
But then it's also on C.J. Stroud to just flat out be faster and quicker in your reads than Trevor Lawrence was.
Yes. Yeah.
And also, like, CJ's more accurate than Trevor Lawrence. That part of it, I'm not worried about it. Trevor Lawrence had two issues. One, just not seeing the game, and two was just the easy throws that he airmails or throws into the dirt. There's such regularity. Yeah. He's remarkably consistent in his inconsistency.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. You brought up the banged-up nature of the secondary for the Seahawks right now. That'll be another thing to watch. We talked earlier, today is basically a Wednesday for both of these teams because the game's on Monday, so we get our first injury report this week. The big one on the Texans side will be Derek Stingley Jr. How's that oblique? Is it still enough of an issue where it winds up in writing on an injury report? On the other side, the secondary for the Seahawks, from everything I've been watching, I watched a few Seattle streams yesterday, Seth, and it sounds like Julian Love, their star safety, I don't think they're expecting him to play in this game. It sounds like Devin Witherspoon, who's kind of settled in as their nickelback this year, their slot guy, their nickel guy, former top 5 pick. It doesn't feel like he's going to play, or they don't think he's going to play. It sounds like Reek Woolen is going to give it a go this week. So, they were banged up in the secondary against the Jags, and as Seth pointed out, the Jags just couldn't take advantage of it. So we'll see. That'll be a big thing on the injury report today as well, the Seahawks secondary as a whole.
The other, the big thing in kind of reading and listening into the Seahawks is that DeMarcus Lawrence was a big factor in that game compared to their loss against Tampa. Yeah. With DeMarcus Lawrence playing in that Jaguars game, his presence as a run defender made a big difference that they didn't have versus the Bucs. So awesome. DeMarcus Lawrence, I think, is healthy.
Yeah, sweet.
It's a good test, man.
It is a good test.
Everything for sure about this Texans offense, where you got to hold back a little bit and not get too excited about the fact that they looked good versus two of the worst defenses in the league. Like, all of those questions about the offense, the left side of the offensive line, the questions about C.J. Stroud having command of this offense and everything else, I think you get answers to those questions going against this Seahawks defense.
100%.
We can have clarity about the difference between the first three games and the fourth and fifth games.
That's
the
exactly.
The sixth game will tell us what we need to know.
Is exactly the word I was going to use. We were going to get clarity. The clarity that we were promised by Diana Rossini on Joe Mixon, we have yet to receive. She has till noon today, the midpoint of October, to give it to us. We may get clarity on Monday on what the Texans are offensively, exactly. So that we'll get some clarity at least. The Brian Callahan firing, let's shifting gears for a second here. This is relevant to the Texans. It's in the division. And the Jaguars, the Titans are obviously going to be evaluating head coaches, probably evaluating head coaches as we speak. That's why it's part of the reason why you fire a guy in week 6 is to get a jump on everything. Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano of ESPN do a column each week on Wednesday where they kind of pick a few topics and go back and forth, and then they empty their notebook at the end. They're kind of, dishing little nuggets that they've picked up and heard from people. And the reasoning behind firing Brian Callahan after week 6, I think it would have been, he's obviously not a very good head coach. The one win they got was because the Cardinals basically left the door open for them to win that game. I mean, in all honesty, they probably should be 0-6. The guy's had some horrible moments at the podium, and you've got a number 1 overall pick at quarterback that is at risk if you have a bad head coach. In fact, if you look at number 1 overall quarterbacks, Seth, going back to Trevor Lawrence, more often than not, head coaches have been getting fired in the first year when they've been getting drafted. Trevor Lawrence, Urban Meyer, gone after year 1. Bryce Young, 2023. Frank Reich, gone in year 1. And now Cam Ward, Brian Callahan, not gone in year 1, but gone in his rookie year. Caleb Williams, in his rookie year, had Matt Eberflus fired as well. The last 4 number 1 overall picks at quarterback have had their coaches fired during their rookie years.
It's probably probably directly related to the fact that there have been so many more rookie quarterbacks in the last decade that have come in and set the world on fire.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I mean, this would be more of like a podcast type of conversation with an analytics person or something. But I wonder if, I mean, part of it with me is always, man, there's a big difference between getting the most out of a rookie quarterback versus developing a quarterback long term.
Mm-hmm.
And that some of the things that do really well in a quarterback's rookie season before there's any film on him or anything really doesn't actually tell you a whole lot about how well he's developing for the future. So we've had so many great rookies and so many letdowns by those same guys who are rookie of the year or whatever else, that I wonder if sometimes the guy that might be doing it the right way and really trying to bring a quarterback along slowly ends up getting fired because of it.
Yeah, maybe.
Because like, hey, why isn't he rookie of the year? Like, I don't know, and I don't care. I just like we're trying to get some things right here at the foundation of it all before we move forward.
That's an interesting theory. Because last year's rookie class was dynamite, and I think a guy like Bo Nix has not. I know the Broncos have been okay this year, but largely because of their defense. And Bo Nix has struggled a little bit,
It really is. It's such a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. That having an entire year of film and then an entire offseason for the opponents to study it makes a big difference. There's just only so much you can really learn about a quarterback and know and understand until you sit down and dissect it over the course of an entire offseason. And then it's that real test is in the second season when they take away everything you love and then see where you are. Yeah, let's see how you are now without all your fancy. It's like taking a rich man and making him broke. And we're like, all right, let's see how you really do when you got to earn it again all on your own.
Yeah, I mean, I think
some guys can do it, and some turn out to be nepo babies.
We experienced kind of a version of that last year with. I don't think it was a total backslide for CJ to where all right, well, the rookie year was fake or anything like that, but there was a definite struggle in year 2 for him, no doubt.
And the same thing goes for offensive coordinators. It's Bobby Slowick. They got to focus and everything on him, and that's the hard part. Is that what you can do in the offseason is I think there's more time to really look and see the specific matchups and types of defenses and everything else, and how does that apply to us? And it's hard, that big leap. For CJ, I mean, last year ultimately it was going to be really good for him because he had a lot of hard lessons really beat into him, I think, about the importance of taking the easy money.
Check down, yeah.
Doing the easier receptions, like how valuable it is just to get a first. You know what it is? It's the value of a first down.
Yes.
Versus, I think that maybe that's one thing it takes for quarterbacks their first 3 years to really understand just how valuable a first down is, and or just how valuable a 2nd and 5 is.
Right.
Forget the first down itself. Let's get to a position where it's easier to get to that first down. Oh my gosh, 2nd and 5? I'm going to do a dance when we get to 2nd and 5.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for the quarterback, and as you point out, for the OC too. You had an OC last year. Like, what do you do well? Explosives.
Yeah. Great.
Sweet.
That's like having a diet of Twinkies.
I feel good one day a week.
I've been eating nothing but Twinkies.
Yep.
This is what I do, intermittent fasting. So what I do is I fast for 48 hours, then I eat 17 pounds of Twinkies, and then I fast again.
The offense was a big box of Ho-Hos last year. All right, so tell me if you're buying Graziano and Fowler, I think it's Fowler who eventually floats it here, about why the Titans fired Brian Callahan when they did. They fired him after the game this past week. The Titans play the Patriots this weekend. Graziano says Vrabel headed to Nashville this week. Boy, just pause for a second here.
The 4-2 Patriots.
Yeah, the 4-2 Patriots are headed to Nashville. I'm excited to watch football on Sunday. We don't get to watch football on Sunday very often. Vrabel headed, this is Graziano, Vrabel headed to Nashville this week to coach the Patriots against his former team is a funny little wrinkle in all of this, talking about the Callahan firing, especially given that Vrabel has won the same number of games with the Patriots this season as the Titans have won since they fired him in 2023. Titans are 4-19 since they hired Vrabel. Vrabel is 4-2 as the Patriots head coach. Here's what Fowler says, Seth. Some people I've talked to, okay, that's as vague as it gets. Some people I've talked to believe Vrabel's presence was a factor in firing Callahan, at least subconsciously. One industry source, Fowler's the worst. One industry source told me.
An industry source.
He starts with some people I've talked to, and then the next sentence, dude, you and I could do a column like this. Like, we totally could. Okay, this is what he says. One industry source told me, half jokingly, they didn't want Vrabel to be the one to dunk on Callahan, thus getting out ahead of it. People around the league with a fundamental understanding also wondered if this was a chance to reset. Okay, so are you buying that half-jokingly the Titans didn't want Vrabel to be the one to dunk on Brian Callahan?
Their goal was to make this a less meme-worthy game. This is like, listen,
exactly
the memes are going to be pretty rough, all right? At the very least, if Callahan's out there, don't let him shake Vrabel's hand at the end of the game.
Right.
Because there'll be so many memes.
Yep.
That NFL, what's the account that always puts the memes out that's so funny?
I think it's NFL memes.
Yeah, NFL memes,
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be too easy for NFL memes.
Yes.
I don't know. Is it less embarrassing to have your interim coach out there facing the guy that you fired?
I guess.
This is like if you have to meet your wife. You got to meet your wife for a meeting with the attorney, your ex-wife for a meeting with the attorneys, and you're embarrassed about the beat-up old pickup you're driving. So instead, you show up in a bus. You're like, I don't want her to see that I'm down bad. I'll take the bus instead. Yeah. No. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Oh yeah.
It's a meme-worthy event, regardless.
Yep.
I'm not buying the industry source either. That could have been, was it like one of the food vendors?
Dude, that's the very first sentence is, some people I've talked to believe Vrabel's presence was a factor, at least subconsciously. Some people, that could be
that could be his wife.
That could be everybody. Some people, like, Ben, are you a person? You're a person, right?
I think so, yes.
Could have been you.
Yes.
Could have been Ben. Could have talked to Ben Gary, and Ben Gary, Vrabel's presence was a factor, at least subconsciously. So, yeah, that's crazy. Then, which is why it makes this question funny on the text page. Hey, guys, can you talk a little bit about the reporters that were speculating that the Texans could be one of 3 teams in on Breece Hall in a trade? Yeah, these two guys that are citing one industry source and some people.
Yeah, it's no different than Sean and I just speculating. It's like Sean and I speculating about the Texans bringing in Breece Hall and it getting turned into a report about how the Texans are considering bringing in Breece Hall or something.
We need to do something like this. We need to do an empty the notebook for Payne and Pendergast.
No. You know what I should do, Sean? This is what I'll do. Every week I'll speak to somebody from Aramark, the company that provides food services for the Texans. I think they're Aramark, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and they're an industry source.
They are.
Right? Yeah. They work with the Texans.
A source inside the building.
That's
Aramark. They're inside the building over there. They're cooking the food for everybody over there. Oh, I love that. Yes, you need to do that and put it on your stream, and your stream will become a go-to for hot speculation and nuggets. Yes.
Boy, living life and making decisions based on avoiding future embarrassment, that's a rough spot to be in.
Yes.
That's not focusing on the things that really matter. And yet I can't fault people for that. We all do it at some point. Like, I don't want it. This is going to be embarrassing if it doesn't work out. I'm just, all right. I'm just not going to do it.
Let me ask you this, though, as we're kind of kicking this theory around here that the Titans, half-jokingly, didn't want. Let me ask this. Amy Adams Strunk seems like one of the most petty individuals in sports.
Yeah.
Maybe anywhere.
So go ahead and sue the University of Houston for trying to use Houston blue.
That's right. That's right. So wouldn't it make more sense if she's feeling petty enough to fire Brian Callahan that she would let him hang on for another week and let the former coach come in and embarrass him first before sending him out the door?
That she's going to be petty towards Brian Callahan.
Because Vrabel's going to come in and dunk on the franchise either way. Like, they're going to win this game. They're going to win. So he's going to dunk on the Titans either way, whether it's Callahan or Mike McCoy, I believe, is the interim head coach there. It would seem to me to be more on brand for Amy Adams Strunk to let Callahan sit there for another week and take the sword to the heart for the organization than put him out of his misery to relieve him of the embarrassment of getting taken to the woodshed by Vrabel.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Or I guess she wanted. Well, but she might have figured, okay, let's think about it in the more generous sense of it.
Okay.
If your strategy is if you are letting your ego get wrapped up in the fact that it is Mike Vrabel coming in, then you might think, all right, listen, man, we really got to win this game. Then I got to make a change now. And maybe Mike McCoy is a guy that can have that interim coach bump.
That's true.
Which we do see.
They're trying to win games,
Yeah. Remember Dan Campbell when he got the job in Miami, when he became the interim coach in Miami for a couple games, it was like, oh, it's a different team.
Well, and they don't benefit from losses. Still needs a quarterback. Cam Ward is going to get a year or two out of this whole thing. They're not drafting a quarterback. So them winning games, I mean, it affects their draft position, but it doesn't affect pursuit of a franchise quarterback necessarily.
What do you think about this has always been interesting to me. It's an extremely bad track record of franchises hiring an interim coach and it working out.
Yeah.
Or just hiring from within after a guy leaves.
Yeah.
Do you think that's more of an indication of just the health of the franchise itself? That maybe it's like it speaks to a certain laziness about the organization that, all right, things are bad. And because it's a lot of guys, they're guys that end up it's kind of a crapshoot hiring a coach in general. And some of those guys that are interim coaches but then fail when they're hired go on to be good coaches elsewhere.
Yeah.
Is it just more of a temperature check on the entire organization?
I think that I do think it's indicative of bad franchises. You're talking when the interim actually provides a boost and they end up hiring him full time.
Yeah, like with the Raiders with
Pierce,
the linebacker.
Yeah, with Antonio Pierce. I do. I think those are franchises that are maybe a little afraid to step outside of the building, and I think maybe easily sold to. I can say as somebody myself who's easily sold to that they're overly optimistic. They're not realistic at looking at what the whole organization looks like, and they feel like, oh, just this one guy. Like that's all we needed.
That's all we have to do is swap out this one guy.
And that's never the case. There are multiple reasons why you got there in the first place. So, all right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, shifting gears. Chris Long, we know, feels to become Pro Football Focus for the unindoctrinated. Feels like it's become, I don't know, is this like something that's become a big topic just because you and I are immersed in what we do on a day-to-day basis?
It seems like there's more and more players just coming out and just
railing.
And players have never been a fan of Pro Football Focus's grading system, but it feels like it's an all-out onslaught right now.
Yes.
I think one part of it is that J.J. Watt's never been a huge fan of it at all, even though PFF would have him graded really high. But now, because he's on McAfee every week, and because he's becoming a bigger and bigger voice in media, it's almost like when he speaks now about it, it's way louder than even when he was a player and he would criticize it.
Yep.
I think it's probably more of an indication of J.J. Watt's influence in the NFL media.
Yeah, Chris Long spoke out about it on his podcast earlier this week. Ben, let's skip down to J.J. here. This was J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show. This is the crescendo of what had been like a 5-minute conversation about PFF scores, where J.J. just kind of, by his standards, kind of blows his top on the whole thing.
This whole, I'm getting hot. I'm getting hot.
Oh, I like
Keep going. Love it. Keep going, Jay.
This is how you summon some change.
Exactly.
You got to get passionate.
Personal stories of Uber drivers telling NFL passengers that they break down film for PFF and that they watch the TV copy only and put a grade out after the game.
That Uber driver's
You can't watch film on the TV copy and create a grade. You can't a person grade and know what they're supposed to do if you don't know their exact assignment. Like D-Butt just said, I know defensive line play unbelievably well. I could not go and grade a game for a player and give him a definitive grade without speaking to him, his coach, the scheme, everything. It's just a fact. PFF has a ton of great stuff. Player grading sucks. Stop putting it out.
Hell yeah!
Attaboy, Jay.
Well done, Jay.
Yeah.
Well done.
I think, and then it also doesn't help that Chris Collinsworth owns the company and that they pimp it all over Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, NBC is the only network that puts the grades on the screen.
Yeah.
That should be pointed
but then
out.
for the other stuff, like every article you read anymore has the grades on it, and it just there's so many times where it just doesn't match the eyeball test that you feel like, all right, this doesn't make any sense, and you gotta. Like, all right, it's at some point you got to acknowledge that it's a relatively useless stat. If there's so many times where it doesn't make sense, this is the issue though. It's a fluke of human psychology. Even when you know that something is invalid as a number, because it's a number, you attach a certain importance to it. And it's when Luke was in, we were talking about weather forecasts. Like even when you know the uncertainty of a long-term weather forecast, you still buy into it. Yeah. It's because we are suckers for having a number attached to something or a ranking or anything else. And you can tell people all day long that the same thing works when kind of like how our human brains don't. We remain more scared of air travel than we do of driving to work in the morning.
Yeah.
Even though the chance of getting killed driving to work is way, way, way higher than air travel. It's just that our brains aren't hardwired to handle statistics, and PFF exploits the hell out of it.
To me, the part that was the big reveal, and this is something I had known already from talking to people that kind of knew how the sausage was made with these grades. Like it ain't applying to Harvard to get to be one of these graders at PFF. Like, they're not hyper selective about who they allow to grade these games. That, to me, was the big reveal there by JJ. The things people probably didn't know is that, I 100% believe what JJ is saying there, where like about the Uber driver part that said they were grading PFF games. Jason Braddock, who has been on the radio here, he was on 790 a while back, and is a really smart football guy, I think. Jason tweeted this last night. He retweeted JJ's cut right there.
Yeah.
And Jason Braddock said, I interviewed with PFF years ago, way before they blew up and Collinsworth got involved. When I asked about compensation, they told me they had plenty of people that would do it for free. I told them that you get what you pay for. Never took them serious since then.
And it is one of those things. It's like a lot of entry-level coaching jobs. There's so many people that want it that they get paid nothing at all.
Yeah.
They live in a broom closet, and there you go.
Yep.
The TV copy is the big thing because it's, you know what, they could hire nothing but retired NFL offensive and defensive coordinators to grade the film, and if they're doing it off a TV copy, it's going to be garbage. And also and if they did it all, and then the deeper part of it is, if you really, especially when grading defensive backs in positions like that, if you don't know exactly what their actual responsibilities were, it's impossible. Because, there's times where a safety is covering for a cornerback who made a mental error, and you wouldn't know it on film because it happens so seamlessly, but it ends up looking like the safety got destroyed in coverage or vice versa, and all of that. Yeah.
The part to me, put PFF and the player grades aside for a second. To me, I thought it was an incredibly interesting bit of audio there from JJ. Just, the part about the TV copy versus the all-22, the part about who's grading these things, the part about the TV copy versus the all-22, and the part that you brought up many times, which is, just now, like, we don't know what the assignment is for these guys. We don't know if they're cleaning up somebody else's mess, is put PFF aside for a second. Like, how hard is it to scout? How hard is it if you're looking at free agents and you're looking at the all-22 of guys? Like, how do I know, is this guy an actual better player than what his film is telling me right now?
That's one of the valuable things about the player interviews at the Combine or at schools. It's not like, I'm always skeptical of people who think they can really figure out a guy's character in a 10-minute interview. Mm-hmm. The part that is really valid is when they want to ask players specifically, okay, what were you thinking on this play? What are your responsibilities here? And to get a feel for A, how do they understand their role, but also B, sometimes there's guys that are doing things that look wrong that are actually doing the right thing. Let's see, how do I do this without getting overly technical? In Dom Capers' defenses, there was a way that he would have the nose tackle in certain alignments where it looked like the nose tackle was getting beat badly. But in fact, that's his actual responsibility. He's playing, like, the nose tackle's supposed to play backside on a zone run. But people would watch it on film, and I know this because when I played in that defense, the high school coaches would be talking to my defensive line coach, and they'd be like, oh, Seth has a really hard time playing that zero technique.
I was going to say, this sounds like a personal story.
Yeah, and they're like, no, he's supposed to play backside there. But football people would watch it, and they would say, oh, wow, he's just, boy, he never stays front side on that. Like, no, you're supposed to play backside on that. That was our scheme. But people wouldn't know it, and other NFL coaches would say the same thing. And I wish I never knew that at the time, that there were people that I suspected it, but then my D-line coach told me, I was like, yeah, I was having a conversation with such and such, and he was wondering why you're always getting beat. I'm like, oh, you sons of bitches.
That would suck.
No, the worst part about it was I didn't like that technique. I would have rather played classic zero technique.
Yeah.
Because I was better at that than the way they wanted me to play it, and it just, that part of it sucked. But I can imagine like somebody from PFF, without understanding that, they're going to grade that nose tackle and say, wow, he keeps getting beat. He's always getting beat on these. He's always getting beat in this zero technique.
Seth Payne, 107th out of 120 interior defensive
Thank
linemen.
God PFF
That's
wasn't
where
around.
it hurts. That's where it hurts. Hey, by the way, JJ, a little disrespectful to Uber drivers, okay? Like it's possible for guys that have football know-how and are trying to break into are supplementing their income with driving Uber.
No, there's one thing I've known from my many Uber rides in Houston. It's that, man, there's a lot of people that are either they're like either semi-retired, or B, like really qualified for a job, but they lost their job in an industry that's struggling or during a recession and everything. And you meet some really damn interesting people driving Uber.
The third category is I got like 6 hours in my day that I'm not doing anything. And
like should I watch TV or should I just go out and actually earn some money?
Pick up a few $100. Yeah. So respect the Uber drivers, JJ. All right.
But they're not full-time employees that are breaking down film like that. Yeah. The end zone copy, when you don't have the end zone copy and you try to grade a lineman, it's impossible.
Yeah.
And then some of the really impressive plays for defensive linemen don't show up unless you watch the end zone copy. When they're soaking up double teams or anything, you just can't appreciate it from the TV copy.
One of the strangest stories so far the NFL season involves a player that the Texans might have been targeting on draft night. We will get to that coming up next, but let's get you guys into that brand new Lincoln. I was texting with
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The way the Texans have gone about retooling the offensive line has been one of the biggest stories with this team since the offseason, since the draft, really, when they moved out of the first round, drafted Ariante Ursary in the second round, may or may not have missed on moving back into the first round to draft either Josh Connerly or Josh Simmons. And I know one of the things that we had been saying, and obviously the referendum is still open, we're 5 games into the season, but that the performance of Josh Simmons in Kansas City, Seth, the rookie left tackle, which had largely been good this year so far with him as the starting left tackle, would be part of that referendum. If you couldn't go back in and get a tackle, and if Ariante Ursary continued to struggle, that was going to be another comp that people were going to make, like, oh, you could have this guy and you got that guy. Obviously, way too early to close the book on any of this, but relevant because this Josh Simmons story in Kansas City is wild. It's an interesting story.
Yeah, so for anybody that didn't know, or you might not know about this story at all, it's all been very mysterious, because the first I learned of it was when our old friend Palmer there from
James Palmer,
thank you, tweeted out before the game that Josh Simmons wasn't going to play today. People in the organization weren't even aware of it, didn't know. It was very, it presented an image of all of a sudden the coaches thought Josh Simmons was going to be playing, and then all of a sudden he just wasn't there.
Yeah.
So here's the laid out exactly what they do and do not know at this point.
This is so here's the bullet point. We're going to hear from Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes in a second. But as Seth said, listed as questionable hours before the Sunday night game with an illness against the Lions. Mahomes showed up for the game and noticed his left tackle wasn't there. A report came out that some coaches didn't know where he was. Earlier that day, Simmons deleted his Instagram, which could be something, could be nothing. The Chiefs announced Simmons would miss the game for personal reasons. SiriusXM initially said family reasons, but some reporters have since indicated that might not be the case. Andy Reid has said multiple times he won't comment and doesn't know when Simmons will return. We'll hear that in a second. And Mahomes said he's praying for Simmons. We'll hear that in a second. Reid also said the GM is handling the matter, indicating the team might be considering some kind of roster move. So this is a high-level first-round rookie playing one of the most important positions in the Kansas City offense, the position that protects the blind side of the current favorite to win the MVP of the league right now, Patrick Mahomes. Here's Andy Reid when he was asked about the Josh Simmons situation earlier this week.
As far as the Josh Simmons situation goes, I'm not going to comment on it today. Veach is handling everything there, and leave it at that.
Understanding you're going to hold back on details, Josh isn't practicing today.
Yeah, I'm just going to let it go here.
He's not saying anything.
Right.
Andy Reid.
Yeah, and so it was originally reported as family reasons, which is usually a catch-all for everything, and also a good way to get people to not ask too many probing questions about things.
Yeah.
We'll play Mahomes on this, and then I've got the one telling quote from the draft that has just made me wonder about whether Josh Simmons was a Texans candidate ever at all.
Yeah, I'm anxious for this, but first let's hear. This is Mahomes being asked about it.
Patrick, I understand Sunday before kickoff was a bit unusual with Josh, but since then, have you been able to communicate with him, and is there any message you have for him at this point, given just the unusual nature of this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep conversations kind of between us, but I mean, it's I'm always praying for him. I'm praying for all my teammates, so I'm always praying for him, and I'll just keep everything else kind of private to us.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, here, I got one more quote real quick, just by Nate Taylor, who's a reporter, said that Josh Simmons is in California. He left at a time on Sunday that's extremely unusual, which we've outlined. Yeah. I'm not sure when he's coming back, and as of right now, the team doesn't know when he's coming back.
Right. So there was all kinds of, and I want to say John Harris had just said something at one point that first got my eyebrows raised about Josh Simmons during the draft process. Apologies, John, if it wasn't you, but just basically alluding to the fact that some people just kind of wondered exactly level, etc. This is from Bob McGinn on Go Long TD, who gets a lot of anonymous scout quotes.
He's
and,
the
and
man at
everything.
getting that, yes.
Yeah, and nobody ever doubts that they're actual quotes with him. Like, he's got credibility in this regard. This was his quote on the write-up for Josh Simmons. Removed from consideration by one team for makeup issues. Another team expressed serious reservations. Quote, kind of an F-up. A fourth scout said this: his issues are more football character. He has a complete BS sense of urgency, like a total finesse player. Mental is an issue. This is where I just wondered, when Josh Simmons was sitting there, and then there was a report that the Texans tried to trade back up into the first round, either for Josh Connerly or Josh Simmons. I figured it was probably for Josh Connerly because Josh Connerly didn't have these questions about any of that. So I've been kind of waiting and seeing exactly how it went with Josh Simmons, because remember, during training camp, the early reports were, oh my gosh, look at him, all pro, going to be the best who ever lived. He's had an up and down rookie season since then, once the regular season started. But this is the stuff that you get nervous about in drafting a first-round player. The Chiefs are a team that is never afraid to take a risk on a character issue guy in the first round. And I think that's probably, if I had to guess, that's probably what this is. Maybe it's something that's completely unrelated to all of this. I will say that guys who tend to have character issues also tend to have personal issues. It's not their fault, and yet, man, it does keep happening.
Yes.
Or we've all got drama in our lives. We've all got family emergencies that come up, and the guys that have character issues tend not to handle those family emergencies as well as other guys who can kind of compartmentalize and keep the football separate from their personal lives.
Those guys tend to be it's always something with this guy. Guys.
Yeah.
You know, it's always something.
There's always you look at any of the one situations, and you can come up with a reasonable excuse for it.
Yeah.
Except it just keeps happening over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sensitive. If it's truly a family issue, if it's something that's an emergency, I'm totally sensitive to that. Like, through a football lens, I'm looking at this like, okay, how many more weeks till the Texans play the Chiefs?
This is the only other problem then, because this is what happens with guys that can't handle their business.
Yeah.
It's okay, there might be a legitimate family issue. Yeah. The coaches need to know about that.
Right.
You don't jump on a plane to California without telling anybody about it. You know, that's the part of handling your business that's just a mess.
Yeah.
Maybe the situation isn't your fault at all. How you communicate things to your coaches and how you handle it, that's 100% within your control.
Yep.
I actually emailed, because I had to resubscribe to Go Long TD.
Mm-hmm.
So Tyler Dunn, who runs that,
Yeah.
To go get this quote, I had to. He had thanked me for subscribing, but he says he might be in Houston soon to profile a player, and he asked for suggestions on a player to profile.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's a really good website. I purge all my subscriptions like every 6 months so that I'm about what I'm subscribing to.
Mm-hmm.
And so for exactly situations like this, okay,
Sure.
I purged all my subscriptions. Oh, wait, yeah, I actually need this one.
Yep.
It's a really good website.
It is. I'm subscribed to it also. He does a great job. Yeah.
You and I should workshop. Let's do it on air at some point.
Yeah,
this show.
for sure.
Who
Jotting
we
it
should
down.
profile.
Who should, and I would ask the text page too, if you want, because Tyler does great long form profiles.
Really in depth.
I think he did one of Will Anderson last year, if I'm not mistaken. But
my first thought was Jalen Petrie, just because Tyler does a good job of I'm really intrigued by the coaching side of Jalen Petrie and figuring out what you can and can't do with him.
Yeah.
But then he's also a very interesting person to begin with.
I would say Joe Mixon, so we could find out where the hell he is. That would be mine. Yeah, that'd
be like a first step in the interview process.
Right.
Find him.
Find Joe Mixon. Yes. All right, that's a good idea. I jotted that down. We'll do that later. Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. All right, hey, Rockets open up on Tuesday against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Odds out yesterday on where some of the prominent NBA players that are looking to possibly move on from their current teams could land. The Rockets are on the board for all of these guys. What is our want level for each of these NBA players? And it's fun to be choosy. It's fun to be choosy if you're the Rockets. We'll do that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys drinking some of that Kata.
WFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm Payne and Pendergast with you. Accoutrements. Never heard that word before, Dexter. Accoutrements. It means things on the side. You know, the...
I thought it was a brand of breath mints.
Accoutrements? That's
what
not
are those
bad.
curiously strong mints? What are those? Those are,
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Remember they were real big in the 90s?
Yeah.
The curiously strong mints. You get a tin of them.
Oh,
Excellent. Tell me.
Altoids.
Altoids, yeah.
Altoids, yep. Thank you, Ben. Altoids.
Accoutrements is a brand of, it's a competitor to
It's a competitor to
Altoids.
Altoids. That's not bad. That'd be a good name. Accoutrements.
Accoutrements.
Yeah.
That goes along with my suggestion for Ariante Ursery, which I don't know if he'll ever take me up on it. A paycheck loan place called Ariante's Usury.
Yeah. Ben liked that one.
I did. I love a pun.
Ben just spit out his drink.
Imagine Ariante Ursery like in a classically bad local commercial.
Oh, yeah. Bad music, bad graphics, the whole thing.
Just him in a like a cheap suit telling people about how like they need that money now.
Bags of money, like literal like sacks of money. Yes, we need
Ariante's Usury.
Yes, we need this. We need this.
They want you to pay 29%. I'll beat them. 28%.
Oh, God, the interest rates. The best. All right, a lot of people texting and weighing in. We'll get to you guys on the text page, 713-572-4610. So yesterday, Jimmy Shapiro, I think it was Jimmy Shapiro, it was betonline.ag is where they have it. That's usually Jimmy, who sends out odds on various things. And yesterday's the odds on where certain NBA players might land. And I don't know, I felt like maybe this thing was sort of a for now, kind of a finished product, even with the Fred VanVleet ACL injury, Seth. I feel like there's a better chance the Rockets roll through this season with some permutation of Reed Shepherd or running the offense through Şengün or Amen Thompson dipping in here. Aaron Holiday, I think, will play his 10 or 12 minutes a night. That feels like the favorite right now as opposed to them making a big splash to try to replace Fred VanVleet. And none of these guys really, I think, are point guards that made this list here, but yet the Rockets wind up fairly high up the board for a lot of these guys that might be getting traded out of their current employers. So I'm curious here, and I would ask the listeners as well, what your appetite is for some of these players, knowing that the price to get some of them is going to be way more high and unreasonable than the price to get others here. For example, Giannis, you are completely reshaping what your team looks like if you're trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah. For every single one of these names we're going to mention, I'm guessing, Sean, it falls into that category of, remember with the Kevin Durant trade, we were saying, yeah, it's cool, but I don't want to give up the young core to get him. And the thing that made it easier and more palatable for the Rockets was that, Durant really wanted to come to Houston, so like the competition wasn't as big as it could have been.
Yep.
And B, he's an older player, so that you're just not going to demand a king's ransom for him.
Yeah, Giannis.
So Giannis, they're gonna want a king's ransom for Giannis. And I don't want to give up that ransom.
Right, as they should. You're right. There will be competitors looking to get him. The favorite. It's funny. The Knicks keep getting mentioned as the favorite for Giannis. I mean, they're a heavy favorite. And this is if they change teams. Not that this is definitely happening. He's going to New York.
Yeah.
If they change teams, they're minus 200 for the Knicks. I don't know what the Knicks have to give up that Milwaukee wants to make a trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. They gave up so much of their draft capital to get Bridges on the team. They gave up like 5 first-rounders to get Bridges.
That was a huge trade for Bridges. That's what the Bridges trade is what really threw all of the projections for the Durant trade off kilter, I think.
Yeah.
And a lot of other ones.
Yes.
It's like, oh, look, it goes like 5 first-rounders seems like the going rate for a player.
Yeah, that's what it was. So Giannis, the Rockets are 7th on the board for Giannis at plus 1,600. I guess the scary thing, not scary, but on some of these, like San Antonio is ahead of the Rockets. Like if San Antonio goes and gets Giannis and he's paired up with Victor Wembanyama, that gets really interesting. in San Antonio. So Rockets are 7th for Giannis. I'm with you. The price of poker is going to be way too high. They could make a trade for him. I mean, they got plenty. Here's the thing: they can get any of these guys if they want to. Like they've still got a ton of first-round draft picks. They've got Amen Thompson, who's a future All-Star. They've got Alperen Şengün, who is an actual All-Star. They've got Jabari Smith, Tari Eason. Like they've got assets to do whatever deal they want to do. I would not do that deal. They are 7th on the board for LeBron at plus 1,800. Would you want LeBron James, Houston Rockets, Seth?
LeBron sciatica, James?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
That LeBron. Yeah, not
Yeah,
Bronny.
I don't know, man. Sciatica, it sometimes becomes a recurring issue. It can become a chronic problem, especially as you reach middle age, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know. He's currently unavailable. I would say get yourself healthy and prove that you can do something in the NBA, and then maybe we'll talk, okay?
That's a really interesting. Cleveland is the favorite to land him, which makes sense. That's his hometown. And I think like Kevin Durant, LeBron is obviously going to have a ton of say over wherever he goes. He's going to control that process. I think a lot of these guys probably have some degree of control. It's the NBA.
According to my deep research into this and my medical training, sciatica most commonly is a one-time or occasional episode that resolves quickly.
Oh, okay.
It's less common for it to have recurring episodes or be a long-term chronic issue.
Yeah, I had seen yesterday, I think it was Shams, who reported mid-November for LeBron to come back from the sciatica.
My concern would be that it would be something that would pop up again. Because some people do have, does he become one of those people who says, oh, it's my sciatica?
Yeah.
It's one thing if you said, like, oh, yeah, I've got sciatica. I never had this before, versus the person that, has been through it many times.
Yes.
So it's like, my sciatica again.
Yes, yeah.
And
It's
people
acting
don't
up.
believe them because they're like, I think you're just trying to get out of going to this wedding. And, crap, I'm going to put that on my to-do list.
You're
create a belief that Seth has ongoing sciatica.
Someone texted, if we trade for Giannis, do we get the brothers thrown in as well?
That's right, yeah. Are you going to rip him?
Two of
You're
them
going to break
now.
up that family?
There's two of them
It took
now.
him this long for them to find each other and reunite after being, dispersed out of Greece. And now they're finally back together, and you're going to rip that family apart again?
You got to get the brothers, man. You got to get the brothers. Okay, what's worse, Giannis getting both of his brothers a contract with the Bucks, or LeBron getting Bronny drafted into the NBA?
The biggest thing, I honestly, even getting drafted in the NBA with a second-round pick or whatever, the Bron not having to travel for the D-League games was
strange.
That was odd. Yeah, that was. I think that was the worst, the weirdest element of the whole thing so far.
The privilege needs to end with just getting inside the velvet rope. It can't continue.
Get your opportunity.
Yep.
All right, okay, you get your opportunity out of nepotism, but then after that, you got to earn it, and that it felt like he was still being, treated like a most favored nation.
Yeah, that's a good call. Okay, these next two I want to happen just because it might be hilarious watching Ime Udoka try to coach these guys.
Yeah.
Trae Young. The Rockets are 6th on the board at plus 900 for Trae Young.
Luke and I talked about Trae Young when you were gone because this was another classic. Like Bleacher Report had an article that had 30 suggestions for which player teams should trade for. And he wrote that this guy, the only thing he said about the proposal, Sean, was that Fred VanVleet's contract would match. Like, that's not.
So they're saying
Atlanta's not going to trade for just Fred VanVleet.
Well,
what the hell are you talking about?
And I guess Atlanta's okay with getting a guy with a torn ACL. And
with nobody else. We built our roster around Trae Young.
Yeah.
But we'll just say goodbye and get an older guy with a torn ACL.
That's crazy.
So there's no fuel to this rumor. If you still are worried about this, it's not going to happen.
No,
you're right. Udoka would end up choking him to death.
He would.
In trying to get Trae Young to play defense.
I think Trae Young is the poster child for this guy will score 25 of the most meaningless points every night for the rest of his career.
That was the other infuriating thing about that Bleacher Report article is I love how NBA writers just casually say, well, he's not good defensively, but the other guys are so good that they can make up for it.
Oh, that's what they want. Yeah,
that's exactly what Udoka wants.
That's what they want.
Yep.
I got to tell the other four guys, you got to make up for this guy, this ball hog who's going to go score 28 a night. Zion Williamson, who is trimmed down, by the way. At least, unless it's AI that I'm seeing out there.
Yeah, him and Doncic, huh?
Yeah,
They're just,
yeah.
They're all into the working out and
They
whatnot.
They are.
days.
Yeah. The Rockets. Now this is a long shot. The Rockets are 16th at 45-1 to land Zion, but that's another one. I'm like, oh yeah, I'd like to see Ime Udoka handle this one here. Some of these like Trae Young, Zion, like these are guys that need the ball in their hand to go score points. We got KD now. It's all gravy, baby. We got KD. We don't need your 25 a night now, Zion Williamson, or Max. Don't need that on the team either.
That's okay. Who regresses first? Whose body springs out of the corset first? Doncic or Zion Williamson?
I'm gonna say Zion Williamson. Zion Williamson just seems to live a much more on the edge life than Luka Doncic does.
Does he though? I don't know. Doncic. It feels like Doncic. It feels like he's a throwback to an era when guys played together and party together and you go eat some sausage and drink some beer.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, Zion's had a lot of TMZ type drama in his life.
That's true. Yeah, he's got more volatility perhaps in his personal life.
Got more reason to go stress eat probably.
I could think but I feel like Doncic is just hardwired into him to it's his whole lifestyle. I don't. These Eastern Europeans are intimidating, man. They feel they feels like they grew up in a different era, and they just live life the way the way guys like factory workers in the 70s lived their lives.
Do you think Doncic smokes?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's how he lost the weight.
Oh, that's a great point, Seth.
He switched to Marlboro Reds. Yeah. And I feel like you would be unapologetic about it. Truth be told, these mamby-pamby dietitians told me to stop smoking, and I got fat.
Yeah.
So what I did, I went back and I started smoking again.
I did it for
filters, these stupid American filters. I had to take scissors and snip the filters off of my cigarettes.
The best. The best. You just look back at like, oh yeah, he definitely smokes. The beard, like the kind of caved-in cheekbones and everything. Like, that
was a quarterback. The Falcons quarterback that had yellow teeth from all of his chain smoking. Like back in the day, man, those quarterbacks, they were just.
Was it Steve
chemicals.
Bartkowski or was it before Steve Bartkowski?
No, it was. It's a really easy one. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
After I think of it.
Yeah, those are the best. The pictures of the NFL back in the day with guys smoking on the bench. Those are sweet.
That was the standard. I remember one of my old coaches, who is a tight end in the Fred Hoagland, talking about playing in like the 60s and 70s. For one, he had to make a decision. His rookie year, his wife, who was a teacher, was making more money than him. And the standard thing at halftime was, you had a cigarette at halftime.
Yeah.
You just gotta, kind of relax and look over the whatever they're putting up on the chalkboard while you have a cigarette. What?
Different times, man. That's good.
I smoke the doctor-recommended brand.
Yeah, sure. They're filtered. Yeah,
it's got the filter.
Yeah, it's good. Austin Reeves is the one guy on this list. Lakers, Lakers wing / point / shooter, whatever we're calling Austin Reeves. The Rockets are the favorite to land him at plus 250. Long as it doesn't cost very much. Another guy can knock down some jump shots and handle the rock for you a little bit with no Fred VanVleet. I think that's probably why he's first there, is my guess. But I'd be down with that because that feels like you're shopping in a different bin than some of these other guys. That feels like it'd be a more reasonable price. Now, the thing I don't want to do is I don't want to trade any of the young athletic wings. Obviously, anybody above, like Durant and Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün. The untouchables for me, for the Rockets, given how I think this team can mesh together and given the chemistry. Dude, Jabari Smith had his number retired last night at his old high school in Atlanta, and the whole team went to it. The whole team. Now, granted, I think they're in Atlanta to play the Hawks in a preseason game, so it's not like they all jumped on a private jet, flew to Atlanta, and then flew home. But if I had to guess, I would guess there's a lot of NBA teams out there where guys don't show up for that kind. Like, literally the whole team showed up for Jabari Smith getting his high school number retired, especially in Atlanta.
Really cool.
Like Atlanta is a good strip club city, man. A lot of guys probably would have been like, I got to go to a high school number retirement. I got glitter waiting for me over at the Gold Club. What are we doing here? Yeah. So I thought I say all that to say, like, this team feels like it's got amazing chemistry from the front office to coaching down to the roster.
I'm going to stick with my theory that, you know what, the long-term plan would be to move on from Fred VanVleet, obviously, at some point over the next couple of years, and this just kind of accelerates everybody else's development and those young players into having to become guys that can either become the point guard or just be capable of playing multiple different roles on an offense.
Yep.
I think it was, you know what it was? I'm thinking of it. I want to say it was Steve DeBerg at his end of his career was a backup with the Falcons. And I think
we have a name that multiple.
Okay, and it wasn't Steve DeBerg.
It wasn't Steve DeBerg. Okay. Was it Billy Joe Tolliver?
I don't think it was Billy Joe Tolliver. I don't know, but I wouldn't put it past him 100%.
Yeah.
Of quarterbacks who probably smoke cigarettes while they're players, 100%.
Yes.
Especially, is he from Louisiana?
He's from the South. I know that. I mean, his name is Billy Joe. I mean, it's Billy Joe Tolliver.
I don't know if going back to I would probably the last time that there were quarterbacks who were like actual habitual smokers was probably in the 1990s, and I would say that probably. I would imagine that a full third of NFL quarterbacks. We'll have to fact check this with some of our guys here in Houston. I would guess a third of NFL quarterbacks were at least having a cigarette with a beer at a party every now and then back in the 90s.
He's from Boyd, Texas.
Okay.
Which I've lived in Texas for 30 years now. I don't know where Boyd is. I'll have to look that up. He went to Texas Tech. I knew that. He was drafted in 1989. So he's kind of still in that sweet spot you're talking about, where he might have been maybe not on the bench like, back in the day, like Darryl LaMonica or something like that, but definitely in the hallway leading to the locker room. I could see him having an equipment guy there with a box of Benson and Hedges or Salem's or something like that.
I think honestly, one of the last really old NFL guys that was the embodiment of what a quarterback was in on the team, and as far as just being a real dude, was Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
Like Jim Kelly, the whole thing about those Bills teams back in the day was that they would have every day after every home game, they had a party at his house. He had a gigantic basement, and everybody would come, and just it was like a very almost like a collegiate feel to their team.
It was a ritual.
And in a way,
almost.
and remember that was just as free agency was starting to kick in, that they still had more guys that were lifelong Bills, and Kelly was like the captain of the high school football team.
That's right.
He just kind of he was the main dude, and he could hang out with the fellas, but also play on Sunday and everything. They're just I don't know if there's anybody in the NFL who's quite like that anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, a lot of you are asking about potential trades for the Texans based on some reports yesterday. The report that came out about the running back position also included a little nugget about a current Texan possibly getting traded out. We'll tell you who that is coming up next. But first, I would love for all of you to show up and
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, two important names in this Dan Graziano, Jeremy Fowler back and forth on ESPN.com from yesterday. When it comes to the potential trade market, trade deadline comes up on November 4th, which is in a couple of weeks on a Tuesday afternoon. And I think, if I had to bet, I would guess the Texans are probably going to make a trade somewhere to affect some. It's not a perfect roster right now. Nick Caserio does not mind making deals.
He doesn't mind making deals, but he's not typically very active at the trade deadline. I think he looks at the trade deadline as the time when suckers make their overspends. Maybe. If he's like, Caserio tries real hard to be, pretty disciplined about making, being careful when you overspend or when you're aggressive. And there's a time for people to act out of desperation and overspend for an immediate guy that more times than not doesn't actually do all that much for you.
And that's a great point, and I would point to last year when I think it was Carolina made the deal to get, or somebody made a trade. No, Baltimore made a trade with Carolina to get Deontay Johnson, and that was when everybody. I think it was right after the Diggs injury, it might have been, where everybody's like, oh my God, you could have used Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson wound up on the Texans later that season.
Yeah, don't worry.
And then wound up on the Ravens again going into the playoffs after the Texans cut him.
Okay, give the over-under. What do you think they gave up for Deontay Johnson?
Last year, the Ravens last year, it was like a 5th and a 6th or something like that.
Just says here a 5th-round pick.
Okay.
Which was way too expensive for a guy that wouldn't even finish the season on your roster.
He played like 5 snaps for him or something. Yeah,
I get it, though. I don't fault him for it, I guess. I mean, the 5th change is not pocket change. 5th round isn't pocket change by any stretch of the imagination. But it does. I think it puts things in a little bit more perspective when we're talking about Breece Hall.
Yes.
And, hey, how much would you give up for Breece Hall? And I've kind of settled in it. I'm okay with 3rd round.
Yeah.
But
so that's one of the two names I'm alluding to here. Graziano says the name that comes up the most when it comes to running backs on the trade market is Breece Hall, as Seth mentions. 24 years old, final year of his deal. The Jets have made no move to sign him long term, and I would guess that Breece Hall would be thrilled to get out of New York and onto a good football team. It talks about the Jets situation, but then says teams I expect to have interest in acquiring a running back ahead of the deadline include, but are not limited to, the Chiefs, the Texans, and the Chargers. And I think the thing there, Seth, is, I want to pay the right price for Breece Hall if I'm the Texans. I also don't want him to wind up on the Chiefs or the Chargers, who are both on your
point.
They're both on your schedule in the final month of the season on the road, and they're both teams that, as of right now, it looks like you're going to be jostling with for positioning. We hope, unless the bottom falls out on the Texans.
Just go out and that's like putting the retainer on the best divorce attorney in town so your wife doesn't get him.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and then you give him the ball 15 times a week. That attorney, yes.
That attorney.
Yeah.
I think that reminds me, I saw there was a video a few months ago of an attorney who basically, there was an argument against his client. He was defending this guy. Basically, the argument was, never mind, I'll screw this up. The attorney ends up doing something that somebody claimed couldn't be done in real life. This might have been the prosecuting attorney then, I'm guessing. In his suit and tie, went and demonstrated that he could actually run from the highway to jump up onto an overpass and then scale the overpass and run away. So I'm guessing this was the prosecutor showing that, this client, this 23-year-old dude totally could have done it if I can do it in a suit and tie.
In
he
the
did
suit
it.
and tie?
Yeah.
That's a bold move, man. That's a bold move.
If he hadn't been able to do it, he wasn't going to present it as evidence in court.
Yeah, but you can. But man, anything physical, you can mess up, pull a hamstring. Anything can happen, man. You never know. So that's the one name is Breece Hall, and I think this show is for the right price. Yes, Breece Hall. I would welcome Breece Hall if it's not one of the 2 second-round picks that you've got next year. I wouldn't do that deal.
What was the trade for Cam Akers last year when they traded him away? They got
it was like it was one of those like Cam and a 6th for a 5th or something like that.
Okay, it's a swap of some
sort. It's a low-level trade, yeah.
This is, most importantly, it would be a tell about what they think about Joe Mixon.
Absolutely.
And, I mean, there's 2 guys on the roster right now who have weird injury concerns that I don't know what to predict what it means for the future. One is Joe Mixon, obviously. The other is Christian Harris, because both these guys have had mysterious lower leg injuries that have just seemed to linger and kept them off the field. And, Christian Harris is back, at least on the roster, but he's only played 31 snaps of defense this season.
Okay, let me see what you think about this, as long as we're talking about Christian Harris. Jeremy Fowler says, the Fred Warner injury leaves a massive hole in the middle of the 49ers defense that can't be replaced, but adding reinforcements would be a sensible option. Williams has a long history with 49ers defensive. I don't know who Williams is he's referring to. I'll skip down to the Christian Harris part. Sitting at 0-6 feels like a unique window for the Jets to acquire assets for the future. So on paper, something. Another linebacker on my radar for the 49ers is Jeremy Fowler is saying is Christian Harris, a multi-year starter who is now in a backup role. He plays for DeMeco Ryans, who's an extension of the 49ers' defensive principles.
Yeah, this is the problem right now with Christian Harris is that I don't know where he is physically. He doesn't look like the same guy when he's out there, and he's only played 30 or 40 snaps on defense this season. When he's out there next to Azeez Al-Shire and Henry To'oTo'o, those guys look markedly faster and more explosive. And it's not like – and Christian Harris is playing hard. He's still – he's trying to deliver a blow, but even when he's making a tackle, he's not able to bring the same oomph that he's been able to in the past. So I'd be surprised if the 49ers were looking at him as a guy that's the answer. It's not like Christian Harris isn't on the field because he's just been squeezed out by other guys. I think they wanted to give him an opportunity to compete with E.J. Speed and Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shire. So he's getting squeezed out by those guys because he doesn't look the way he used to look.
Yeah, he's not as good as those guys. He's not as effective as those guys. If he were effective, he'd be playing right now.
Right. And it's not, and I'm not blaming him for, it's not some kind of character indictment or something. I think he's trying. I think he's just physically not the same guy. He barely, and it's weird because I still see people getting upset about the Texans not using Christian Harris, and I feel like they haven't been paying attention.
Yeah.
I saw one person that I almost engaged with, but I'm trying not to engage. Who was your best player in the playoffs last year? Bro, he played 3 snaps in the playoffs last year. It was 2 years ago he was our best player in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then he had a mysterious calf injury, and we've barely seen him since then.
Yeah, no, it's been bad. It's been sad more than bad, honestly.
Yeah, no, I know. It's like I don't think it's not one bit that he's not trying hard or anything. He's just not moving the same way he used to move.
Would you be up for? I'm looking at a list of potential available players. Would you be up for a reunion with any of these former Texans? Devin Singletary. I bet you could get Devin Singletary from the Giants in one of those Devin and a 7th for a 6th kind of things.
What's he been up to?
Well, he's backing up Cam Scatterbo and Tyrone Tracy right now. That's what I'm saying you could get. But I put it this way, though, Seth, and I'm not saying Devin Singletary is he's not the solution Breece Hall is on offense. I trust Devin Singletary, though, more than I trust Dameon Pierce and Dare Ogunbowale. I would, if I could get him for nothing, I would bring him. He's familiar, he's familiar with the locker room.
This is the problem with Devin Singletary, though, is that he's Woody Marks. He's a smaller back that's a receiving threat, but not necessarily. He's not going to be your guy that if you got multiple injuries, he's going to have 25 snaps for you. And I don't know if they have that guy on the roster right now, including having Nick Chubb on the roster. Nick Chubb hasn't had more than 13 carries this season. And I think and you have to move forward thinking, all right, man, if he can keep looking like his old self, that's awesome. But we just can't plan on having him as a workhorse back and a 3-down all-purpose back, for the entire season. So Devin Singletary intrigues me, but I think it just gives you a little bit of a backup or a guy to use in the same manner as Woody Marks. And because I don't think Woody Marks is necessarily the guy that you want having 20 or 25 carries in a game if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, but to be clear, I'm not pumping up Devin Singletary as, hey, I got to go get this guy. This is what scares the hell out of me, is that you've got a backfield that's already, mid with Nick Chubb and a rookie in Woody Marks. Like, I don't think that's a spectacular backfield. I think Woody Marks has potential, but obviously there's still some things he's working on as a rookie. And Nick Chubb he's just a solid vet at this point. He's not the old Nick Chubb. The thing that scares me is that you are one hit away on either of those guys. You're one hit away on what's already an average at best backfield of having Dameon Pierce or Daria Gumbawale have to play a significant role, or you're calling Jawar Jordan up from the practice squad or something like that. That's why I say a guy like Singletary, at least he's a vet who's made some plays. And
at least, you know what, he's a viable weapon. And if you can't do it in a conventional sense, the problem is, though, that so far, now that it's starting to work a bit, that the offense has worked a bit the last couple of weeks. A whole lot of it is just a commitment to the run and the types of runs they want to run. They want to run between the tackles. They want to do a lot of this stuff that I just necessarily get. So Devin Singletary, sure, bring him into the fold, but it's not necessarily the perfect. There's no perfect guy out there that a team is going to be willing to trade right now.
Dude, it is totally he's better than Dameon Pierce and Daria Gumbawale thing for me.
The list that you gave, and I don't think Singletary was on that list. I don't know what your fascination is with Singletary.
He's
Sean.
on the list I'm looking at right now.
It is?
Yeah.
The list that you linked doesn't have him on there. Oh, I have to expand it.
You got to click it.
I see what's going on here.
You got to click it. Yeah.
I didn't want to expand the list.
Yep.
So, but the guys that caught my eye were the tight ends.
Yes.
Mark Andrews, David Njoku,
any of them.
Chigakonkwo.
Yes.
Like those make a lot of sense. Right now, you've really got one. Your second and third tight ends are both done for the year. You've got guys, at times Blake Fisher is your tight end, one of your tight ends, which is cool and all, but it's not ideal in terms of presenting an equal runner pass threat.
Well, these guys are weapons that you're talking about here. They can hurt you in the pass game.
Every time I turn on the television, Mark Andrews is bobbling a football, either in the playoffs or against the Texans.
And Njoku is the one that really intrigues me. He's athletically, he's a high-level football player.
So of the list, before I had expanded it, I did the math on just the people I could see. 29% of the people I was looking at were Browns.
We're part of the Andrew Berry garage sale. Yes.
A full third of these guys are Cleveland Browns. And, I think Andrew Berry, the GM of the Browns, is going to be allowed to basically tear down the roster yet again. A roster that he was supposed to have built up by tearing down the first time.
Thank you, yes. Happy anniversary today to one of the greatest sports rants of all time. We will have that for you coming up next.
Oh, boy, one of the greatest things.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A couple things here, a couple orders of business before we get to the all-time rant that anniversary is today. There was a texter earlier, Seth, that was marveling at your love of the Buffalo Bills today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, because it's based on me talking about how I've kind of been studying the Bills this week.
Yeah.
No, it's only the Bills are intriguing to me because we've been looking at that game as one of the big ones, obviously, of this Texans' difficult schedule. But so far, the Bills have not looked like a good football team.
Nope.
Their victories have come against teams with a combined record of 3-15 or whatever.
3-21.
3-21. And they've had a couple of losses in a row, et cetera, et cetera. So but I'm kind of looking at them through the lens of, all right, what if they fix these things by the time the Texans play them a few weeks from now? Is it going to be a different Bills team? And I think there's a good chance that they do fix a lot of these things.
Yeah. You brought up Jim Kelly, too. I think that probably contributed to the
right. Oh, yeah, that was the initial part, and then I brought up Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
The biggest thing with the Bills that I'm wondering, and that I know Bills fans are wondering, is why do they hate James Cook so much? Why do they reward his good play with sending him to the bench? They're seriously, bro, like, what are we doing?
Yes. As someone who has James Cook in 2 of my 5 fantasy leagues, I have that same question for the Bills.
He wasn't on the field for any other 3rd and short situations.
Dude,
it's
very
really
good.
Weird.
He's very good at football. I watch football a lot, and I can see James Cook is very good at football. Texter also pointing out that David Njoku hurt his knee this past game and said it looked really bad. For what it's worth, Kevin Stefanski, in his press conference yesterday, said that Njoku is truly day-to-day.
Not just day-to-day.
No, truly, yeah. As opposed to all the times he's lying to us about being.
Yeah, I'm not lying to you this time. He's actually day to day.
Really
That's in contrast with the headline that I'm looking at from 4 days ago that says Browns get crushing injury news on David Njoku.
On the guy who's truly day to day right now.
I read the article and it was like he injured his knee. Okay, all right, great. Okay,
Dude,
crushing is a subjective term.
It is, man. That headline will get you though. It'll get you. Dennis Green. Back on October 16th, 2006, took the Arizona Cardinals. I think the game was actually in Arizona. I remember watching. I was living in Chicago at the time. It was a Bears-Cardinals game that I believe the Bears won without scoring an offensive touchdown. They scored. Rex Grossman was terrible. Rex Grossman, I think, threw 4 picks and had 2 fumbles. He was awful.
Oh, yeah.
He was awful. And the Bears, who would go on to go to the Super Bowl that season in 2006, play the Colts, found a way to win that game. Dennis Green was none too happy following the game.
4 picks against Grossman and 2 fumbles. What did you see about the Bears would shut them down that way?
No, we just the Bears are what we thought they were. what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach. Hey, Ben, play the reporter again. Just play it from the beginning again. The question in the beginning.
4 picks against Grossman and 2 fumbles. What did you see about the Bears? Shut them down that way?
No,
pause. That was okay. No, Ross Tucker was still playing in the league at that point. That was not Ross. That sounded a lot like Ross asking that question right there.
Oh God, no! Yeah, that was
I'm joking. I knew Ross wouldn't be at a press conference.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and the guy just sounded a lot like Ross Tucker. Is all. That's the reporter.
The Bears went 6 and the Vikings went 6-10 that season.
Well, he was the Cardinals coach.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And
I just thought you should know.
Yeah.
Appreciate
you updating me.
I thought you should really know that the Vikings went 6-10 that season.
Dude, that was
in case you forgot.
That rant winds up all the time. You know, anytime a TV show or radio show does a subjective top 5 of all time rant, that one makes the list every single time.
The Cardinals went 5-11 that season.
Yeah, they were good.
So it was, I mean, the Cardinals kind of ended up being who people thought the Cardinals were.
They were the Vikings of the western part of the country.
The 2006 Cardinals were a lot like the 2000 version of the 2006 Vikings. Yes.
Yeah. So that was good.
Dennis Green, he passed away, didn't he?
He did. We lost Dennis Green not all that long ago, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
2016.
Yeah. So. McAfee show yesterday. We played him earlier railing on PFF scores. We might play that again. That was pretty funny. But this was cool, I thought. J.J. Watt, we know this. J.J. gets it. This was J.J. Watt kind of sharing the story of they asked him, why do you play catch, or when you were a player, why did you play catch with the kids before he would walk the circumference of the stadium down there on the field playing catch with as many kids as he possibly could. Here was JJ.
With kids, throwing balls from the stands, throw the football up in the stands. Kids would throw it back.
Yep.
I started because so I grew up in Wisconsin, Green Bay Packers fan growing up, and I went to training camp literally one time. They have open training camp. And I remember going to the players' parking lot after and standing outside the fence, and I had literally a white T-shirt, and I threw it over and hoping somebody signed it. Didn't even know who it was, probably a practice squad guy or somebody. Signed it and threw it back to me, and I was like, that was the coolest thing of all time. And so in the NFL, I always try to find like that thing where some kid is going to a game for the first time ever and is going to have a memory of that day. How can you make that memory a special one? But you have to keep it rolling. I couldn't sign autographs for everybody before the game, so I was like, I'll play catch. Like, it takes 1 second for each person, and I can hit a load of people as I go around the stadium. So I just make one quick lap before I went in and played catch with as many kids as possible.
I love that. I'm a big believer, like, in the exponential effect of stuff like that. Like, it takes JJ 10 minutes to go around the balls to these kids, and there's 30 kids that are going to be talking about that for some of them for the rest of their lives, probably. You know,
because the other dynamic of that it's sometimes it's logistically impossible to stop and sign every autograph. That's why I hate it when I see people writing an article that like, this guy never turns down an autograph. He'll stay until all of this. It's like, no, nobody can actually do that all the time.
That's right.
Because there's times where like you have to get to a meeting or you have to get to do this or whatever else. But like being able to, like, JJ is very methodical about all of that type of stuff. Like, yeah, you can do as much as you possibly can in as most efficient amount of time. And then the one thing that a lot of athletes don't realize is that, like, those times where you really genuinely can't sign autographs, if you just say to everybody, I'm really sorry, everybody, I've got to go to a meeting or everything, they love that. You know?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, if you just show some sign of human emotion that, like, you're not just a stone-faced jerk that's ignoring autographs.
Because here's what they'll do, Seth. Here's what I would have done if I were a kid and JJ walked over to me in a crowd full of people and said what you said to the crowd. I would have said, JJ told me before the game that he couldn't sign autographs. Like, I would have made it sound like he told me personally. He told me, not us, me.
And I'd be like, hey, maybe if you give me a couple $100, I could see about, getting one for you.
Yeah.
I had no guarantees,
Right.
but, my time's valuable too, and I'm
Yeah.
going to spend some time talking to JJ about this.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just think it's cool that athletes that get that. Like, CJ Stroud did it. When I did that event with CJ a while back, he did a short video for one of Amy's class. Had sent a bunch of pictures to CJ. And it was a 15-second video thanking the class. They played it in the school the next day during homeroom announcements, and the school went crazy. And the kids still talk about it.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
cool.
I think there's like that exponential thing where it took CJ 15 seconds to do it, and you've got these hundreds of kids who are going to be talking about it forever. Like, it's the easiest thing to do if you can do it, if you have the time to do it. So I thought that was cool. Cool story by JJ. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show. Has the Texans offense found their identity? We'll see. We'll find out on Monday, but we'll see what the Texans head coach has to say about that. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I would love for those of you listening right now, and those of you who can tell a friend, come on out.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Thursday. Tomorrow, a football Friday. Looking forward to that. Plenty more to get to between now and Monday when the Texans Seahawks in Seattle. 9 o'clock kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Countdown starts at 6 p.m. And yes, there will be a post-game show that will go into the wee hours of the morning with myself and Clint Stoerner after the game. Hopefully a victorious Texans post-game show. DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show this week was asked by John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, has the Texans offense, this Texans offense, found their identity?
Yeah, our offense has evolved, and that's why, I like Caley and what he's been able to do, just being able to go with what works. What do our guys do well, and finding that out? It kind of takes time to figure that out as you go throughout the season. You weather the storm a bit, then you feel like you have a formula that's worked. You feel like you have an idea of what guys do well, so you can put them in those positions much better now to have successful plays. Do you want explosive play? Yeah, we want explosive plays, but at the end of the day, I want to score points. Like, and however we score points, however long it takes, like in a drive to score a point, that's all I care about is can we finish drive with points and now make their offense have to drive the field on our defense, which I feel like our defense has done a really nice job of being a strength for our team, and we got to go out and make people earn it. That's how we play complementary football together. And our special teams, they've been outstanding, making play after play for us each game. So we continue to play together as a team to win games, not just being about the offense doing one thing or just leading on the defense, but us collectively playing together is our formula for winning games.
Two things about that. One, I like how he says, I like Caley in the same way that a fan might say it or something. Like, I like as far I like him.
He's not bad, yeah. I didn't even notice that. That's good.
Yeah. I like Haley. How do you feel about the team right now? I like Haley. I think he's going to be all right. Yeah. I think he'll work out. And then DeMeco went on to paint a picture of exactly the version of a football team that people hate when it's a defensive-minded head coach. Like if we can just not turn the ball over, play field position, trust the defense.
Yep.
Hey, we got something going there. All right.
You could tell it was like holding in a sneeze not to recite the percentage chance you have to win if you just protect the football.
Yeah.
83%. Whatever it is.
Yeah, I think as far as kind of learning, what they can lean into, what they do well, all of those things, a lot of it has also just been on the personnel side of things. They swapped out Tomlinson for Juice Scruggs. They've learned that they trust Woody Marks. Some of their play calling in the run game, I think they're starting to get a feel for not just running more, but who to run behind and which specific plays are best for each back. So that part of it, I think that's for real. And then the rest of it gets to, we've seen it versus a couple of bad defenses. Now they're going to face the Seahawks, who present some very tough defensive challenges. This is where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
This is where the poop hits the fan. Anything you want to throw at it, any cliche, like this game is where you really figure out whether they've made some improvements.
Well, think about the first drive tonight that the Texans have on offense. They have not had a bet. Or sorry, Monday night. Yeah, sorry. They've got Bengals and Steelers going on the TV, so I got Thursday night embedded. Think about the first drive. It's been a long time since the first string offense for the Texans has had a bad drive. I mean, they scored on all 8 of their drives against the Ravens. They didn't punt till Davis Mills came into the game against the Ravens, and they scored all their touchdowns in the fourth quarter against the Tennessee Titans. It is a weird thing that this offense that had been so bad for the first 3 games is on a stretch right now where they've literally played 5 straight quarters of good. They played into the fourth quarter of the Ravens game. I know that Davis Mills played mop-up duty in that, but they scored on their first 8 possessions in that game, and they scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. It's been a long time since we've had one of those drives where oh, crap. The offensive line stinks. They can't run the football. They're in 2nd and 12. The first drive is a big one for me personally, just could it dash all my hopes and dreams that they had built something up over these last couple of weeks?
Try not to. Don't abandon all hope. Don't
I don't want to overreact.
Your Pender Notes page out or anything if they don't score on the first drive. It would be nice.
Yeah,
it'd be nice, especially doing it there on the road in a tough environment.
Sweet
communication issues have been an issue for this team, so you're going to see that. This next quote by DeMeco. Tell me if this is in your mind more about Caley, Stroud, or the actual skill position players.
Okay.
Yeah, that's huge for offense, right? When you're preparing for offense, if you can't look out there and just say, we got to stop one guy, then we have their offense handled. Right. That's a problem. Now, when you look at our offense, attributed to many different guys in many different areas of the field, so who are you taking away? All right, so if you want to take one guy away, we have other guys that can make you pay, and that's what I love about our offense. That's what I love about what CJ has done over the past couple of weeks is just whoever's open, get them the ball. It doesn't matter the name on the back of the jersey or the number. Get the open guy the football, and we trust that guy will be able to press forward, get yards, and get in the end zone. Okay,
so your question was, is this quote, that quote right there that we just heard, mostly about Caley, CJ, or the skill guys that we're talking about in that? Mm-hmm. CJ's the only one he mentioned by name.
Yeah.
And obviously obviously DeMeco is excited about CJ's ability to spread the ball around. I've never thought that CJ though had a Nico Collins fixation or anything like that.
I don't think he did, but I do think that, and this isn't even a criticism, I think there's a comfort level with guys like Nico or Tank Dell when he was healthy, or even Stephon Diggs even though he was new.
Yep.
Partly because he could trust that they knew. I'll go back to Robert Woods. He knew exactly where he was going to be.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. And I don't know if the young guys had earned the trust yet.
And I think that's where I was going with it. I think it's more, even though he's not mentioning them by name, I think it's more about how the young guys have started to evolve and wrap their brain around this offense, and that CJ now has confidence that guys are going to be where he's expecting them to be, or that when he checks into a play like he did with Jaden Higgins in the Titans game, I think it was the Titans game where that happened. It was the touchdown in the fourth quarter, that he knows that the rookie is getting the signal from him,
Yeah, there were, because I think that's what happened. This might be on Kaylee. You might want to give Kaylee credit for some of that too, but a lot of those spacing issues that we would see with guys running in the same area or running parallel routes and all these things in the first game or in the first few games, I think that was a lot of it was having younger guys out there, guys who are new to the system and just not quite seeing the coverage the same as CJ or not understanding the precision that they're supposed to be running their routes with. And then I think also Kaylee may have dialed things back a little bit and to make it a little bit more predictable and not as intricate to where there's as much potential for younger guys to screw it up. But I think the end result is that, man, it's hard to ask a quarterback to get to his third read and then he gets to his third read and the guy ain't there. To expect the quarterback to continually keep going back to that receiver, and that's a lot of the growing pains when you're in a new system and with younger skill position players that are going to happen. It's at least one of the pass protection issues in the game the other day. We know that it could have been multiple different things, but we know that Woody Marks was getting yelled at by Danny Barrett as he came off the sideline.
CJ wasn't happy either. Yeah.
I think Woody was probably to blame on that, or at least partly to blame on that.
Yep. It's interesting because Nico, look, assuming relative health for everybody, Nico Collins is going to lead this team in receiving this year. It is an interesting pool to wonder who's going to be the second leading receiver on this team. Dalton Schultz is actually racking up a decent amount of catches. He just hasn't had a ton of. He's been sort of check down guy. CJ is starting to trust Jaden Higgins more. Jalen Knoll is going to work his way into the mix. Christian Kirk did some good things in the Ravens game as well. And we'll see. And just purely in terms of number of catches, who knows? Maybe Woody Marks evolves into what they envisioned for him when they drafted him. But that'll be that's a fun statistical race this year to see who becomes the second most trusted guy for CJ Stroud.
I mean, I think the big barometer maybe or just health check for this offense is that I don't care how much double coverage he sees or anything else. Like Nico Collins has 312 receiving yards in 5 games. It's got to be higher than that.
Yeah.
Spread the ball around, and it's just and part of that is, man, the really good fun stuff for Nico, ideally you're going to have a little bit of time for CJ to allow Nico to get downfield. And that the protection issues, it's not just the offensive line, but just the multiple different protection issues have prevented some of that. At some point, I'd love just an absolute breakout game by Nico Collins.
Classic Nico, 9 catches for 196 yards, couple touchdowns. We don't call them tutties on this show. They're touchdowns.
And it's not like 312 yards. It's not atrocious. That would be on pace for
1,000 yards. Yeah.
1,000 yards in a 17-game season. But we know there's more in there, and we just haven't seen that untapped yet.
No question.
And that's where again the play action plays into that. You want your deep strikes by Nico? Yeah. Get the defense.
One more from DeMeco Ryans on his coach's show about his defense on the intensity that they need to play with.
Yeah, the intensity piece. It's one thing I learned, Mark, and I used to be intense and revved up pregame and hyped up. I'm like, man, you can't waste too much energy pregame, right? So I had to learn it's okay to be intense, but you got to dial it back a bit. Like when that ball is kicked off and then when the play starts, it's like, do I want them intense or do I want them cerebral? I want them kind of more locked in and just under control at a good spot to where, I know this formation. I know the things we studied all week, so I know where I'm going. I don't want guys too repped up so they kind of lose their mind and they try to, that happens, right? Especially playing defense.
Yes, this is exactly what we had talked about early in the season, was it not?
To swarm or not to swarm? Yes.
The appropriate level of swarm.
That's right, man.
What did we say, 7 on the swarmometer?
I think that's where you got to stay in that nice, meady part of the curve.
If you're at 10 on a swarmometer, you can get away with 10 in high school football.
That's right.
But you can't get away with it. Like with each advancing level, you got to really dial back the swarm a little bit.
Yeah.
And that you can only get away with in high school if you also have guys who are just physically better than the opponent.
That's right.
Then you're just going to beat the crap out of them. It doesn't matter what they scheme against you. The 7 on the swarmometer is about right. You got to dial it back just enough that, A, you're not making mental errors, B, you're not just blindly running past guys trying to take their heads off. You got to settle in a little.
What do you remember about rookie DeMeco as far as he made it sound like early in his career he was some kind of psychopath that needed to dial it back a little bit?
No, I never felt that about him. I think he's probably being critical of himself.
Yeah.
Now it is because part of it is, and so much of the first couple of years in the NFL is learning that like the movie version of the NFL isn't like the actual version of it.
Yeah.
It's like we talked about this. Like anybody in any profession, that's there's a dramatic version of it versus hey, I'm a murder detective. Oh, it's a lot of paperwork, isn't it? Oh, all right, great.
This was not what happened on Law and Order SVU.
It's like, yeah. Or like, hey, I'm a high-profile defense attorney. Where's my BMW? Yeah. Oh.
It's true, man.
Right.
In every walk of life. It's
Public
true.
defender, of course, obviously.
Yes.
The part of it's just for your endurance. Yeah. Like it's. You can get away with being a spaz in high school, especially if you're one of the better players and everything, because you don't get tired. You get to the NFL, and you're like, I got to dial it back a little bit just to be sure, that I'm making my reads properly and everything. But, man, the fourth, you got to be fresh in the fourth quarter.
Well,
and I'm not going to waste a bunch of energy on a bunch of needless emotion 90 minutes before the game.
And especially this week. You pointed this out last week that these you said you like those noon games because you're not sitting around all day. Those primetime games on the road around the hotel. Dude, I felt that being in Washington on Monday waiting around for the Commanders game, and I'm just a fan. I'm like, okay, can we leave for the stadium here sometime soon?
Man, I'll tell you what. I remember my freshman year in college, they had a sports psychologist talk to us about finding the appropriate arousal level. For sports, like the actual,
sports,
the actual, like, everybody's individual, and some people, they operate better when they're way more laid back. Other people are closer to the 9 on the swarmometer. Yeah. She didn't call it the swarmometer, the sports psychologist.
Right.
She wasn't as educated as yours truly. But I remember fighting it internally in my mind. I was like, nah. That's wussy talk. No, I'm going to be psychotic whack job all the time. And eventually, over time, I learned. Just got to relax a little bit.
Absolutely. Hey, you mentioned Tyler Dunn earlier, the long-form writer, golongtd.com. You had talked to him, or you texted with him, I guess, maybe. And he's going to be coming to Houston to cover the Texans at some point. And he was asking which Texan he should. Asking you which Texan
he should profile on. He did Will Anderson last year.
Yeah, he was really good. Yeah, I'm guessing he's a Buffalo guy. Is he coming for that Buffalo game on Thursday night?
Probably,
maybe?
Yeah,
probably that week.
There, yeah.
I've got a few names in front of me here. A few people texted in. Kamari Lassiter was getting some love on the text page. He's on my short list of players.
Okay.
I think Kamari Lassiter is possibly that guy who is a psycho
Talking about
all day
psychos,
long. Yeah.
Somebody described him as a psychopath, and then somebody told Lassiter about it.
One of Lassiter's teammates called him a card-carrying. No, the coaches, Matt Burke, told J.J. Watt that Kamari was a card-carrying psychopath, and J.J. was like, hey, ask Kamari, can I say that on the air? And Kamari's like, yeah. Azeez Al-Shaair, I think, that's a safe one.
That'd be a complex and deep dive into all the different dynamics.
He's got an amazing personal story of getting to the NFL. He's a very controversial figure in the NFL right now because that hit last year on Trevor Lawrence. And most importantly, he's a great interview. He's really, really good.
He's a thoughtful guy.
Yes. Yeah. So Azeez was my number one on I have Azeez, Petrie, Lassiter. I think EJ Speed's got a good personal story as well. I don't know if he's trying to make it focus on the present or the guy's background, He
does I think he likes going into like the whole person profile, the personal profile of it. Petrie, I would like. The thing I like about guys like Tyler Dunn when they do interviews, they tend to get more information out of it. When reporters can only kind of talk to a guy for a few minutes at a time, and it's in a press conference environment in the locker room, they don't necessarily really get as much of the total picture. The part with Petrie, I'm more intrigued by is just if Tyler Dunn can talk to the coaches about really the challenge of figuring out this guy that's got kind of a unique skill set, and you want to, how do you use it but not put him in positions where his weaknesses hurt him, but really emphasize his strengths. And I think the Texans have done a really good job of that this year. And then been kind of a first 5 games to where they can get the best possible version out of Petrie by being really specific in the different ways they use them.
That'd be a good one for sure. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long at TDECU Stadium. The Arizona Wildcats are in town to face the University.
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on anything we've been talking about. Aziz Al-Shair definitely has a screw loose. That's a text.
That's so I suggested, I told Aziz that the most popular ones from our listeners seem to be the.
Oh, you
Aziz
told Tyler.
Al-Shair.
You told Tyler Dunn.
What did I say?
Aziz.
Oh, I didn't tell him anything. I told Tyler Dunn that Aziz Al-Shair and Kamari Lassiter were the most popular suggestions.
I like your Petrie suggestion, though. I would give that to him also.
Yeah, I think. Well, for one, he's trying to get subscriptions to his website, so I think he's going to listen to the suggestions of our listeners. So, there's a way to pander to them a little bit.
Gotcha.
Plus, I've heard just every single press conference somebody asks a question about Jalen Petrie. I'm a little burnt out on him.
Okay.
I've almost
That's
had
fair.
it's too much of a good thing, you know? It's like me with strawberry banana yogurt. I binged on it when I was a kid, and now I can't stand it.
Yeah.
That's how it's starting to get with Jalen Petrie. Like he's too much strawberry banana yogurt.
It's
okay?
like me with Southern Comfort. I binged too much on that when I was a kid.
Jalen Petrie is Southern Comfort. He's strawberry banana flavored Southern Comfort.
Southern Comfort. He's strawberry banana pudding with Southern Comfort as this.
Yogurt,
oh, sorry. Yeah, yogurt. Sorry. Big nutritional thing, yeah. All right, let's get to this list here. So the only vacancy in the NFL right now at head coach resides in the AFC South with the Tennessee Titans. Jeff Howe of The Athletic put a list of names together, Seth, for this job. It's not an odds board necessarily. It's just a list of names put into buckets of current and former NFL coaches, potential first-time hires, things like that. I want to run through these, and you tell me what level of nervousness on the nervous equivalent of the swarmometer. How nervous would these names make you if the Titans were to settle on these head coaches? Brian Flores.
Oh, that's interesting. Brian Flores getting that defense to operate the way the Vikings defense does. I'd have to look and see how is the division kind of fared with a couple of years of familiarity with him? Is there starting to be? Does he still have a ridiculous level of success versus divisional opponents compared to? Have they actually caught up to it a little bit?
I think the biggest thing with Brian Flores is not the lawsuit that I believe is still ongoing with the NFL. He's got his.
Oh yeah, and that the Texans were one of the people as well. Yeah.
To me, the thing that would make me nervous about hiring Brian Flores is just how sideways he got with Tua Tagovailoa when he was a young quarterback there. And I know we've learned now that Tua is probably not wired as optimally as maybe Cam Ward is. Yeah. But just the optics of hiring a guy who it felt like ruined or anything like that, but he certainly, I don't think Brian Flores was helpful in the development of Tua Tagovailoa from everything. Now, Tua may just be soft and took his Brian Flores criticism a certain kind of way that Cam Ward might not take, and maybe Brian Flores, and I don't want to discount Brian Flores learning some lessons from his first time as a head coach also. Guys evolve and they get better at their job. That would be the one thing, though, that just from an optics standpoint, like, okay, you're hiring the guy that they had to bring in Mike McDaniel to rehabilitate Tua Tagovailoa, basically.
Right. They went to one end of the extreme to the other with Mike McDaniel and Brian Flores. So there's still that. Yeah, this part. Now, I was the first person that I remember hearing say that, like, listen, the fact that DeMeco once sued the Houston Texans isn't going to be a factor in preventing them from hiring him as a coach. Yeah. I was called an idiot by many people for saying that, Sean.
Yep.
And there
not
I am.
I'm
an idiot for other reasons, but not that one. I think it's different when it's an ongoing lawsuit. That would be a weird, especially when the lawsuit is that the Texans didn't take him. His lawsuit, he contends that the Texans didn't actually take him seriously as a candidate, and that it was just a sham process and everything. That would be a really weird dynamic, and I wouldn't fault the Texans for just kind of. Obviously, he's not interviewing for the Texans.
Right.
As far as. Yeah, I'd be nervous with him in the division though, just because of the defense.
Yeah. That had the blitz happy defense. Cliff Kingsbury.
No, I don't worry about him as a head coach.
Okay.
I don't think he's wired to be a head coach. I think a really good, and that he needs to focus on. Like he's not going to turn down $10 million a year though to be a head coach again. I'm sure he'll take that opportunity if he gets it. I would encourage them to go ahead and hire Cliff Kingsbury. Yes, if what you need is your disheveled mess of an organization to somehow be hammered into shape, yeah, by all means hire the guy whose reputation as a head coach with the Cardinals was that there wasn't a whole lot of actual discipline going on here. Yeah, it's kind of a mess of a situation.
He scares me a little bit just because, like, on the off chance he gets the best version of Cam Ward, and then that's in the division now. Understanding that there's a lot of questions that come with Kingsbury. I didn't scare me. It scares me a little bit on that off possibility. Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy, as I said yesterday, look, a lot of his shortcomings and failings have been that he doesn't seem to get the most out of his teams in the playoffs, which is cool, but that doesn't help me when we're talking about a team that's into the division the regular season.
Yep.
If he ends up being a disappointment in Tennessee because he goes 14-3 every year, but then loses in the first round of the playoffs, that still doesn't help us out much at all if it's harder to win a division title. So no, Mike McCarthy makes me a little bit nervous.
He's done it and look, his record in 13 seasons in Green Bay was 125, 77-2. That's a really good record. He was 49-35 in 5 years with the Cowboys. That, too, is a good record. He's won a bunch of divisions, as you point out, Seth, in both of those places. I would say, too, those are two much more high-pressure jobs than the Tennessee.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the Cowboys and what they did. I mean, it was his last 4 years there. He went 12-5 3 years in a row.
Right.
It wasn't like it was just and then he finally, he went 7-10 when he finally got fired.
With Dak hurt, by the way.
Yeah, with Dak injured, right. So, I know his relationship with Aaron Rodgers fizzled out there at the end, but he was part of turning Aaron Rodgers into what he became.
No question.
Likewise, and Dak Prescott, once Mike McCarthy took over play calling in Dallas, Dak Prescott took a step forward.
Yep.
And I don't want any part of Mike McCarthy being around that young quarterback.
He's the scariest one of the three so far. Matt Nagy, Chiefs offensive coordinator right now.
No,
former head coach, 34-31 in 4 seasons in Chicago.
No, he doesn't concern me all that much. I think he's the latest. He's the latest to have shown that. Okay, I guess it really was just Andy Reid.
Yes,
causing all that success in Kansas City.
I'm 100% with you.
As long as he doesn't get to bring Andy Reid with, like if Andy Reid decides to semi-retire and wants to be a senior advisor and go with Nagy to the Chiefs, where by week 3. Basically, Andy Reid decides he's just got to take over. Yeah, I'm not scared of Matt Nagy.
There's 2 more I want to get in here that are there's Jeff Howe's got about 12 or 13 of them in here. I want to get to a couple of the potential first-time head coaches in the NFL. Joe Brady.
Oh, boy. A guy who's taking a lot of heat up in Buffalo right now, but I think it's like a patient level of heat, and that just based on some of the things that have happened so far this season. I think in Buffalo, I think if people needed to blame somebody in Buffalo, there's very little blame of Joe Brady going on right now, and it's a lot more about Sean McDermott and the fact that the team itself. Yeah, they let go of Diggs a couple of years ago, but they haven't done a whole lot to really improve the receiving core since then. Joe Brady makes me nervous.
Yeah.
He got a hell of a performance out of Josh Allen last year, obviously.
Brady is definitely on the list of guys that make me nervous. And the other one, Clint Kubiak.
Oh.
We'll see on Monday. He's the OC for the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, the biggest question with him is, okay, is he going to be a really good offensive coordinator? And then above and beyond that, is he also going to be a really good head coach? There's still a lot of unproven. People have liked Clint Kubiak for a while now. That goes above and beyond just nepotism. I think it's not just that his last name's Kubiak. And everything that he would want to do in his offense right now, it's working, including the fact that even though they're not running the ball particularly well in Seattle, the process of running the ball consistently and being committed to the run is yielding a whole lot of big play action strikes downfield and everything. Like, his system is working out very well, and it's a system that I think Cam Ward would. I mean, that's the system that they had with very similar to a lot of things they wanted to to do with Brian. So if you say, all right, maybe Callahan just didn't know what the hell he was doing because he'd never been an offensive play caller in the NFL before. We're bringing a guy who's an actual play caller. And, I don't want to see Clint Kubiak in Tennessee.
And
no,
I trust the son of Gary Kubiak and the consultation services provided by Gary Kubiak more than I trust the son of Bill Callahan. There, I said it. I think Gary Kubiak is a better resource for his son than Bill Callahan is for Brian Callahan, with no knowledge at all of what their conversations are like. That is just my hot take on that situation as a biased Houston person. All right, the odds are out. The revised odds are out on Super Bowl, conference, division. I think they're indicative, in a way, of how big this game is for the Texans on Monday. I'll lay that out for you. Coming up next, we'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on as well. Stay there.
Hey, make 2026 a big
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. Text message if you want to text him. Would you be down for a Quinnen Williams trade, defensive tackle from the Jets? Sure. I would love to have Quinnen Williams on the Houston Texans. Now it might give CJ a little PTSD. And Juice Scruggs from back in.
You have to stare across. That would be good. It would be good mental reps for him to take a look at a guy that's, Juice Scruggs, the PTSD, probably most extreme there.
Quinnen, for those who don't know, Quinnen Williams is the one who concussed C.J. Stroud a couple of years ago.
Here's the thing, though. This is where, listen, everybody, we can't get super greedy here. The Texans have the best scoring defense in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that's how they'll finish the season or anything, and you can always make improvements. Don't get me wrong. But you can't have the highest paid guy, a top 5 paid guy at every single position on the defense, right? They're doing pretty well right now, and I'm not saying they're going to be the greatest defense that ever was or anything, but the team as a whole would be helped out a whole lot more right this moment by an improvement on the offensive side of the ball.
No doubt.
The number of teams that have won a Super Bowl by riding an awesome defense while having a laggard offense, very, very small. It happens very, very rarely. Tends to be a better formula to have either a really, really good offense and or defense, but a competent unit on the other side.
Yeah.
And right now, the sum total of things is that the Texans' offense over the first 5 games hasn't been good enough. So if you're going to continue to make improvements, even though they've showed improvement, it's my appetite for trades is almost exclusively on the offensive side of the ball, unless there's a reasonable safety out there somewhere that you could make a deal for.
I would blindly power rank positions I would be looking at for the Texans in trades without a name attached to them. Just what position do I want? I would go running back, slightly ahead of an interior offensive lineman, and then a tight end. Those would be my top 3. And not that they and if they can get a receiver who's better than what they have, I would entertain that too. I just feel like they're comfortable with the 5 or 6 guys they have right now. I think they feel like they can scheme enough guys open. But I'd go running back, guard, tight end would be my priority list, blindly. The odds heading into Week 7 for the Super Bowl, the AFC, and for the division, the Texans right now are 40-1 to win the Super Bowl. They're right in between the Seahawks, who they play on Monday, and the Patriots, who are 4-2, and I would say one of the brighter stories, I guess, of the early part of the season in terms of overachieving expectations. It's the AFC odds, Seth, that are very kind of give me a little bit of agita heading into Monday night, because Texans are move one way or the other based on how they do on Monday. They're 20-1 to win the AFC right now, the Texans are, so they're not near the top of the list by any means. They're right in between the Patriots and the Raiders. and if you look at the AFC standings right now, I think you and I went through this earlier this week. The Texans are 9th in the AFC right now in terms of seeding, 1 through 16. The 8 teams above them, you look at, you go, okay, these are all teams that belong, these are all playoff conversation teams. Like the Chiefs are 8th. They definitely belong in the playoff conversation. The teams all below the Texans right now in the standings are all teams that I expect to be trading guys in the next 2.5 weeks. If you lose this game, it's almost like if you win this game, you're up there with the Patriots and those teams. If you lose this game, you're down there with the Raiders and those other teams.
We're at the Andy Dalton line.
We're
just like, are you okay? Wait, are you not a really good quarterback or quarterback?
That's a great call.
The team is at that Andy Dalton line.
They are
that invisible barrier between actual Super Bowl threat versus just another one of the heap of the mortals. I think that's fair. That's very, very fair. The Texans have beat 2 very much struggling football teams. I don't want to call the Ravens a bad team, but as constructed on that day, they were a bad football team.
Yeah.
The Titans are objectively bad football team. And you've lost close games to the other ones, but is there that glass ceiling right under that's keeping you from being in that group?
The Texans have the point differential in the NFL right now on the strength of losing 3 very close games and then winning 2 blowouts against bad football teams. They're 4th in point differential right now. The Seahawks are second. Like, this is a matchup on Monday of two of the top four teams when it comes to point differential, which I don't think is an insignificant thing. I know the Texans they didn't beat the Chiefs or anything like that to get that point differential, but they took care of the business they were supposed to take care of in those two games.
Well, I think if you look at if the Texans had played the Bills' schedule right now, I think it would be an even more extreme point differential in favor of the Texans.
That's a great way to look at it. Yes,
the Bills have only beaten really bad football teams. Combined record of 3-20 by the opponents that they've actually beaten, and they racked up a whole lot of points when they did that. But then they've lost their last couple of games to quality
better teams,
to quality opponents.
Yeah.
So with the Seahawks, I think that I guess I've been building up the Seahawks a lot this week, and I very much respect them as an opponent, and their defense especially does some things that really are going to test the Texans' weaknesses on offense, or at least the weaknesses before the last couple games. But you do also have to remember that they did allow 38 points to the Bucs a couple weeks ago.
They did.
So, and that's where, and I know what you're going to say. Like, well, yeah, the Bucs are a better offense than the Texans. Exactly. But the Seahawks defense does have weaknesses right now because their secondary is so banged up. A team like the Bucs was able. A team like the Jaguars was not. Yep. So again, and get into that conversation of, okay, where are the Texans? Are they actually one of these genuinely good teams, or are they just right there at the top of everybody else? Like, as of last week, it looked like the Seahawks are one of those genuinely good teams that could beat a team like the Jaguars, but also lost to the Bucs and allowed 38 points doing so.
At home. Yeah, at home.
So, if you want to show that CJ's definitively better than Trevor Lawrence, that the Texans' offensive line can be trusted more than the Jags' offensive line, you've got the opponent that the Jaguars lost to last week, who's the Jaguars' offensive line could not hold up. The Jaguars quarterback did not make good decisions when faced with wrinkles in the coverage. Like, those two things, which are very much what we're watching with the Texans right now, they've got a chance to prove that they belong in that upper tier this week versus the Seahawks.
That's a great way to look at it. We've had multiple texts about J.J. Watt going off on PFF, like, hey, have you guys heard this, J.J. Watt, PFF? Did you hear the clip of J.J. Watt talking on McAfee about Pro Football Focus? It was one of the funnier clips we played today. We'll play it one more time here. Yeah, we heard it, but for those who haven't heard it, here it is.
This whole, I'm getting hot.
Oh, I like
Keep going. Love it. Keep going,
hey, that's how you summon some change.
Exactly.
You got to get passionate.
Personal stories of Uber drivers telling NFL passengers that they break down film for PFF and that they watch the TV copy only and put a grade.
Uber drivers.
You can't watch film on the TV copy and create a grade. You can't break down a person's grade and know what they're supposed to do if you don't know their exact assignment. Like D-Butt just said, I know defensive line play unbelievably well. I could not go and grade a game for a player and give him a definitive grade without speaking to him, his coach, the scheme, everything. It's just a fact. PFF has a ton of great stuff. Player grading sucks. Stop putting it out.
Hell yeah!
Well done, Jay. Well done. Okay, this is the first time, Seth, that, and this is the first time right now, and we played that clip twice today, and I didn't feel this the first time, but the second time now, I almost feel like Chris Collinsworth needs to have a press conference.
Yeah, he needs to defend himself.
And answer about PFF grades.
That's the problem is JJ always says, they do a lot of good stats and everything. And the grades kind of have a value, I think, but the problem is that the way the teams use those grades, it's not as a definitive, hey, oh, you know what? It looks like hey, Tim Settle is graded higher than Jeffrey Simmons. Turns out that Tim Settle's a better football player than Jeffrey Simmons. They don't use them in that way, but I think they use them within a certain context and as one data point. But it is what JJ talked about there without knowing the game plan and everything. I told you earlier, like, there was a specific thing that Dom Capers would do with his defenses where it made it look, to anybody watching and just following the conventional rules of the way a defensive line works, was definitely getting beat over and over again against zone runs. But we played it differently. And I know just from other coaches that it said, oh, wow, Seth's really struggling with playing a zero technique. I was like, no. They're not. We don't play the zero technique the way that everybody else plays the zero technique. So the guy, the Uber driver who's watching the TV copy, I would expect that he would probably grade me down on those plays where I was actually doing the exact right thing.
Yeah.
So now I'm getting retroactively pissed off about a hypothetical scenario that never actually happened because PFF hadn't been invented yet when I was playing.
Do you want Chris Collinsworth to answer for this chicanery going on with PFF?
I think,
right now?
look, PFF knows what they're doing. When it comes to that one specific part of their business model, all of the really good and valuable stuff they do as a company it's everything except their grades. But the grades drive all of the engagement and everything else.
Oh yeah,
and they're just dirty little whores about it.
Yeah.
They know. They know that they know it's a sham. But they know that people love it and talk about it, and it gets written about and everything. We've talked about it in 2 segments on this show today, just because of the grades.
That's true. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We did. You're right. And I kind of like the grades. I'm one of those people. I'm one
I know
of
you do.
Yeah.
Because people love having numbers attached to things to where it gives them
100%.
even if and it happens all the time, no matter what. Even when people know that a system is bogus, it still seeps into your brain that but, listen, this is all garbage, but this guy is ranked higher than the other guy.
I jumped with Reggie and John in the other studio there when I went in to find out what the question of the day was, and we'll get to it in a second, but we got talking about the what are we calling it? Like the sounder-meter at the stadium? The little gauge that shows how loud the crowd is. And it's
loud!
96, 95, 97, 98. And the number. You see the number right there.
Yeah.
And John doesn't like that. And I said, no, people like to be rated. You know what I mean? That's people react to it because I got to get this. I got to do my part to get to 104.8, which is the record for this stadium. Yeah.
Yeah.
People like to be measured.
I'll tell you, that's the whole thing. I don't know. I could go into a long dissertation about how people use the rankings and stats inaccurately and everything. But so JJ can speak with credibility about PFF grades because he was always the highest graded guy. Sure. So it's not like it's sour grapes with him. It's him saying, no, this is garbage. So I've always had a knack for standardized tests to where I do very well on them, above and beyond my actual level of intelligence, and certainly how well I perform in school. But I gamed the system for all the way up through high school and college and everything. I would do really well. And going to the Wonderlic, they've demonstrated time and time again that the Wonderlic really doesn't seem to have a great correlation for a lot of things in football, but they would still use that test. And I would still get people talking about hey Seth, you got that Wonderlic score and everything. I'm like, yeah. And I jumped off sides 3 times last week in the first half. What the hell? It doesn't mean anything. You got to stop docking guys that had a low Wonderlic score because they something and somehow they're not going to be able to they're not going to be able to recognize a route combination because they don't understand the Pythagorean theorem. It's just shut up.
Yes.
Shut up with talking about my Wonderlic score.
You're like JJ right now. You're like JJ Watt level heated over this.
And to this day, we know why Seth prefers Lyft over Uber because those Uber drivers.
Yeah, it's damn Uber drivers.
They don't, Lyft
Are you
drivers
Uber or
aren't
Lyft?
allowed
Well,
to-
then hell no.
They're not allowed to work for PFF. Very strict agreement there.
How we doing, fellas?
Doing pretty well. I saw a photo today of one Seth Payne.
Good pick, man. It's a good pick.
It reminds me of why you cannot judge a book by its cover because the Seth that we know was the Seth that we know then, and yet still I see that haircut and I go, that man doesn't read books.
I know. Total
Big
book
old
by its
meathead.
cover. Yeah.
That was the 2006 Houston Texans. I'm
Gotta
standing
be.
next to. It's the team photo. I'm standing between Mario Williams and
Anthony Weaver.
Anthony Weaver, yeah.
It's like that man might eat books.
Yeah.
Anthony looks really mean there.
Yeah, Anthony's got. Well, he is the guy that said you solve things through violence.
Everything is solved. Violence fixes everything.
That look on his face. That look on his face. Is that McKinney right in front of you?
Yeah, this is okay. I'll tell you. There's let's see. There's 8 players here in this cropped out photo. Brian Pittman, who is also one of the OG long snappers. This team's only had 3 long snappers,
right?
Basically in its existence. Charlie Anderson, Zach Weegar, Mario Williams, and Anthony Weaver.
Look at that, man. It
And
rattled them
Richard
all.
Smith up top there.
I noticed
I was
that.
going to ask you which one is Richard Smith.
I noticed that when he sent the picture. I almost
lurking
commented
over
on
you
it.
like Darth Vader in the
Yes.
background of the Star Wars poster.
And you know who that is to our left of Richard Smith is John Hoke.
Okay. DB coach, right?
Yep.
Secondary coach? Yeah.
And his brother was the head coach there. Anyway.
Oh, Brady Hoke at Michigan.
Brady Hoke.
Yeah. Back in the day. Question of the day, fellas.
What would you like? What would you like in sports to be retired?
Sounds like PFF scores on this show
like
now.
maybe
It tells
PFF,
you.
like
Yeah.
Jabari Smith's jersey. You know, you want to have it just retired.
So
I
good or
talked
bad?
about the decibel meter off air.
Yeah, you hate that.
I
Okay.
hate the decibel
So
meter.
Jabari's jersey retirement is a positive thing.
Yeah, it can be positive
It can
or
be either?
negative.
Okay,
Yeah.
I you know what? I got one for you.
Yeah.
The Dove Klymans of the world on social
Aggregators?
No, there's not all the aggregate. Like I think Houston Stressens. I think Garrett does a good job.
Yeah, shout out to Garrett.
And is very useful and he also parses out a lot of our Casario interview and dishes it out to the people as well.
Yeah.
So I'm appreciative of that. No, it's the Dove Klymans who attach their emotion to it like they do like heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And then it's a guy who sprained an ankle and he's going to be out for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Like that. Dove Kleiman, ML football, JPA football.
I blocked most
all the
of those
ones
guys.
that have Seth has blocked or been blocked.
I blocked
by.
most of them too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where we want to, as we should do a segment tomorrow of like which First Amendment things do we want to, which First Amendment rights do we want to trample on? Because Chris Long was hilarious. Legislate the PFF out of, you're not allowed to actually cite it on
Kids cannot be looking at this.
Well, because I'm at a point now where, man, I love some good satire, but my God, the inability of people to recognize satire now on social media, I think it's always been this way. It's just that you couldn't see how few people are getting the joke.
Yeah.
But now when there's things you'll see on social media that are clearly satire, and the number of people replying that say, hey, is this real? I'm like, why are you even asking the question? God, no. Because the same thing happens in sports or politics or anywhere else where it's clearly satire, but people believe it and form their opinions around it.
Yep.
Well, we can do that segment right now. No.
So
the funniest things, there's like old Reno 911 clips. Somebody will play a Reno 911 clip.
Oh, my God.
And people will think it's real. They'll be like, that cop needs to be fired.
Yeah. You don't say. Oh, my God.
The cop wearing hot pants, like doing jazz hands as he demonstrates a sobriety pass. Yeah. In real life, that guy should be fired.
Yes. Wow. So yours is the noisometer.
Yeah, and those big giant hats.
Oh, the big
You're a hater.
Those big giant hats.
The base,
not the big foam hats.
The big,
foam
big, like the
baseball cap?
extra big ball cap.
Oh, I hate
no,
those
Sean,
two.
not the foam hats. The ones that like you see people wearing around.
What are they called? Baseball hats, but they're giant.
I thought those were made out of foam also.
They might be, but I hate those so much.
Either way, we're all talking about the same thing,
Yeah.
the giant baseball hats. Yeah, I think they look stupid. I
think they look dumb, but the ones I hate are like those big foam like cowboy hats.
Cowboy hats, that's not what I'm talking about.
Dwight Howard was wearing one.
Yes.
Like, imagine this, okay?
Yeah.
It's bad enough to have some jackass wearing one of those huge foam hats sitting in front of you at a baseball game. But no, it's 6'10" Dwight Howard wearing a gigantic foam baseball cap.
Right. He's already tall. Yeah, come on now. I like your Astros hat, Reggie.
Thank you.
What is all the
I believe it's
the lanyard on there?
I believe it's a Felt is a designer that kind of took the Astros cap, tried to elevate it, add a little bit of style to it. It's kind of like butterflies, things like that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Just as a
Is
little.
that an iguana?
It might be.
Okay. Looks green. Okay.
I would take my hat off.
It's not an illicit drug.
I would take my hat off and show it to you, but the reason I'm wearing it is my hair.
Your hair.
Yeah.
It's out there today. No, that's good. I cannot relate to that. I
They're
cannot.
bringing back the drunkstronaut, the dunkstronaut.
Drunkstronaut would be fun. I want to see the drunkstronaut.
That would be fun. A drunken
The drunksternaut I'm here for. There's the dunkstronaut. I think there's people that want to retire that.
I don't like it.
You want to retire?
Hand up.
Okay, that's where I got
Hand
it
up.
from. I was listening to you guys.
Hand
the
up.
other
I think
day.
it stinks. I'm sorry.
And you don't like it?
I don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. So Reggie wants that retired. All right.
But my opinion doesn't matter.
Sport.
Though.
Yeah. All right, boys. Well, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT KLTF FSC Station. And Crosstalk, I would like to say, is brought to you by D&M Auto Lease.
Yes.
Indeed. Seth, antibodies to you. Football Friday to you tomorrow.
Oh, antibodies to you and kids. Anybody that tells you that you can't improve your standardized test scores by just taking a boatload of practice ones is they're full of crap. They're lying to you.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you can juice your scores so easily and fool people and fool important people into thinking you're smarter than you are.
Been there.
Do it.
Done that. Yes.
Yes.
All right. We are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. They start now.
Yeah. Happy Thursday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved. Let's get to it. Get involved on the text line, 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Let us know what you think about a myriad of topics that we'll have going on today. We'll talk to ND Kalu at 11:20. Just a thing to make note of, as we always do on a Thursday. Also, you can get involved or see us or watch us via the Mocaram Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
You got YouTube, which is Sports Radio 610. You got Twitch, which is 610 Houston. Obviously, there's a whole mess of places where you can keep up with Sports Radio 610. Utilize all of them at the same time. I want you to just all your devices. Get the tab
at the same time.
Go into that baby's room and grab that baby's tablet. Turn off Coco Melon and put on Sports Radio 610. That is what I demand of you on this Thursday. What I also demand of you is to listen to this. John Lopez, you on this Seahawks game, you think that it needs to be an insert blank game. What is in that blank there?
So I started thinking about Nico Collins yesterday after our discussion.
I think about Nico Collins every day.
You think about him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
I only think about him twice.
What did I
Night and day.
I can't remember exactly where it was. He was ranked, 18th? Maybe even lower than that among receivers.
Total yardage?
Yeah, remember we were talking about that yesterday, so I was like, dang, man, that needs to pick up. And then I started looking at Nico as it pertains to the Seahawks game. I think this needs to be a Nico game, and I think beyond that, it may have to be a Nico game because it may have to be a Nico game. What's that segment you like to call?
Oh, a segment I like to call reading.
Reading. So I was reading Brian Nemhauser, who has been a Seahawks beat writer forever, like at least 20 years, somewhere in that. And he wrote something that even made me think about this even more. So I'm going to do your favorite segment right here.
Excellent.
The Texans have, this is what he wrote, the Texans have the highest explosive play rate versus zone coverage in the NFL.
Wait, let's press pause.
Yeah.
Do you got Cool in the Gang anywhere back there? I need to have a celebration. You telling me the Texans are the best in the league at something?
Versus zone coverage.
What?
Offensively.
Read it back for me one more time. I want to revel in this.
The Texans have the highest explosive play rate versus zone coverage in the NFL.
You about to hit the music, Figgy?
You want to feel better?
Yeah, even more so.
Even more so. You want to feel better, Figgy?
I do.
Seattle plays zone coverage.
Oh, love to hear it.
Zone coverage. Let me read a little more, and then I want you to kind of digest it and tell me what you think.
Number one, the best explosive play rate, baby.
We're number one. If the Seattle secondary is still injured, and it has been injured, we're going to get the first injury report today. That will only.
I'm still celebrating. I'm sorry. I don't hear anything.
That's right. I like it.
Explosive play rate, baby. Number one in the league.
That will only increase the amount of zone that McDonald employs. That could be the difference in what almost certainly will be a close game. Nico Collins is a big and gifted receiver who still does not get the recognition he deserves, and he is one of the best receivers Seattle will play this season. He is great against the zone.
Yeah.
This needs to be a Nico game, man. As much as, DeMeco's out there saying we got to run the ball, we're going to double down, we're going to really do what we do best even more, as we talked about, I think, day before yesterday. He went on to say this in terms of, against the run and such. Let me just read the whole thing here, see what you think. The left side of the Texans' offensive line is weaker than almost any Seattle has faced to this point. Rookie Ariante Ursary is a major project as a pass protector, and Scruggs is a former center who is now trying guard. But what really stands out about the Texans' pass protection problems is they are allowing the highest pressure rate in the NFL by non-offensive linemen. In other words, their running backs and tight ends have been atrocious in pass protection.
Agree.
Mm-hmm. McDonald should be spoiled for choice in creating his pass rush plan, as the Seahawks front four can win their matchups, but there will also be ample opportunity to send their defensive front their linebackers if he chooses. The Texans have not won a game when they rush for fewer than 114 yards, but Seattle has only allowed one team to rush for more than 114 yards.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to run, and they're going to injure it in the secondary, and they're susceptible in zone coverage, and the Texans are the best in the league against zone coverage. This is a Nico Collins game.
Yeah, I mean, if you truly want to live by the mantra that this team has told us in the offseason, that you're a game plan offense, to be fair, the game plan to a layman looks like run the football.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy. Throw the football. Should be easier.
Yeah.
Can you get to those things? Now, of course, football is never that simple. Otherwise, dudes would not be getting paid, millions upon millions of dollars to try and figure this out. And, there's always the they get paid to portion of this. But it does feel like you're going to need to try and find some explosive pops, throwing that ball down the field, especially because, take advantage of a weakness in here. Like you mentioned, we're going to get an injury report, but they've been missing the likes of Tariq Woolen and Witherspoon and forget the safety's name off the top of my head right this moment. But they've been dealing with injuries in that secondary, and teams have been able to capitalize, including, if I remember correctly, I think the Niners did a decent job. I think they should be able to do that. And the thing that comes to mind for me, though, is how much will it be a Nico-specific game? Because in the two games that we've seen where the offense has come on, versus the Titans, versus the Ravens, there's been a nice distribution all the way across, right? With Nico still getting
but he's great at that.
Getting a plurality of the touches, if not a majority, even though not a majority of the touches. Dalton Schultz getting a lot of touches himself. But then you're getting a lot of other guys eating in there, and I do wonder, when you say this needs to be a Nico Collins game, do you imagine this possibly being a Nico Collins game to the detriment of maybe some of these other guys, maybe not seeing as much of the other guys, Higgins and maybe even Kirk and maybe even Noel, even though we haven't seen him just get a lot of attention generally, maybe them not getting as much opportunity to eat in order to really feed Nico and attack the middle and the deep portions of the field.
Well, I think, you say detriment. I don't think that's going to mean, zero catches. What I'm saying is, against the zone, your best weapon is Nico Collins, who just has that knack for finding the open spaces. The most experienced guy is the biggest guy. We know the story. I think this is a game where he needs to go. And by the way, I actually gave him I said he was 18th in the league in receiving. He's 38th.
That's right.
He's 38th. I gave him 20 spots too many on that. So, no, I think, as you look at this and as I read that, I was like, all right, I know what DeMeco is saying, and I know what their general, makeup is, run the ball, toward passing. I don't think that works here. And as far as detriment to other receivers, I think Nico Collins opens it up for other receivers eventually. If he gets 5-6 catches in the first half, 4 or 5, whatever it is, all of a sudden everything changes.
As we're very familiar with, though, with this team, it's going to start with can you block it up, right? Especially if we're talking about deep shots through the air, as opposed to maybe getting the ball out in space and allowing them to cook versus these secondary players. It's going to require an opportunity for time to throw. It's going to require that, and it's going to require everybody to be on the same page. It's going to require the offensive line to be able to pick up the numerous stunts that Mike Macdonald's defense is going to come with. It's going to require particularly the ability for C.J. Stroud to step up in the pocket, which means keeping the front of that clean. Those are all questions that very much that Seahawks defense is going to present to an offense, and it's part of the reason why they've been able to make do with the back-end players kind of being injured and having a rotation back there of guys that are less than your top line, is because their front line has been incredible. So it's still going to come down to that. But I'm with you, man. I think that there's real opportunities to get Nico Collins going. I do wonder, though, how much you're capable of getting to that if you're not able to run the football.
Well, but can you go and maybe do it upside down is what I'm saying. Do it the other way. They're only going to rush 4 guys. They get away with it because they want that extra guy in the secondary, and maybe loosen them up with all those zone passes, and then go in reverse and start running the ball that way. Nico, he only has 22 catches, man.
Yeah, and offense was bad in those first 3 weeks. Did not stay on the field. Like we were there. We watched that. I think that the sample ends up being really crunched because there was a really slow start to the season. I'm also interested to see, and we've talked about this before, what is the jump offensively? So now that you've had you'll have 15 days to prepare for this game. Not saying that that's the only thing that you're paying attention to, but from a Nick Caley and the rest of all of the brain trust offensively, I have to imagine that that's been front of mind since you got on the plane to come back from Baltimore. And so with that being the case, I would hope that they have very much taken account how you attack those things. And to be fair, it probably can't just be Nico Collins either. I feel like there's probably going to be a certain amount of attention given to him.
Dalton, this could be a Dalton 1B.
That's the thing that I was about to bring up. I'm glad that we have a hive mind in this. Like one of the things that I saw that I was really encouraged by in that Ravens game, again, all the caveats, bad Ravens defense, hurt Ravens defense, was not just Dalton Schultz finding space and sitting down in his zone, as, you know, a lot of tight ends are capable of doing. I started seeing a little bit of get the ball and get upfield and get north and south, which those are the things that feel like are differentiating factors from just a tight end that is just like, you know, possession, getting into space, and then, you know, the tight ends that are really problematic that can get the ball, run, and attack you, get some yak. I think that is one of those things that I'm hoping to maybe see from a Dalton Schultz.
When he's at his best, that's what he does. And by the way, Nico Collins with 22 catches, Dalton Schultz has 21. You know, he has only one fewer catch than those. I was looking at this, and you know, we all know that the Texans are going to try to run the ball. They just are. That's their makeup. That's the way they are. And I'm like, man, let's hit that zone. And you know, and then it gets into the point. And I know we'll dig into this later. Is that something that that Nick Caley is willing to do? Can he convince, you know, DeMeco Ryans? DeMeco's in those meetings now. You know, he's not necessarily participating a lot and drawing up plays, but say, hey, look, man. I mean, they know these numbers. They know what they're facing in Seattle.
But I felt bad because as soon as I said, will they be able to do that without running? It made me feel like old crusty, right? The people that are like, oh, you got to establish the run, right? Like I started feeling like that. But the reason why I brought that up was because so much has been made with this offense about staying on schedule. Are they capable of doing that if they're going to be more of a passing outfit? Possibly.
They say they're a game plan offense. That's the subplot here. This will tell us if they really are.
Yeah,
because the game plan should be attacking that zone defense.
100%. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Thursday. Coming up next, the Rockets haven't even started their season, but of course we know a big injury kind of changed some of the landscape. There's odds on, you know, where other players will land, and the Rockets are the betting favorite to acquire this player if he moves from his current team. Would you be in? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you who the player is next.
The Drive is live on day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Would you be interested in this player?
Not in the least.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a break, Fig. No, the Rockets are the betting favorite to acquire a particular player. Would you be in? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. The player you ask? Give me 1 second, I'll give it to you because every season there are players that are like talked about ad nauseum about like as potential trade candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that, you know, odds books are always willing to give you opportunities to put your money on it.
Oh, you're going to hit us with some more odds?
I can if you want to.
Is Bill O'Brien on the list?
When it comes to basketball, no.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll be surprised to find out. Bill O'Brien he is not on the board as a potential landing spot for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Okay.
It is not Giannis, by the way, because the betting odds favorite for that is the New York Knicks, a pretty heavy favorite there. There's some other players into them, but I found it interesting because, I mean, the Rockets are on the board for a lot of these players that could possibly end up somewhere. I imagine a lot of that is just because the Rockets have a lot of draft capital and things that you can use to acquire a player. But they are literally the odds-on favorite to land a particular Los Angeles Laker. Played at Arkansas.
Oh,
in college.
I know who you're talking about.
Guard.
Mm-hmm.
You want to beat me to the punch here?
The hillbilly Kobe.
There you go. Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
Austin Reeves is the player that the Rockets are the odds-on favorite, 5-2, plus 250 odds.
Mm-hmm.
Next best odds are the Utah Jazz at 3-1. Odds like this is something that they look at there. Would you be at all interested in acquiring Austin Reeves? And obviously, maybe not right this moment.
Yeah,
I imagine that you probably
after
would need
December
to wait.
15th, trade deadline, something along those lines.
But if he was to no longer be on the Lakers, Vegas seems to believe, and to be fair, Vegas doesn't usually have like a lot of insight on these types of things. However, Vegas seems to believe the next best landing spot for him outside of the Los Angeles Lakers, his current team, would be the Houston Rockets.
You got to tell me what it might cost because he's really good. He's really, really good.
So about 3 first-round picks, according to the NBA. NBA, man, people be getting traded for
around
5 first-round picks. I'm like, who the hell is this guy?
Like Skittles.
I will forever blame the Minnesota Timberwolves and Rudy Gobert. I saw that trade where it was like 4 first-round picks and recently drafted first-round players, and I was like,
you're good at this.
God.
What would be a realistic figure? What do you think is a real?
You think I'm good at stuff?
Well, I'll just be nice. But either way,
good one. I like that. Actually, I quite like that. No, that's actually it's an important question.
That's important.
Context always matters.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to get a feel for like how you just thought it would fit before you even get to the context. But I can give you the context first. No problem.
Let me just tell you, outside of context, a perfect fit.
Perfect, you say?
A perfect fit. He's a 3-level scorer. I mean, he can shoot outside. He can drive. He's got the mid range. He can draw fouls. Like he
can draw. I feel like you're pointing to his particular skin tone when you say that.
He can draw fouls. He's a good foul shooter. He's like built in a lab for Ime Udoka.
And you know what, the quieter
little defense.
Yeah, he's very dogged on defense. I think the quiet part of him is actually he also knows how to fit a role.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I think that there's something to be said for you having a lot of talent on this roster, and anybody that you add needs to be able to slot in and get in where they fit in.
Yeah.
And he has been very good at getting in where he fits in. Part of that being because he was, what was he, like a second round, or was he undrafted? He came up through that lower kind of elevation. He had to work for everything he's gotten. He has the capability of playing starter minutes, but he can also just be a role player. He can fit in where you need. So I think that that's a nice part. When you ask about the context of what would it take to acquire him, I think it's worth remembering, though, he'd be in an expiring contract this year. So I think that lowers the cost on the front end of acquiring someone like him because you don't have the guarantee and the insurance that you would have him for multiple years. I think that
See,
Lakers
just making him sweeter.
And that's all of those things I find interesting. You know, the one hang up that I have when I'm trying to kind of work through this, his deal, and he does have a player option, so that would be something where you go, okay, maybe he opts in. He's making about $14 million a year, and the reason why I put that and bring that up is not that that's like a crazy amount of money. It's that's kind of a little bit in that mid-level range of a roster. I would like you to look at the cost of what other Rockets are making.
Okay.
And I don't know that you have players that you would be willing to get rid of or willing to trade in order to acquire him, because you have to match salaries to some degree. I will take you through the roster and who is being paid this year, and you tell me which guys you have to maybe send out.
Okay.
All right. To be fair, and this is last year, so let me look at this year, because I was like, why are some of these guys on here? All right. You're not, I don't know. Are you trading Steven Adams? Because he's a $14 million guy. That would be pretty close.
You got a lot of bigs.
You do have a lot of bigs. It feels like they really trust Steven Adams in particular, though, if you're doing this double big thing. And they've made it a large part of their identity. So I'll put that at best as a maybe, but I lean towards they probably would not be willing, especially if you're bringing in a guard for that big. I don't know. We'll see. Dorian Finney-Smith, of course, you would have to wait till that December 15th time period. He makes just under $13 million.
That's a match. Yeah.
Would you be willing to get rid of Dorian Finney-Smith?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
Possibly. I'm still interested in seeing that, because I thought I really like. I think he could be a starter for you once he comes back and he's healthy. But I think that there's a lot of things here that you have to figure out early on in the season, anyways. Reed Shepherd, 10.6. I don't even know exactly how the match would work there. Maybe you'd have to add another player lower down on the bench in order to make it work or whatever. Would you be at all willing to move on for Reed Shepherd? I think that's an interesting question that I wanted to ask you.
I don't know.
I wouldn't.
That's to be determined. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's way too early for that.
Right. That's to be determined with him. Man.
So you could see yourself getting to the place with Reed Shepherd within the first 2 months of the season where you're like willing to move on from him?
No, I'm reluctant. I'm with Figgy. Yeah.
Okay.
My instinct is reluctance, but I who knows if it just doesn't fit? He's not the guy that can really run the offense, because his role, whether you agree or disagree about who's going to be running point guard, we've had that discussion a couple times this week. His role is important. He's going to be one of those guys.
Yeah, and I know that there's some people that are like, how could anybody be relatively low on Reed? I think I might be on the lower side, and even then I'm like, I think he's a vital part of your rotation in the second unit. I think he's like going to be huge to bring on shooting off the bench for you, at least early on in the season, depending how he continues to grow through the year. I think he's going to be very, very vital in that role.
Yeah. No, I think I just looked at this. Austin Reeves averaged 20 points a game last year. Dude.
Yeah. And see, look, me selfishly, I wouldn't want to give up Reed Shepherd because I feel like it's something there. He just didn't have the chance.
Yeah, we got to see it.
But also, man, I feel like this team is kind of in a championship mode where, unfortunately, maybe he don't have time. Maybe he had to go somewhere else. If you trying to win a championship, I don't want Reed Shepherd to be the reason why you don't get better.
And that's the to be determined part.
Yeah.
Because Austin Reeves can come in. He's what's he been 4 or 5 years in the league already?
If he could get you 15 to 20.
Yeah. 15 to 20.
Yeah, I would say 15. That would be pretty good.
Yeah.
But you just don't know with Reed Shepherd.
And I mean, like, you probably could figure out some players at the lower end of the bench that you pair with somebody. I just wonder how many you would have to get to make that salary match, because I think the Lakers would really want those draft picks, and I think that was ultimately the place I wanted to land on. What draft picks would you be willing to? Would you be willing to give like more premium? Like,
you have to
a first.
You have to. They wouldn't even talk to you. Like I said, he averaged 20 points a game last year, man.
And
it would have to be like a first in 2028 or something like that.
Something like that. Are you looking at their draft pick?
Yeah, it would have to be something.
How many do they have?
I'm looking now. They don't have one in 2026. They have a second round pick in 2026.
So yeah, down the road then.
They have a first round pick via Phoenix, and I'll be a little nervous giving that one up because Phoenix might be a little bad. And then they got a Brooklyn swap.
Okay.
In 2027.
Yeah. Am I crazy? Trading a player in a first round pick.
And see, I was joking around a little earlier about the 3 first round picks, but it seemed like that's how the NBA roll a little bit. Like first round picks sound like a lot, but that's not really as much as we think in the NBA like that.
But think that's why I'm depressed a little bit because of the fact that he's going to be an expiring contract, and especially you're going to be trying to make this deal probably not.
Yeah, but
at the start
in the
of
NBA,
the season.
depressed a little bit is still a lot.
Yeah, so I think that this is going to be an interesting one to watch because you're not right this moment. The answer for me is no. I would not want them to make a move right now for him because I would want them to figure out what they have. There's quite the possibility. In fact, there's a probability that you won't need Austin Reeves if things land the way that you want with the immense amount of talent here. But I think this is a nice, interesting kind of curveball that you can throw in the middle of the season depending on how the first few months go for you. And I like the player a lot. I think that the ask would be something interesting to see how, those conversations go. And it seems like it's something that you could easily get to a place that's manageable so you can make a deal December, January that sets you up.
I would be open
for
to
a
it.
nice run.
As Figgy said, I mean, they're kind of the Texans right now. We got to win.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking, who is somebody on the team right now that could be like a Austin Reeves that kind of give you that type of production?
I mean,
like I'm not really confident in saying, Tari Eason could be the Austin Reeves or Reed Shepard could be the Austin Reeves. It seems like we still don't really know.
I mean, Tari Eason might not be a bad answer if you can keep him healthy.
Well, that's the thing.
Like that is the question, is if you can keep him healthy.
If was a fifth.
That's fair. And so, again, all of those things early on in the season will tell, but I will now keep in the back of my head, especially as betting odds like it. Houston, Reeves, the Lakers. I'm going to keep an eye on that as we go throughout the season. Season starts Tuesday. In fact, I'll be out at Little Woodrow's in Edo, courtesy of Michelob Ultra, for the Houston watch party, tip-off watch party. So come out and hang from 6 on. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Speaking of those Rockets, Jabari Smith Jr. had his jersey retired at his high school yesterday. What other things, or what are some things in sports that should just be retired, good or bad? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Again, the number, the text, 713-572-4610. Question of the day: what are some things in sports that should just be retired? For good or for bad, right? Some things you need to just raise to the rafters, and some things we just don't need to see anymore. Let us know what you think, as we will, because this is all inspired by Jabari Smith Jr. Congratulations to the young man who got an honor that I think a lot of people who play sports, particularly in high school, like they appreciate. Because the team,
big time.
Yeah, the entirety of the team is in Atlanta for their final preseason game of this season. They're playing the Hawks this evening. But yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, the entirety of the team, in fact, joined Jabari Smith Jr. as he went to his high school and had his jersey retired there in Atlanta. So, like, shout out to the man. Like, I feel like that means something, even though...
Shout out to the team.
He's gone, he's in the NBA, but, like, having them people back home say that, no, you are the pride of here. Like, we value you. Nobody will wear this number again. That's real cool.
Yeah, no, and shout out to the team, Ime and all of them showing up at the basketball game for that. It was really cool. So good for him to get his number retired. I don't know what I would have retired from high school, but it wouldn't be good.
Probably a helmet.
Maybe a helmet. Actually, I have that helmet in my office.
Do you now?
Yeah.
By the way, Sandy Creek High School is the high school that he was retired, that his jersey was retired at. One of the fun things about it is there's like video of the entire team there. And like, not only are they there, they're engaged.
Oh, yeah.
Alperen Sengun, I want to see the video that he recorded because he had his phone. He looked like, you've been to a graduation. Yeah. You've seen that family where I know they got all the video. They got video of all the angles. He was just up there. He was beaming. He held his phone up and like, looking like
Shaq
son.
at the All-Star game
Yes.
back in the day.
Exactly.
With the handheld camera.
Those people at the graduation that bring the horns and the noisemakers and all that stuff.
Yeah, he was a proud papa in a way.
Yeah.
Watching.
So he won them families. If they say, please do not celebrate till at the very end.
Well, actually, I don't know that he was celebrating. The video that I saw was just him looking very intently. Like, there were some of these dudes that were, sitting there and just kind of smiling. Now, of course, the video I'm seeing from Vanessa Richardson, this looks like this is before the ceremony actually started, per se. But I definitely saw at some point video or at least a photo of Alperen Sengun with his phone held high, taking video
That's my
of
guy.
his guy.
That's my guy.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so with that being the case, much like Jabari Smith's jersey, what thing he retired?
Well, the first one we can all say together, the wave. That's the first. Like, just retire it. It had a good run.
I think I've come back around. I feel like we've all. Yep. This is Contrarian Reggie clocking in. I feel like we've gotten to a point where let people have their fun at the game.
But they're not having fun.
I think you got to do it right because those big old soccer matches.
Now that's awesome.
When they be doing it, everybody be all in on it.
But that's fun.
The thing is, people don't be all in on it. It's kind of half-assed.
Well, it's because we've made it like a point that's like, oh man, the wave is so dumb, and I'm like, what's so bad about it?
But that's why it needs to be retired. Like, if we all went to an Astros game and they did the wave,
would we do every game
on the drive home? That's why I said Astros. On the drive home, we'd be like, man, that was fun. Yeah, especially the wave.
It's all part of the experience. And one thing I will say,
no, we would.
Look at Reggie defending this.
I am. Like I said, Contrarian Reggie
it's part of the experience.
Not only that. I feel like in society, I know, go ahead and groan. I hear him. I feel like in society, we are doing less things together as a group. Like, I kind of like the idea that we all collaborated on this group project that is, let's make this thing look like a wave. It's kind of nice.
But the thing is, everybody ain't collaborating on it.
Exactly.
It's half-assed.
15%. All right, so that needs to be retired outside of Reggie. He wants to keep it alive forever.
I've always been anti-wave, too, but in thinking about it, I'm like, why? Like, what? I don't really have a good reason for not liking it. I'm just being a curmudgeon. I'm like, you know what? I should probably try and stop doing that.
713-572-4610. Of course, comment on Twitch and Odyssey, on YouTube as well. I got a couple more, but I'm interested in yours. Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks should have been retired.
This is it. It's not useful anymore.
No.
Like, there was a point in time early on where it felt like we were getting something useful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were getting some insight into the teams, or at least we were getting some fun, anecdotes or stories, or seeing these guys outside of the football element. One, social media gives us so much of that now that we don't necessarily need that peer in. And then two, it's gotten so sanitized. Like, we can see the editing happening as is going, and this is not for everybody. This is more just a me complaint. If I have to hear one more of these damn corny one-liners that they got Liev Schreiber reading, like it's so obvious the one-liner that they're about to make as a transition, and it's not fun, and it feels like work whenever you watch Hard Knocks now, and I haven't finished the season in about 6 years.
Yeah. All right, I'm curious on yours, but I have one more that just came to mind. And it's not necessarily, I think it needs to be retired now, but it's trending that way. Like the baseball prop or the football turnover prop, like the trident that they have in Seattle and the turnover chain or the turnover whatever prop.
Oh, yeah.
I still kind of see its value, but it's getting
You don't like that?
It's trending toward let's go ahead and retire.
I think we hit the crest.
Yeah, we're right at the top.
I actually think we're back on the downturn
down.
where it's kind of niche. Like I think baseball is cool because I recognize y'all playing 162 of these plus.
Got to make it interesting.
Yeah, man, I hear you on that.
Did you see what Seattle had, or was it Seattle or Toronto?
It was Toronto.
No, Toronto had the jacket.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That was fly. I kind of like that one.
Yeah, that one for sure. Yeah, that one was nice, but. Yeah, I think some one coming in on the text line. I'm actually not with you here, Magic, as Contrarian Reggie keeps clocking in, getting money on this Thursday night football. Now, if you're talking about tonight's matchup, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about in general, I think they've actually done a good job trying to make this solid again. Now, if we're talking about health and safety, absolutely. These 4 days, it's such a bad idea.
Yeah.
However, they've done a good job of making this a better product than it was before.
I don't care about the health and safety.
I
want to watch a game.
Nobody does.
And I be kind of bored Tuesdays and Wednesdays a little bit. I'm like, dang, ain't no NFL game.
What do you guys have?
You just watch some college football.
The one thing we got retired. Obviously, the LeBron versus Jordan debate.
Please,
that should be over, man. Like I don't give a damn who won. Like let's just end this game in a tie.
Agree to disagree, which is another term that I hate.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, when we talk about the LeBron versus Jordan debate, can we stop putting Kobe in here? Like I understand he passed. It was tragic. It shook me to my core.
Yeah.
We don't got a lot to kick it, right? Like we don't have to do that. He's not top 3.
No.
And I know people will hate me for saying it, but like top 10 ain't bad in the history of basketball. Yeah. We don't have to lie just because he passed in this way.
Do you have anything?
You guys have hit a lot of the ones
how
that I wanted.
How about this one on the YouTube? I think this was magic as well, the dunk contest.
Yeah, actually, that's a great answer.
I think so. Yeah. I think it's about that time, man.
And I don't even know if it's about, like, the contest itself. Like, obviously, it's not. I think we are not going to be impressed by a dunk contest ever. We refuse to allow ourselves to be impressed by it.
Every creative dunk ever.
Mm-hmm. Like, I still remember the people that are like, man, I saw Kenny Smith throw the ball, go back and watch them. We're like, that was cheeks. Mm-hmm. With all due respect to the Jet, right? So we're just not going to allow ourselves to be impressed. 281, let us retire Texans fans whining about the Oilers jerseys. Lopez?
What? No. That's until it happens. You know how change happens in this country?
Violently?
Well, according to Anthony Weaver, yes. But no, man, you gotta keep pressing forward for the greater good.
I'm kind of with him on that, man. Look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think we should just
cold water right
there. I think. Look, man, I think we got some fly uniforms right now. As much as I love the Oilers stuff, it ain't gonna happen no time soon, man.
Not with an attitude like that. Not with an attitude like that.
I think obviously the Astrodome existing, fair enough. Retire Houston, we have a problem. God bless, please.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, please. I think the Dynamo just hired a new chief something officer on the executive board, and he's not from Houston, but he's gonna get to know Houston. However, he was like, Houston, we have a problem. I was like, hey, buddy,
stop it.
One thing you need to do right now is not that you will make people mad in an instant.
Yeah,
this is a little spicy. I want to end with this one here, if you don't mind, because obviously people got spicy about an announcement in this vein. Retire most halftime music performances. Are you with this?
I mean, what are we doing at halftime?
Yeah,
then?
no, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, you can go to the bathroom.
That's part of the entertainment.
Yeah, you can go to the bathroom.
Actually, it might help to mitigate some of these lines. Like some of the people actually gonna stay in their seats to watch this.
Yeah,
that's fair. Somebody said for Thursday help if teams only play if they're coming off a bye. Yeah, I think that they've done some things like that. And the big thing that I've noticed this year, they've made it basically all division games. So that shorter span to get ready is mitigated a little bit by, this is a common opponent. We already know some things about the way that they play. So game planning is a little bit easier than if we're playing somebody in a division on the other side of the different conference where we have, it's a fresh thing, and then we get really ugly, sloppy football. So it's been a lot better this year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, in fact, speaking of things that should be retired, I personally think that this conversation that's being had in football over and over and over again needs to be retired. I'll tell you what next when we go around the NFL.
Texans. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here, but I do want to go back one more again, to the question of the day, which asked, what's something in sports that just needs to be retired? And y'all came in real strong with some things that I was like, damn, I should have thought of that. I appreciate you from the 346 retired Cincinnati Bengals ownership. I feel like there's a few other owners. How about Athletics ownership? Let's see what other ownerships probably need to get up out of here. Well, yeah, I'll throw that one in there. Like especially like the cheap owners. Like the cheap owners are the ones that really offend my sensibilities. How are you supposed to be a billionaire, but you out here acting cheap? Wealthy thrift doesn't move me.
Yeah.
So that one got me. Another 346, retire the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. There was a point in time, though, where we would have said that about the Lions 100%.
Sure. And was said. I mean, no, I remember it very distinctly. It was said.
That was a conversation.
Yeah.
I will say I don't go with Cowboys on Thanksgiving because it's fun when they lose, too. Like, it's fun for everybody. It's not just fun for the Cowboys fans. If they win, then it's fun for the Cowboys fans, and when they lose, everybody else is like, "Ha
Yeah.
we get to have fun."
I think it's fun because everybody got a Cowboys fan that's around Thanksgiving.
Sure.
And they always choke or whatever.
I don't understand why a specific team on Thanksgiving has to be a tradition, just in general.
Because it's been there.
I mean, just because?
Yeah. It's one of the worst reasons that I think to continue to do a thing is because you've done it, but.
Yeah.
Once it's a tradition, it's like, damn, there you go.
Yeah.
Somebody said NFL sideline reporter. I find that to be interesting. I think that they're still doing stuff that we don't see, so it's not intelligible to us that they're getting information because it'll be fed back to the booth, and sometimes it comes through those guys. But I do wonder.
Let me get a little more specific on that because I think they have a lot of value, as you said.
Yeah.
They're in the meetings, the in-game interview.
Yeah, and the in-game interview is fair.
What are you really expecting? What do you get? Nothing and nothing.
I think if you sitting there expecting to get some breaking news or something, you in the wrong place.
Right.
But I do feel like it's fair to have them on the sideline, just little smaller updates throughout the game
and stuff like that.
Because everybody ain't on their phone looking at Adam Schefter's tweets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Although I feel like, I imagine then, it's like, hey, it might be justifying their existence to make sure that there's a couple of interviews in off chance that we get an update. Although I guess they do that with like Mike Pereira, so who cares?
Right? But sometimes you get some good moments from it.
100%.
Yeah, you might get some raw emotion from a head coach that's pissed off.
Kirk Signetti.
However,
this past weekend.
Yes. However, one thing I do want to retire. I want to retire the gambit of being a jerk as a head coach. Like the Pop bit, the Joe Mazzulla bit. I don't like. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's just
because they're both really good dudes.
Yeah,
they're really good. Like Mazzulla, did you hear him talking about I know we're on a tangent. The media basketball game that we referenced yesterday.
Yeah.
He went into his press conference yesterday. Did y'all see this?
He loves basketball, though.
And he just said, hey, guys, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, hey, I want you to know how important that was to me, to see you guys in a different element, to see the media on the same level as us, as opposed to you doing your job and me up here trying to protect my team. He said, that was really good. For all of us. I'm like, damn, Joe, that's
like we need a head coach like that.
Yeah,
that
was
heartfelt. DeMeco, take some notes, man.
What are you doing right now?
I might call that up for around the NFL. It's worth listening. I mean, for what's popping, it's worth listening to.
All right, something that I would like to retire. Can we stop with the PFF talk? Like, I think that I'm not saying that the criticisms aren't fair. They are very fair. We've gotten a lot of it, particularly over the last couple of weeks. And J.J. Watt. Beloved in this town, beloved a lot of places as well, a lot of other places as well. J.J. Watt joined the Pat McAfee show as he is wont to do, and he absolutely lambasted Pro Football Focus's player grades. This is what it sounded like.
I'm getting hot. I'm getting hot.
Oh, I like
keep going. Keep going.
Love it. Exactly. You know, you gotta get passionate.
Personal stories of Uber drivers telling NFL passengers that they break down film for PFF and that they watch the TV copy only and put a grade out after the game.
That Uber driver's
You can't watch film on the TV copy and create a grade. You can't break down a person's grade and know what they're supposed to do if you don't know their exact assignment. Like D-Butt just said, I know defensive line play unbelievably well. I could not go and grade a game for a player and give him a definitive grade without speaking to him, his coach, the scheme, everything. It's just a fact. PFF has a ton of great stuff. Player grading sucks. Stop putting it out.
Hell yeah!
Attaboy, Jay. Well done.
I hate Jage so much as a nickname. I personally hate it. I have no stake in the matter, though.
I don't know why they necessarily applauded. I think they were just sort of like they were applauding the rant.
Just the rant,
They
yeah.
were applauding the rant. Here's the thing, though, Reggie and Figgy, you guys know this. I don't know anybody that doesn't qualify lineman grades every time they come up. On this station, everyone does.
Sure, and I think also, like, just in a general sense, the people in media try and do a good job of qualifying it. I think we've gotten to a point where we're really bashing people who are just at home who are, trying to take this. Now, also, a lot of this is stemming from NBC, like Sunday Night Football, with them showing Pro Football Focus because of the tie with Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah.
Everybody's really just punching at NBC right now. But I'm like, I feel like this has been well established. And I think he brings up some really good points. There's no personal grudge here. He was always rated really well by Pro Football Focus.
He was the highest.
Yeah, literally the best at what he did, as we saw. But at the same time, he's right. Like, people are grading off of TV copy where we are privileged to get a little bit more of that all-22, and you get to see things from a very different perspective. Even just getting our perspective from, press row, right, from up in the press box. It looks way different than what it does on the TV copy. So I understand that is a limitation that makes it so that it's damn near impossible, on top of the very clear one that any athlete will tell you. Seth has told you quite a bit. I know Clint has said it as well, that you don't know the responsibilities that these guys have, so how do you know that they're doing them well?
Yeah.
I do. So he's 100% right. Can I bring up this point that is neither here nor there, but I want to say regardless? J.J. Watt being like, evidence piece number 1. I've heard Uber drivers saying that they do the grading, and I'm like, so Uber drivers can't lie, huh?
That's right.
Like, that sounds like something that if I was driving, no, I'm just doing this for a little bit. What I actually do is, I be grading football. I know ball.
I got my own studio.
And not to say that he's lying, not to say that the Uber driver was actually lying in that case, because we do know that there's kind of like part-time work happening with some of these graders on this Pro Football Focus. It just tickled me because the image I immediately came to was like, I'm sitting in there and this guy's like, I actually, in my free time, I actually do grade. I grade the Texans games. Well, and I'm like, all right, dog, just drive me to the airport.
This is the point I wanted to bring up on it, because we all say like especially linemen. I think some of the other positions are graded very fairly and accurate, as you can get off of off of watching it like that. But every NFL team, how PFF got to be so big? Every NFL team subscribed to it. All 32. Because the NFL finds some value in PFF. That's number 1. Number 2, there are a lot of former PFF people who now work for NFL teams. One of them was the offensive coordinator last year here.
Oh, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an indictment.
No, I'm just saying he worked at PFF.
You're right.
And became an NFL. Ultimately, became an NFL offensive coordinator. You can talk about the job he did all you want, and we have. But what I'm saying is, there is, if you're going to say it sucks,
it's really connected together at some point.
And I want to be clear. J.J. Watt did a lot of clarifying. That was just a clip of it. He made mention of the fact that there's a lot of tools that Pro Football Focus provides that is very good and very useful that obviously you mentioned NFL teams utilize themselves.
Yeah.
It's the player grades. The player grades are the ones that really get under the skin of everybody. But ultimately, I'm like, I feel like we have made this point very plain. It is very clear. I think we're good. I think we did it.
I think the thing that bothers him a lot is just, especially with the offensive lineman, just showing like, oh, he had a worse game according to PFF and all this other stuff. It's just like
he's the 17th best lineman.
I think that part kind of bothers people a little bit too, where it's just like, according to PFF, it's just like, nah, man, like just.
But last thing here, and I think it's important also, we kind of talked a little bit about it in the cross. People in grades, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they just love them. I could do a PFF score on every Sports Radio 610 on-air host. And people would read, oh, really? He's a 78, huh? I could just pull it out of the thin air. People will read it.
And players do care about that stuff. Believe it or not, they care about Madden ratings.
Yeah.
So that type of stuff they do care about.
Yeah.
It's also easier to go, well, 87 is bigger than 82 compared to like qualitatively, oh, well, he uses his hands well and, his sets very well, but, he probably needs to get a little bit down in his stance.
Yeah.
Like that stuff is harder to have the conversations about and kind of, I guess, rank, not necessarily that you always need to be doing.
I think Figgy's about an 83.
At what? Just generally.
PFF score.
I was about to say just an 83. Just a random grade.
That's a good grade.
That's your Lopez score. Your Lopez score is 83. I don't know what it does.
I felt like we playing different positions though.
That's also a great point.
It's hard for me to really judge. What
because
Figgy does.
I might be an 83 in there.
Yeah.
But I'm like a 97
there
right
we go.
here, man.
Okay, JJ.
Appreciate that.
Lopez might be a 97 in there. He might be a 62 in here.
More like 26.
I was like, yeah, you're giving him a lot there.
Invert those numbers.
I feel like, yeah.
By the week's number.
Doing a little football talk here on Sports Radio 610, which is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, maybe even a game called by J.J. Watt all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. As we continue around the NFL, there's a little Thursday night football going on tonight, and it is between the Bengals and the Steelers. Again, another division game. And, of course, the thing that really tickled me, gentlemen, is the way that the NFL is deciding to sell this game.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this game characterized as a battle of the unks.
The Unk Bowl.
Did you see that?
I saw the Unk Bowl, yeah.
And I was like, hey, we're really leaning into this because it's Aaron Rodgers at his advanced age, Joe Flacco at his advanced age. And I was like, damn, we're really doing this, huh?
I kind of like it. Isn't it only the third ever? I think it's the second or third ever of opposing quarterbacks being 40 or older.
It might be.
I kind of like it.
And this is like the first game in a very long time. Joe Flacco is the younger one.
Yeah. And
that's a great point.
The other thing about this game, and we've established this because he's established this, Mike Tomlin loves Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin loves Joe Flacco. So it's gonna be
playing against Joe Flacco?
Remember he didn't want to get Anthony Richardson hurt because he didn't want Joe Flacco in the game?
Yeah.
And then he said something this year about Joe Flacco. He loves Joe Flacco.
From the 832 and the 361 confirming that it was called, someone called it the Icy Hot Bowl.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That was a player. One of the players called it the
That
Icy
is
Hot Bowl.
hilarious. I will say, actually, as I think about it and as I look at it, the Steelers 4.5-point favorites tonight, I actually kind of like that because I feel like you always use the quarterbacks to try and sell the game, right? I feel like we should be able to laugh at it when it's just a little funny. We know that they're not going shot for shot between these two quarterbacks. One of them is clearly a lot better than the other in this moment. Let's have a little fun.
Hey, you never know, man. It might be throwing for 300 yards.
Yeah.
It might
combined. Both of them each.
It might. You never know.
I guess that is the fair.
It is the second one. The other one was Drew Brees against Tom Brady.
Which, by the way, that top Sporting News' top 10 oldest quarterback matchups in NFL history. That was literally the oldest. This one will slide in it too, as you mentioned. Brett Favre and Vinny Testaverde was 3 back in 2007. I didn't even remember Vinny Testaverde was still playing at that point. He also played Kurt Warner that year came in at 4. I was like, damn, we've had instances of a lot of old guys throwing the football. And this will be the second oldest of those. So shout out to those guys on Thursday night football. Actually, I think it might be somewhat interesting for at least a short period of time.
Yeah.
I think this one gets out of hand, obviously, because of the Bengals. I think this will be interesting for a short period of time. I'll definitely be tapped in early. Some other things around the NFL. Have you been keeping up with this Josh Simmons thing?
Well, yes, I have.
So apparently, Josh Simmons, he missed the Week 6 game the Chiefs had, and it was described early on as a family situation when he missed practice on Wednesday, and he missed practice yesterday as well, but didn't play this weekend, and it was like ruled as he was personal issues, but it was erroneously described as a family situation. And then ultimately you got Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes both kind of not tiptoeing around about it. Like, what's happening with Josh Simmons here, man?
Well, Mahomes said, I just want to pray for him. So what is happening? Obviously you're hoping for the best, but it doesn't sound, like it sounds very, very personal.
Yeah, the particular words that Mahomes used, quote, "I'll keep conversations kind of between us, but I'm always praying for him.
Right.
I'm praying for all my teammates, so I'm always praying for him." And I'm like, obviously don't want to speculate, but I'm like, that's wild because it's like personal issues, but not family issues. Mm-hmm. And this is a dude who, I guess, I was listening to Seth make this point this morning, that there were some people when it came to draft evaluations that talked about potential like off-field issues, not necessarily legal ones, but maybe mental somewhat.
Sure, and it happens, man. It's in every industry.
These are the quiet parts of analysis, and these are the quiet parts of trying to figure out whether a guy's going to fit and whether a guy's going to work for you. Mm-hmm. So I found that to be very interesting. I'm very intrigued because it's a thing that kind of remains shrouded in mystery right now.
Yeah, no, and obviously you're always going to hope for the best, but it just is mysterious and clearly something. I think it's serious. Just from the tone, if you watched Andy Reid, it wasn't like one of those situations where he didn't want to talk about it because it made him mad or like he did. It was like caring. It was like caring for the guy.
Yeah, and I feel like Andy Reid is the type of guy that's been around the block where he might kind of just try and ease fears a little bit. I don't think he did very much of that necessarily. It's just like, we'll let that handle and play out. Another thing around the NFL, the Cardinals, they're having a rough season to this point, including one rough play from the quarterback, and they're dealing with an injury from the quarterback, including as well Kyler Murray. He missed last game with a foot sprain. But Jonathan Gannon, who's the head coach there in Arizona, was actually asked a pretty interesting question, just like how he handles or when he learned to take the emotion out of handling coaching. This was his response.
Coach, how early in your career did you have to start trying to figure out how to take the emotion out of coaching, as far as when you have all these injuries and you have all these different pieces? When's the first time that you can recall that?
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
Man.
Well.
Coach, thank you.
Thank you.
They were like,
he had that ready.
What? Who's the follow? Yeah, that's how you know he's telling the truth, because he immediately, I feel like in that moment, he was right back there in Atlanta. I think he was like a quality control coach or something. Yeah. He's like, Michael Vick did what?
I believe that's what you call catching strays.
I don't think that felt fairly direct, if we're going to be entirely honest here.
Yeah. 07, Michael Vick. Next.
Yeah, he's like,
thank you,
I learned we can't put too much emotion here because we'll lose it. I appreciated that. I thought that was funny. However, I also thought it was funny in the light in some ways. Ain't this the dude who just got fined $100,000 for putting his hands on one of his players in a moment of like anger?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Apparently it didn't take.
He might be the white Anthony Weaver at this point.
Violence is the answer.
Yeah, he might be a little violent.
I just feel response in that moment. Yeah, but yeah, that'll teach you a lesson, right? Like don't invest yourself too much in this, because you might be in a bad way. You might find out that your quarterback is fighting dogs and you lose him for a good long time. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That was a little bit of around the NFL here. Coming up next, let's keep talking NFL, because it's a Thursday and we love talking to one of our good friends, a former pass rusher in the NFL, ND Kalu. Let's talk to him next on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, man, you've
281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 Blue with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Thursday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Programming note, it's a Thirsty Thursday, so you know the fellas of the drive will be out and about. Today, it is the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. If you're in that part of town, go out and see the fellas hang out. And you know they never come empty-handed, so they'll definitely have some giveaways going on. That's at 2 o'clock at the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. Go see the fellas. Right now, use your ears. Listen as we hit the phone line. We talk to a friend that we always talk to on a Thursday, a titan of industry, our good friend, New Edition's biggest fan, both literally and figuratively, our guy, Andy Kalu. What's happening, man?
What's going on? How are y'all doing?
Oh, fantastic. Missed you last week. We happened to both be out, so we may have to sort of regurgitate something here. But I did want to just ask you about we've heard from Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans about, you just take the bye week as it comes. Is that the same thing with the players? Do you like it early, late? How do you do that?
Typically, you want to smack dab in the middle. You feel like, obviously, when I played those 16 games, so you wanted at that 8-game or 8-week mark. But I do believe they prefer it later. Even DeMeco made mention, which I was surprised. And I love how transparent he is in front of the media. He said, yeah, it came a little bit early, but we had to go ahead and take it when it was given to us. But to answer your question, John, I think as an organization, you want it a little bit later just because of the nature of the game. As the season goes on, I'm not talking about the serious injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the ones where it's like, man, if he had a couple of weeks or if he had a week to rest that bum ankle, he'll benefit from that. And you have more of that week 8, 9. So you want to get that week off, closer to the midseason or even the later season if you're a playoff team.
Andy, pardon me for being nosy. I feel like we good at this point where we can get there. What was your favorite bye week vacation, or what was the favorite best way that you used your bye week during your playing day?
You know what? I was always that player, Reggie, where even after I signed my 5-year deal, I was never comfortable. I was always looking over my shoulder. I was always thinking to myself, I have to outwork the guy who's either behind me or in front of me. So, I don't have any of the exciting, man, we went to Mexico and we saw the donkey perform. I don't have any of those stories during my bye weeks. It was like, man, I'm going to rest for a couple of days and then I'm going to get with our strength coach and just try to make sure no one's outworking me. And I'm not saying it for a pat on my back. When I look back, I do wish that I would have enjoyed some things a little bit more, but and the NFL does that. Unless you're a superstar, and those guys are always chasing something. Unless you're like a Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, you're always looking over your shoulder because they're always trying to replace you.
I knew that was going to be your answer. I really did, because my secondary question was, okay, so what was the work that you were doing? It sounds like strength and training. Was there ever an instance where, your position coach gave you something to look at or something to work on? Because I'm really thinking about this offense and, they have an opportunity to get better with the additional week. But I'm like, how much does that actually filter down to the players?
That's a good question. They don't give you anything during the off week because the coaches, they know they truly want you to take off mentally, physically. Mm-hmm. They want you to take off. So a coach isn't going to say, hey, Reggie, on your bye week, your off week, why don't you go ahead and study this? Now, these guys are pros. Yeah. So I'd expect, especially the offensive line, I hope somebody on that offensive line went to their old high school and said, yeah, you know what, let me work on my footing. Let me work on my technique for about 30 minutes. But guys are pros. There's a lot of negative press when it comes to professional athletes, but even after playing 12 years and getting to cover these guys, I'm still pleasantly surprised and reminded like how professional even players on a bad team, as crazy as that sounds, like I would not be surprised if the majority of those guys, they went and worked on what they felt like was a weakness during the bye week.
Yeah, and at least one person in this conversation has actually been to the Donkey Show. Anyway.
That's a real thing?
It's a real thing.
Oh, fantastic.
It's a real thing. It really is. Trust me on that, or trust someone on that.
Oh.
Okay.
Look at the journalist letting his sources out.
When he
Lord, sources went right out the bat.
So, Andy, which is the real Texans? I want to just leave it at that because we know what they were 0-3, what we talked about with you. We know what we've seen. It's been pretty dang good. Which is the real Texans from what you're seeing?
We'll know Tuesday morning because a guy like myself, I'm big on NFL. It's a win. You better respect it because there's only 32 teams out there, and you're talking about the best players in the country when it comes to football. But on the flip side, it's all relative. Baltimore's struggling. Tennessee, they fired their coach. So you're playing and you're getting victories against some teams that are struggling. You know who's not really struggling? The Seattle Seahawks. When you look at their loss that they had against Tampa Bay, I mean, Tampa Bay is one of the top teams in the league, and that was a good competitive game. And they're 4-2. They're fighting for the division, the Seattle Seahawks. So my point is, you're playing against a team that's hitting on all cylinders. You're playing against a team that has productive players on both sides of the ball. So I really think that we'll know who the true Texans are after that Monday Night Football game.
We're talking to our guy, ND Kalu, here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And ND, we obviously share a kinship in that we are both Nigerian descendants. We are both Texans. And another person who falls in with those categories is Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Right, like he has been fantastic this year. If you were calling the defense, if you were setting this thing up, would you have Derek Stingley travel with that man?
100%. I thought you were going to ask, like, how do you handle him? And I was literally fixing my big Nigerian lips to say I would get Stingley. I would get Stingley to follow him wherever he goes. And that's a shout out to Stingley because I think he's, top 3 corner in the NFL. And Njigba, he's living up to all the hype. And speaking of our Nigerian Americans, I don't know what's up. They have Uchenna Nwosu, a great pass rusher. They have Mafe Boya. He's another great outside linebacker. I'm like, Seattle, they're tapping into the Nigerian talent. Yeah. So obviously I'm going for my Texans, but I'm not too mad about what's going on over there in Seattle. But to answer your question, absolutely, Stingley, go find number 11 and just follow him all over the field.
Okay, so defensively, we know the Texans have absolutely just been, suffocating.
Yes.
And this is probably going to be a low-scoring game. Is there anything on the defense? Because I was talking about the interior defensive line with which you are very familiar. Well, the defensive line anyway. I feel as if that's something that they still could shore up. It puts a lot of pressure on the linebackers. Would you agree or disagree with that?
When you say shore up, because I actually like what I see in the middle. I feel like those are the unsung heroes. Now, look, there's going to be some gaps, and I have seen some games where I'm like, oh, man, they're getting gashed in the middle, but then they bend, but they don't break. And it's hard for me from the TV copy to know if, okay, that 3 technique wasn't in the B gap, and that's why they picked up those yards, or was that the middle linebacker that was supposed to fill the B gap? It's kind of tough to tell, but when you see big plays go up the middle, you just think, oh, it's the interior defensive line. And on a personal note, I deal with that at every Baylor game. My son starts his nose tackle, so anytime they pick up yards in the middle, I'm like, God, dog it. Yeah. I know that wasn't his fault, but everyone's going to think it's his bad. But, all jokes aside, but I actually really like the entire defensive line for the Houston Texans. And it's tough to say it's the D tackles, but I will say this from what you brought up, not just the interior defensive part of the line of it, but just the interior of the defense. Yeah. So whether it's the tackles, whether it's the zero technique, whether it's the middle linebackers, they do have to shore that up as well.
ND, I hate to make you betray your defensive line brethren, right? I know that's a whole brotherhood there, but how do you go about attacking a defensive line as stout in the middle as the Seattle Seahawks defensive line is?
You don't. Yeah. You hit the edges. When you are that stout against the run, you hit the edges. When you have that presence, Byron Murphy, I believe he went to UT. Correct me if I'm wrong. I knew he was a Texas guy. And this is a guy, he's either leading the team or he's up there in sacks from the nose tackle position. And we all knew what type of freak of nature he was when he was playing in Austin. So, you don't want to run away from what you do well. But when you do play an interior defense like this, you hit the edges. You respect it. And then when you do gain some yards on the edges and they're not expecting it, you do hit them in between the A and B gap because you can't totally take away an entire part of the field. It's more about blocking schemes. It's more as opposed to how do we run away from A and B gap. It's more, okay, how do we block these guys? Is it going to be combo blocks? Are we going to pull the guard to the off gap to, try to change it up a little bit and not just have man-to-man, mano-a-mano type of blocks?
Any of those feel more likely from what line are?
It has to be all the above.
Okay.
You have to do a little bit of everything. You have to hit the edges, with Woody Marks and his speed and his quickness with this offensive line until proven otherwise. You have to say, okay, we don't want to just go head up against Byron Murphy, so we're going to do some schemes. We're going to do some combo blocks, some off blocks where his attention may be to the strong side of the field, but then you're doing what they call a wham block, and I don't want to get too technical, but then you do a wham block that comes from the weak side where he's not expecting it.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you get, look, I'll say this as a defensive lineman, the more you get defensive linemen thinking, they don't like that. We just want to put our hand in the dirt and we just want to eat, see ball, get ball. But the more you're thinking, where's this block coming from? Which way they're going? It slows them down. So that's why I would like to see some creativity with the blocking schemes.
Indy, what'd you do for Fela's birthday yesterday?
Who?
See, I knew I could get you. Fela Kuti, his birthday was yesterday. I went and listened to some live music, but I wanted to see if I could get you real quick.
You got me on that. What was I doing yesterday? You know what? Work, the same thing. But, you know what? You know how they talk about take your man card? I guess you're going to take my green and white Nigerian card on that one. But
never that.
But what I'll do a belated honor to him when I'm in the office later on today.
Very good. Yeah, play you some Afrobeat. Enjoy yourself.
A little Fear No Man.
There you go. He got it right back. I appreciate you giving us some of your time. Always a delight to talk to you, ND. Have a good one, my man.
Next week.
All right, man.
There he is. ND Kalu joins us every week right here in The Loop on Sports Radio 610. I found that very interesting, getting a feel for what, you got to throw all of it. You got to throw all of it and make the defensive line think. It just makes me go, can you execute all of those different things? Do you have the capability to do it and do it cleanly? Because, that's when it gets difficult, is when you start throwing a bunch of changes on the offensive line. We'll see what they ultimately come with, and they being Nick Caley, I think that is really going to be an interesting game. In fact, we'll talk more about that as we go. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping in sports, including is this going to become a thing with a Houston sports athlete as well? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with
the best burgers in town, and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, Beck'sPrime.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on a Thursday, Thirsty Thursday, in fact, on Sports Radio 610. I will take this moment, now that I recall. Whenever I remember, I try and do these things, because if I put it off, my dumb self will forget. The fellas of The Drive will be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. New Caney, we're coming to you, sucker. So come out and hang out with the fellas, of course, courtesy of Bud Light. There's all sorts of good stuff that they're coming with to give away as well. So go see the fellas at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Can I ask something dumb too? It's probably.
What did I say that was dumb?
No, you said you were going to.
Yeah, I said I would forget. I didn't say I was saying something dumb. Look at you just injecting stuff in there.
Okay, can I say something dumb unique to me?
Yeah, absolutely. Always, in fact.
Whose birthday was it yesterday? I didn't
Fela Kuti,
I didn't know who that was.
Nigerian.
I know other listeners probably wondering. Did you know?
Nah, I didn't.
That is fair.
Kuti?
Fela, F-E-L-A.
Fela
Kuti, K-U-T-I. He was a Nigerian musician, kind of akin to Bob Marley of sorts.
Okay.
Really foundational in the music genre Afrobeat.
Okay.
A lot of political type of music as well that obviously resonated very far.
Right.
A national hero of sorts.
Okay. Well, that's a new one on me.
They cleared us out on this one.
They did.
Yeah, I just lean into all the Nigerian whenever I get an opportunity to talk to ND. I probably need to reel it back. I'll figure that out at some point.
Nah, you ain't got to do that.
No, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Something that I'm definitely not about to reel back on. Rockets are getting ready for the season, man. I'm super excited. I'm going to be honest. I will finally meet you where you are, Lopez. I don't know how excited I am about tonight. They get their final preseason game in Atlanta. I believe in Atlanta. At least they're playing against Atlanta. I believe it's in Atlanta. Because I got up in the air last week trying to figure out where the hell the game was. Or not last week, 2 days ago. Trying to figure out where the game was against the Pelicans. I will lash out and blame ESPN for showing that as a home game.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they were playing in
Birmingham, Alabama.
They're playing in Alabama.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I know they are playing on the road, and I know they are playing the Hawks. Those are the things that I'm willing to say right now. Kevin Durant and Alperen Şengün and, quote, others are out for this one. Is there anybody that you really want to see, maybe with the opportunity and the benefit of more minutes in this?
I want to see 2 40-year-olds scramble for half a yard.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to be
You're like,
watching.
I ain't giving that no mind.
That's what I'm going to be watching.
You want to see no Reed Shepherd?
I want to see them running like I do, try to gain half a yard.
Figgy, I thought I was giving him the layup with, give me more Reed Shepherd with minutes. He was like, I ain't watching that.
I ain't watching that. We got to be honest here, man. It's going to be fun seeing how this thing develops, but it starts
Tuesday night,
yeah.
Where I will be at Little Woodrow's in Edo with the watch party out there, courtesy of Michelob Ultra. Please come out. There's giveaways there as well, too. Some other things that are popping. Speaking of a Rocket, you're familiar with Kevin Durant, right?
Very much so. He's good, right?
Very.
Yeah.
He looks very good. I mean, he's getting buckets with ease, so on and so forth. The question I have has nothing to do with Kevin Durant on the court. It's, are we going to make this a thing too? And I will start by making a mea culpa. Lopez, I gave you a lot of guff about bringing something up that I felt like did not need to be brought up because you would just make it a thing, and I'm actively doing that.
And you're making it a thing.
Acknowledging that on the front end, so I'm a little bit less of a hypocrite. However, we know that baseball's happening, and the Seattle Mariners still plying their trade in the postseason.
Yeah.
Well, Josh Naylor, who obviously plays for the Mariners. I don't know why I was trying to say Blue Jays. He walked into the building wearing a Seattle Supersonics jersey, the number 35, which of course is Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant saw this video on social media and quote tweeted,
"Don't do it, Kevin.
Good luck, Mariners."
Oh, he
good
did
throwback, Josh.
Oh, he did. I'm kidding.
Are we about? Is this going to be a thing? Are we doing this?
No.
There he is, supporting Seattle. He only played in Seattle for what, like a year, 2 years? Was that it?
Something like that. No more than 2.
Look at him supporting Seattle.
I'm kidding because I think he's just supporting. This dude's wearing my Seattle Supersonics jersey. I think that's what he's supporting. So, hey, yeah, good luck, Mariners, man. He's got my jersey on. I think that's what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. I thought it was like, hey, just good throwback. Like, just keep it to the jersey. Apparently.
It's a sweet jersey, too, man. really is.
Doing back to Supersonics. I think that might be one of the opinions in sports that has the highest Q rating, that has the most agreeable, I guess, portion of of sports fans.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, yeah, the Sonics got done wrong and bring them back.
Yeah.
I think everybody's there for seeing that green and gold.
And they will come back.
It has to.
Yeah, they will.
Eventually they will expand, and that's got to be location number one, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely going to happen, but nothing to see here. It's kind of funny, to me more than anything.
Speaking of KD, though, actually, I saw this, and I'm trying to figure out what this is actually from, because I've seen KD video, I've seen James Harden, and both of them talking about.
Oh, it's a Netflix thing.
Is it Netflix? Okay,
I think it's Netflix. I think it's the KD documentary, right?
Cool, because I was looking, I was like, I keep seeing these clips, and I want to watch this thing, and I have nobody's saying where it's from. I just keep seeing them.
Yeah.
This excerpt in particular is from KD talking about where he was, and did we clean this up? I want to make sure it got clean. I realized that as I'm saying, how he was feeling.
Or did we?
Well,
let's find out, right? Yeah. When he was with the Thunder, and the Thunder traded James Harden, of course, to our Houston Rockets. This was what he said.
It's like Bron and D Wade and so many dudes around the NBA sending tweets out like, "Congrats to my bro James. He got his he going to Houston. He gonna kill it." When they was just happy that we wasn't together no more. They was so happy. I know Bron and they was so happy that we wasn't together no more because we was on their ass. Everybody in the league was like, "Man, James, I'm so happy you in Houston, man. You gonna kill it, bro." My bro, I just scared. Y'all knew we was on the way.
Now, the funny thing about this, a couple things. It's not funny. I mean, they were on their way. They were. But people tend to forget there was some reported friction there, between the three of them. And I'm guessing Russell Westbrook had something to do with that, if I had to guess. But so it was going to happen. The other thing is they had just gotten gentlemanly swept. It was a 5-game series by LeBron's team, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but that OKC team was still kind of young.
It was not kind of young. It was very young. We were looking at them like they're here early.
Against year 2 of the big
Heatles.
3.
Yeah. No, I get it, but it's like we were on their ass. Yeah, I mean, eventually you would have been.
I think after that fact, after that, it was kind of like, these guys are going to be back.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, honestly, my takeaway from this, and maybe this is just Reggie spinning forward and drinking the Kool-Aid, I think this was a point in time where people were, looking at KD like, I don't know how competitive he is, whatever.
Yeah.
And at least underneath, that competition was clearly there, because it wasn't just, hey, James, y'all are just saying this because y'all were afraid I was coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like that, hearing more of that about KD. And we've seen more of that in his career, but even dating all the way back, it's always been in him. I'm excited to see how that competition, how that competitive streak shows itself as he joins the Houston Rockets. Or Pop, you mentioned this earlier. Joe Mazzulla. We talked about this. We mentioned this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They had like a little media game that was supposed to happen.
Surprise that he popped on
and
the
he
media?
surprised on the Celtics media. Nope, y'all are playing against the coaches.
Yeah.
And of course the coaches whooped they asses.
Mm-hmm.
This was actually Joe Mazzulla showing a little bit of a soft side on the backside of that.
Hey, thanks for yesterday too, guys. I obviously didn't know it was going to turn into what it did, but I don't think you realize how much it helped me, see. I think one of the reasons there's no stage up here today, because I felt like after yesterday we all had our guard down and like we were all in the competitive arena together. That meant a lot to lower everyone's guard and bust balls and do all that stuff. So it was cool to see everybody in a natural environment. And sometimes we're coming from a competitive arena and you're not in a competitive arena. You're just doing your job, and that's where things get misinterpreted. But like, for all of us to be in the same arena, I think that says a lot. So yesterday was very, very important. It'll be laughed at and joked about, but it means a lot more to humanize. We have too many interactions where it's coach and you, like everyone's doing their job. But we all got to see Corrales shove, Jack Simone, which is no different than me getting pissed at Jack Simone's question, right? It's a competitive reaction to a thing that's going on. So if anything, we have to do it more because it humanizes the competition. And I realize how much you guys really like the game and care about it. So I hope that it doesn't drag on as something that's funny. It's something that was serious, So I meant that, and that was important that we did that yesterday, and we'll do it again. So thanks.
On the surface, that's just cool. On the surface, that's just awesome. The humanization ask another level to this too. And it got me thinking back when I was covering the NBA on a day-to-day basis. I traveled with the team.
Mm-hmm.
I rode the buses with the team and the coaches. And everything in those environments was completely off the record. They knew it. I knew it. But you could kind of see each other in each other's element as without a guard put up. You could talk to, various players, and they would know and you would know. This wasn't like you're on the stage. He literally took the stage off. You heard him say that? Like there's usually a stage and a podium. He was just standing there because he felt, that sort of, at least for now, something of a humanizing connection with the people who are on that side versus the people who are on this side. I think there's a lot to be learned from that. Media is never going to travel with a team again because it's more than two riders. It's everybody. But just to be able to do things like this and set it to that level is important.
No, I thought that he really did a good job getting to the back half of this. This is why people look at him as some kind of evil genius a lot of times. But I do appreciate that, and I hope that more teams, more staffs kind of get an opportunity to do that. And I'm not going to lie, right? It's gotten a little chippy from time to time. Particularly, I'm thinking with the Texans media and coaching staff, well, really mostly DeMeco, and I guess Caserio as well at times. And I think that it's probably not to the place. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's really bad, the relationship, but I do wonder if some type of, obviously, I don't think
it would be better.
Let's not play maybe flag football, something like that between the media. Might that help us get a little bit of insight as to what's happening on Joe Mixon, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think it's a point of learning. I think there's a lesson to be learned here because it used to be, and that's not old me. I'm just saying, like, to be able to do it now would be important.
No, 100%. So I thought that was really cool as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I think some audio from Cam Newton's podcast highlights a point of emphasis for this Texans team that I want to emphasize, and also one that I think is super important for this game on Monday. I'll tell you what that is next.
The Drive is
Monthly sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. A fair question on the text line because I brought up the KD thing with the Josh Naylor wearing his jersey and wishing good luck to Seattle Mariners. So I'm confused. Why do we hate Seattle so much? I hated them with Scott Service as the manager, but no real ill will towards them now. I don't know that like Houstonians really hate the Mariners. I think though, like the prospect of them actually being good in division, that could build that up real quick.
I think you hated them when the division was in play.
Yeah.
Like of the teams left, obviously Dodgers, would be the ones that and the Yankees are gone now. So, yeah, Mariners, I think it's like you don't want them to gain momentum, because the momentum is coming.
And you just I think you just don't want them to have a leg up on y'all in conversations.
Right,
In your division, it's like sibling rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as somebody gets a leg up, you get or an opportunity to claw back some opportunity to talk trash.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to give them opportunities. I want to be able to win all my trash talking all the time.
Yeah.
From 7-1-3, yeah, we do. Okay, well then I'm wrong. we already hate the Mariners.
Maybe
and
it's
that's
just a division thing because
Probably, yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Do people hate the Seattle Seahawks?
Not really that much.
You don't really care for them, right?
Funny-
I mean, it's kind of
One
like
way or the
they
other,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Funny enough, like when you talk about matchups between teams, this is the one that has been played the least in the entirety of the NFL. Texans Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the last time it was played was 2017. Is that correct? Right. I think
What is it, every 5
That
years?
was Deshaun Watson.
It was.
He had a damn good game too.
Yeah,
I think
4 touchdowns.
He threw for
400
like
yards.
469 or something crazy.
I know he had 4 touchdowns. Yeah.
That was his last game of that year, unfortunately, too.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of quarterback and speaking of playing versus the Seahawks, I think that there's going to be a very interesting thing that's going to be a factor in this game come Monday. And I was reminded of it to some degree by Cam Newton. No association with this. However, he played quarterback in the NFL, played quarterback fairly well. Obviously, he won an MVP, went to a Super Bowl. Him in tandem with some audio from Chase Daniel. Chase Daniel, who also played in the NFL, not to the same level of success. He put out a video kind of trying to let everybody in the, open the screen door of sorts and let people in to the experience of being a quarterback in the league and hearing in that microphone, right, or in that rather speaker from your coordinator what it sounds like. Cam Newton, took that and then was trying to give an idea of what is that communication like. So this is Cam Newton talking about on his podcast, that communication, because I think it'll be vital on Monday.
These are the things that goes on with that 25 seconds to call the play. Reminders are down and distance. Tendencies. Hey, man, 3rd and 6 right here. This is a high pressure situation for the defense. Hey, look for corner cat right here. Those are all reminders. Here's the play. They call the play. Even with calling that play, you have to give yourself time enough, whether it's a shift or a motion, to give you the intel that you're looking for in that play. Now, if you got to call it a runner, hey, man, we got outright 43 lead. Like, those plays are still in place. I think in the NFL, a lot of people just think that every single call is a sentence, and it's not. You just got call it and run it plays that happen every time. But if you got a shift in the motion, you got Z move the trips right, on off, matrix, let's go 698, Z move smack. Like, those type of things are where you can really find yourself behind the 8 ball if you are breaking the huddle at 11 seconds and you got a shift and a motion.
The best thing about this, and I know we're going to get into it as it relates to the Texans, because it is very important, is Chase Daniel, who played in the leagues or something like that.
Was it that long?
It was
he was just collecting. Shout out, legend at the bank.
Yeah, he was a legend at the bank. Like, watching this, and you just heard it, but watching this, he's like, preach. Like, he's like nodding his head. He's talking about, obviously endorsing what he's saying there, what Cam Newton is saying there. And that now brings it to this week. Yeah, this week.
Well, actually, I don't want to stop it this week. I think this is an emphasis point for this Texas
week,
team
especially
generally,
because it's up. It's coming up. And what this offense has had trouble with, certainly in the first 3 games, what DeMeco Ryans has talked about certainly a lot, is and maybe the point of emphasis in the off week, in the bye week by the coaches, is this is immensely important against the Seattle defense to be able to get in and out, have the time for C.J. Stroud, who's thrived in the last 5 quarters, making those online adjustments, to have time to do it,
Yeah, no, that you got to break the huddle, right? And not being oversimplifying this, but you got to break the huddle with time. And the reason why I played that audio in particular is it can be easy to say just got to break the huddle. There's a lot of things that are happening, and I wonder how much of that communication Kaylee is also like giving his ideas and his thoughts on what he's doing, because there also are some call and just call and run it type things. But we're asking for more play action, and we've seen that come in. We're asking for more motion. We've seen that come in. And those are things that are being added in that CJ needs time to come up and execute, just generally, right? To help this offense run properly, we know that there's small margins for error, particularly with this offense. It's a very particular style. So I think that is going to be important. But I think the place where it comes back to this game in particular is this is an offensive line that we know starts at a disadvantage because it's not the most talented offensive line. We understand that. I'm not going to relitigate that. We've done that plenty. We will return to that at some point. At some point this season, I guarantee it. But right now, we understand that. Where you need to try and find an advantage is they need to be on their P's and Q's, moving as 5 fingers in the glove, moving as as if they were on a string. They need to all be in alignment. And I think that gets more difficult when you know the opponent against you is really good. You know the opponent against you is good about trying to be deceptive, and you're going into a landscape in Lumen Field that is loud as all heck.
Yeah.
Right? That it's going to be hard for you to verbally get things across. So you take it from what Cam Newton's talking about. All right, we got this whole play. Mike cuts off at 15. We're getting up to the line. When are we getting up to the line? Because if C.J. Stroud needs to, all right, I've seen what they're doing. They're trying to be tricky. They're trying to change their look, but I finally figured out what their look is. All right, I'm sending in alerts. Did Ed Ingram hear me? Do I have enough time to go over and tap him on a button and be like, hey, did you hear this is what the alert is? Now we're going. Or am I just calling it and now this is a busted play that puts us behind the sticks and does that kill a drop?
And I'm sure you mentioned Ed Ingram for a reason, because the one,
Actually, I didn't. It was just the first name that came up.
Very, very bad play that we've seen in the last 2 games was, in fact, Ed Ingram not getting or fully call a line of scrimmage. We all know what play we're talking about. Obviously when C.J. Stroud was sacked in 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, the quickest sack in NFL history.
That was clearly all 4 of the 5 linemen going in one direction and Ed Ingram going the other. So that illustrates to a T what you're talking about, the ability to get to the line and literally tapping him. Did you get that? This is what we're doing.
And I'm not saying that because, look, I ain't played quarterback for nobody's football team, right? I played wide receiver in high school. But I was actually talking to Clint about this, and I was like, trying to get his and he's like, no, as a quarterback, it isn't coming upon you to make sure everybody knows what's happening. If you got to walk over to them and be like, hey, grab this is what we're, all right, good. And I think that all of that time is necessary. I would like to give you a statistic, as I want to do. I was trying to find something that maybe would tell, because does anybody keep track of when you break the huddle? However, I did find something from True Media, and it gives you the average seconds left on the play clock for each time at the snap on average. The Texans' average is 8.9 seconds snapping the football with time left on the play clock. That's 19th in the league.
Yeah.
That's got to find a way to be a little bit better in this game, especially with all of the tricks, with all of the noise. I think you've got to try and get yourself out. And so I think this is going to be a big Nick Caley thing. You're going to need to be not just good in getting this out. I think in order to do that, you're going to need to be decisive with play calling. You're going to need to think ahead. I think that it's going to be Caley, Gerard Johnson, like Shaplinski, Laser. All of the offensive guys have got to be on their P's and Q's because you have to be decisive to give your all out, execute cleanly. Because if you don't, I think that defensive line is going to be in your ass.
Well, allow me to give you another stat, which is not normally my number one priority. But you were talking about this and the importance of doing it in Seattle, the importance of doing it against this defense. C.J. Stroud has the lowest, and we've been talking about PFF a lot today, but
look at you invoking PFF.
He has the lowest PFF grade in the NFL when blitzed. Now, some of that has improved. Some of that he's exploited, as we well know. But they can come at you with a front four. The Texans would probably expect the Seahawks to come at them largely with a front four. But Mike Macdonald knows how to mix things up. And if he blitzes and if that call and that protection is not right, C.J. Stroud's in trouble. So flat out, I would expect them to do a little bit of that.
Yeah. So yeah. I think that this, again, comes back to Nick Caley, and I'm very interested to see where he is as a play caller. Not to try and mitigate wins for him, but it feels like we can all acknowledge you were playing a little bit on you were playing on All Pro as opposed to All Madden those last couple of games. This is a different story. Like, are you prepared to do this at the full level, to know what plays to go to? Because when you add these stresses and needing to get to the line on time, does that at all siphon away from him getting to the right play call?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's something that I wonder, and I'm interested in.
And right protection is kind of what I was illustrating.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And the other thing that we talked about earlier, the Seahawks are really good at exploiting the free rusher against the tight. So it's not just, getting the right play But hey, it looks like they might blitz this time. I'm feeling this because of whatever they're showing here or there or whatever. So yeah, it's not just the play; it's the protection as well.
And also, like when you say blitz, I want to make it clear they're often just sending 4 guys.
No, that's what I said. But Mike McDonald knows that and knows that the Texans are not good at protecting with the running back or tight end. So he might mix it up.
Well, I don't even think he needs to send that extra guy. What they'll do is they'll do what's called a simulated pressure. It's honestly funny enough, as you're playing Sam Darnold for the second year in a row, kind of what Brian Flores does a lot as well. Is like, we'll bring a whole bunch of dudes up to the line. It'll look like there's 7 guys. 3 of those guys are dropping out. But which ones? Yeah. Right? So I see you on the text line saying maybe the Texans have dumb offensive linemen and they're not smart enough for the system. I don't think that's the case. However, they're going to need to put their best foot forward in trying to figure out and know what the protection is. Everybody be on the same accord and be able to execute it, because all it takes is, here is a stunt right there, or here is, they're sending this guy and we didn't know which 3 on our side, which guys lined up and who had what for someone to slide through the cracks. And I don't think that's inherently you being dumb, but all it takes is one person not knowing what's happening, as evidenced by that play that you were talking about, where Jeffrey Simmons is on C.J. Stroud before he knows what to do with himself with. So, I think that's the thing that I keep coming down to. And even if you want to say that the offensive linemen aren't smart, I don't think that that's the case. However, even if you wanted to do that, it is incumbent on the play caller, on the coordinator, to try and give them their best chance. And I think that it starts with, you got to get. I'm still remembering he's a first-time offensive coordinator. Yeah. I'm very interested in how that process is for him early on, because the first few games it was rough. There was a lot of DeMeco Ryans was basically hinting at and intimating we need to get this operation better, and we saw the operation get a little bit better. I need to see it be even better from there. I need to see a progression, because again, I think that's something that could sink you before you even get going.
And part of the operation might be, a texter said, can't they just go no huddle? Well, they can. I don't think they can make a living doing it, play to play, going no huddle. It's just difficult to go 4 quarters of no huddle. But one thing they might do is get rid of some of the fat, trim some of the fat on what you're giving C.J. Stroud at the line of scrimmage. And that might be something that they've been working on in the bye week.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it can be a good thing for someone when you have a hard time getting to the line of scrimmage and the play caller is looking at the proverbial Denny's menu. Just trim that down a little bit. We know the run plays are not going to change. They might go outside more than inside.
Yeah, it's like they better change a little bit, unless you're running right into the.
No, and they might go, but it's still the same plays that they have. They don't have this volume of run plays that is going to be 75 different plays. No, the pass plays, I feel like maybe they just trim some of that, make it easy, let CJ make the call at the line of scrimmage, like he did with Nico, like he did with Higgins on the big plays, and just go from there. Just trim it a little bit, make it simpler.
Okay. When you said trim it, I was wondering, some of these things, like these motions, because I think that's one of the things that they did against the Ravens that was helpful. You create. Right, you're playing the chess game and saying, hey, defense, we're forcing you into some places where you have to have some conflict. I think that needs to stay, which, again, is a reason why you need to get to the line better. I think that CJ's ability to step up, see some things, and make some adjustments needs to stay. You just illustrated. That is where you got your explosive plays from against Tennessee. Those things need to stay. And so when you say trim, I'm interested in, can you expand more? Because I think that all those things are absolutely necessary to get squeeze the juice out of what this offense.
This is not a case of Nick Caley is doing too much or C.J. Stroud can only handle so much. I think it's a case of just give him limited options against the defense that very well. Instead of having 10 or 12 options at the line of scrimmage in a particular look, make it 3 or 4. Make it 3 or 4 so he can go through that thing a lot quicker. And they can get the ball off quicker.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting challenge for one Nick Caley here. And like I said, I think this is a point of emphasis generally. I was kind of shocked to find out that, I guess I shouldn't be too shocked. 19th. They're right on that border of being in the bottom third of the league when it comes to getting to the line and calling your play, or at least getting the snap off. Now, of course, maybe that is also because they are an offense that's going to come up and make some adjustments. I do want to make sure I'm clear on that. But that's the best thing that I have to try and get some level of gauge on how quickly are they getting to the place where they can step up and make that and go and run that play. And I think you need to be very diligent in giving yourself that opportunity. That feels like the baseline for you to jump off of. And if you're starting to get to the line late, having to use timeouts, in order to, not make a bad play because the defensive line is shifting things. I think that puts you on the back heel in a game that's not going to be an easy one. It's definitely the most difficult one you've had to date, and it looks like it might be one of the more difficult ones you have over the course of the season.
No, I totally agree. Football, we've heard this multiple times. It's a very difficult, complex game, but it doesn't have to be just vomiting everything onto a play sheet.
Yeah.
Just limit it.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. That might be actually a confession here in a minute, but you guys know this about me. I'm often not real proud of the confessions I feel compelled to make here.
You shouldn't be. I'm glad that that's the case. But, shame is a powerful tool.
But oftentimes they're just funny, and I do them anyway. Like this one. I might have been a party to something really bad yesterday.
Oh, these aren't the type of confessions.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want you to, like, there's not a statute of limitations.
Cut somebody off and they crash and you just kept going?
And no, but let me explain.
Don't go out here dry snitching.
So we usually go to my son and daughter-in-law's house on Thursdays to do a weekly dinner. It's really cool. We just get to hang out with the two grandkids, chat with my son and daughter-in-law. It's just kind of become a tradition. It's a fun thing. Well, we ended up doing it last night because they have a conflict today.
Okay.
But they still wanted to do it. So I'm sitting there. He's making some German food. By the way, currywurst is outstanding. But anyway, he's a real good cook, and he's making his dinner. So we're just chatting, and somehow we get to the conversation of The Big Lebowski. Some funny lines in the movie The Big Lebowski.
That's just your opinion, man.
That's right. Well, if you've seen The Big Lebowski, there's a great scene in where they're at the funeral home, and he's trying to get the cheapest he can for the cheapest urn possible.
Sure.
And he says something along the lines of, "We may be bereaved, but we're not saps." And then he says a bad word. The guy gives him a price, and he goes, "God."
Yeah.
God what?
No. That's we have reached the line, brother. We have reached the line.
So I said that word, and no less than 20 seconds later, my granddaughter, who is going to be 3 next month, not only says it, but says it exactly like he did it in the movie.
Good for her. A good mimic. That's gonna serve her well.
Like 4 or 5 times.
That's gonna be good.
And we're just looking at her.
Did you keep telling her to say it again?
No.
Well, then you didn't do enough.
No. Hey, come in here. Listen to her say it.
The mom, my daughter-in-law, was jaw on the floor. Her first bad word was a really bad one.
I feel like you've taken the wrong tone here. Do you know that you're the grandparent and not the parent? Like, that's their problem. You're supposed to be teaching them bad words.
But see, you got dirty grandpa over here.
And then my wife is crying, laughing.
Yeah, y'all doing the right thing.
Crying, and I'm alternately feeling really bad for helping her say her first really bad word multiple times, exactly with the inflection that they did in the movie, and also trying not to laugh.
No, you should have just laughed. I feel like grandparents are here to entirely frustrate parents, because it's like, 1, who are you? Because you're not the person that raised me. And then 2, why are all the rules different for this grandchild than it is?
No, that is true.
Yeah, I think that is true. This is part of it, is right. Like, you're not supposed to swear, and then you get to these grandbabies and you teach them words.
I mean, she sounded just like John Goodman.
Perfect. No, that's the best part. Like, the part that makes me the happiest as a neutral observer is she's going to be able to quote a lot of things when she gets to school, and that will serve her well. I know that for certain.
It will serve.
That kind of happened to my father with my niece.
Yeah.
So my niece was about 2 or 3 years old, something like, might have been younger.
Yeah.
And my dad, sometimes he have a hard time walking around, so he say, shh.
Yeah.
So he kind of going around, And then she started going around just saying the S word, just trying to imitate him. He was like, "Stop that!" Just kept saying it.
She wouldn't stop.
Why would she?
She wouldn't stop. She's so cute. She's so cute.
These are my confessions.
All right, there's a little bit of news happening in basketball that doesn't quite pertain to the Rockets. LeBron James He is, dealing with sciatica, which I'm pretty sure I've only seen really happen in old people. I know that it happens in young people, but whenever I hear sciatica, I'm like, oh, that sounds like an old person thing that's happening.
You're sitting next to a guy that has it bad.
You have sciatica?
That's why I always cross my legs.
Did not know that.
Every time you always see me crossing my legs.
I do.
One and then the other, one and then so I can stretch my back.
I have learned things about you today. All right, look at that.
But it started when I was in my 30s.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so my bad.
Yeah.
But he's dealing with sciatica. It's obviously going to be a wild thing for him. This is Shams Charania giving the extent of what's happening with LeBron James and his sciatica.
I'm told that the Lakers and LeBron are looking at around mid-November for him. And so October 30th would be the earliest that the Lakers would be officially reevaluating LeBron James. But it is expected he will need at least a few weeks after that point. A source told me tonight that LeBron will be taking a patient approach with this rehab from nerve injury. And so the ramp-up process for this will be a lot of basketball-shaped conditioning work.
All right. You don't care about LeBron. Neither do I in this context for real. The reason why I bring this up is mid-November. Why is that important? The NBA now has a cap on the number of games you have to play for awards. If he starts in mid-November, he might not be eligible for awards, including All-NBA.
Yeah.
And thus, this is where it comes in my confession. I'm putting in my shot right now. I'm calling it. Alperen Sengun, third-team All-NBA.
Just third?
Well, just All-NBA.
No, I'm kidding.
But, that's one of the 15 best players in the league.
Yeah.
And I was having a hard time because I was like, I think this opens the door for a rock. And I'm like, is it Kevin Durant just off a name? I think if you have Alperen Sengun at running point, scoring in a similar way or maybe even more, and something that's kind of quiet, his defense is looking a little bit better. Yeah. I think all those things come to fruition. And you have the recipe for a good Rockets team, a team that people are going to be watching. It's going to be on national television.
Yeah,
he might get his shine and slide into them All NBAs, especially with LeBron James vacating one of them.
I could see it. I could absolutely see it.
These are my confessions.
I thought I'd get more pushback there.
No,
I could see it.
I could see it. Shoot, I was going to say even maybe y'all men might step in. Maybe if he have a big year.
All-star men. I think All NBA is probably KD and Alperen.
I mean, why not all men?
All three of them?
Why not all men?
15 of the best of the 15 best players in the league. 3 of them are Rockets.
hey, you never know, man.
These are my confessions.
So I never did this before as a confession, but so last week I had a confession. Y'all were out. It was actually last week today. So last Thursday, I had a confession about steak. And how I feel like all of these expensive steakhouses, it don't really do it for me. That I could still have a real good steak at a Longhorn or Outback or something like that. And I thought I was gonna get a lot of pushback on that. And I gotta confess, a lot of people agreed with me, and it was kind of shocking a little bit to the point. Even I think it was a couple days ago, somebody actually stopped me and said, "Hey, man, like." That confession you had about the steak was real. So in case y'all wasn't here when I had this confession, but I went to a steakhouse on my birthday. It's a real fancy one.
Happy belated, by the way. I didn't say it on air, so my bad.
Really? Okay, thank you. And the steak was really good. But I also had a steak. I ended up going to steak night at Kobo.
Yeah, shout out to Kobo.
And that steak was really good too. And my confession was I just don't really see it with these expensive steakhouses like that. I feel like there's no, to me, that $100 steak and that $30 steak I had, to me, it was kind of.
So
I'm going to give you a little pushback because I think you probably figured that I would be the one that pushed back.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't sure both y'all was, but I didn't get a lot of pushback on this.
Here's the thing: I think you have a point. Depending on the high, a lot of these high-end steakhouses. Sorry, guys. They don't. It's the cut of the meat, man. It's the cut of the meat, and just like everybody else, they're trying to find the best price for what they're putting on your plate. But some of them don't compromise.
But see, even when I went to this high end place, it was a good steak. I think it was a good cut. You could kind of pick your own cut and all that stuff. But it wasn't that good enough for me to say I got to go back to get this $100 steak. Because Kobo's did it for me too.
I think you're largely right because a lot of people, like as I just said, okay, you go to a place like B&B Butchers where they have the huge the Wagyu, really marbled. It looks practically white. Aged. Dude, you will say, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. This is a different league. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like I said, man, that $100 steak I had.
You're largely right.
I felt like I could have got. Anyway. I feel like I could have got a real good fix at Longhorn.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I wouldn't go. I don't know if I would go back.
Texas Roadhouse is good because you can pick the steak and you'll be able to see all the marbling and everything. I like Roadhouse to pick my steak.
Cobo got a good steak too.
Yeah.
I just want steak. All I learned from that is I want to eat a steak right now.
Yeah.
That's all I learned.
Just had one yesterday. Hey, man.
Hey, you familiar with the name Tyron Montgomery?
Is that the Ty Montgomery that be wearing 88?
No.
That's a different one. Okay.
Tyron Montgomery was featured by Draft Diamonds. They did a YouTube sit-down interview with Tyron Montgomery. Wide receiver prospect.
Okay.
Going to be entering the draft.
Okay, very good.
Really fast. I don't know where he's going to go. It might be third round, might be sixth round. Who knows? John Carroll University.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. All right.
So
I see where this is going.
He's going to be a Texan at some point. One way or another.
UDFA, Tyron Montgomery.
One way or another, remember the name Tyron Montgomery with an E, Tyren. Tyron Montgomery, he's an NFL prospect to some level. I didn't watch the whole interview. From John Carroll University. He will, mark my words, one way or another, he's going to be a Texan.
Okay, I need to write this down somewhere and actually remember to check back on it. And when the draft season
Where is he from? Originally,
I don't know where he's from originally, but he's at John Carroll University.
All right,
yeah,
we'll do the legwork on that at another time. I told you in the break I was a little hungry. I am now famished
because of the steak.
I'm just thinking about steak. We got people in the text line talking about various different steak houses. People talking about steak and eggs. I am hungry now. That's all that happened. So if you were like me, I apologize. You're on your lunch break or whatever. Blame that on Figgy Fig. That is at
this guy's from the Woodlands. He's from the Woodlands.
Oh wow, hometown. He
will be a Texan.
This is perfect.
Is it perfect? Is it perfect?
How much more perfect
No, I'm
can
saying
you get?
the setup is perfect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the setup is
That's
perfect.
what I'm saying. It's the college that somebody over there at NRG went to and loved to death.
He might have a 4th round grade and they draft him in the 2nd.
Hey, yo. All right. Honestly, I need to go and check because I know some people are already doing draft work. I'm going to see if anybody, but who is doing the draft work on John Carroll right now? Like,
John Harris?
Right. Yeah, that's fair. That's who I need to hit. There will be a text out to John Harris.
I bet
in 2 minutes.
He know all about him right now.
He really loves vegetables. I don't know. He'll know everything.
I bet he will. All right, we'll look into that.
Oh, okay. So that.
Well, yeah, that'll be the John Sounder. Hopefully he comes running and we get some information there. We'll look into that. I'll see about how I'm going to get me a steak before the show is over, and we'll get ready to do more fantastic broadcasting here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, it's a Thursday, so we do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Play along as we do that next.
Yeah, man.
so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, Mr. Big Voice Man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday. Get ready to gear up and get out to the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. The fellas are going to be out there from 2 to 6. I keep trying to remember who's in for Ron. I'm going to be honest.
I think it might be B. Scott.
Is it B. Scott in?
Because I remember him tweeting something like, hey, I'll be out there Thursday.
All right.
I already got burned on that earlier this week.
I'm not sure if Clint is in or not.
Oh,
that's the tricky one.
Oh, that's true. Well, the fellas are going to be out there regardless.
Somebody's going to be out there.
There's going to be wings, there's going to be beer, there's going to be giveaways. That's one thing you know for sure. You know, no matter who's on Sports Radio 610, make sure that you're right. All right, speaking of that, by the way, are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? It's a little buy or sell. Lopez, what you got?
The one's really been making a lot more news than I thought it would with J.J. Watt talking about PFF. We talked about it a little bit. And he went into the details, and we didn't necessarily disagree about you can't judge linemen and a lot of these players based on the tape. But this is what he said at the top. This was sort of the headline. He said the PFF number that's shown on NBC telecasts is, quote, completely made up. Completely made up.
I'm selling the actual words of what he said, but I mean, clearly I'm buying the sentiment. The idea is this does not have real meaning in the way that it's being presented to fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the rankings that are there. Seth has been very adamant about this over the last, week. Actually, that's probably he's way underselling it for the longest at this point. Talking about how, these grades, there might be some value in them, but it probably is not going to help when you then try and make them into rankings, especially when there's not a consistent grader. There's a lot that's subjective within the grades as they come. So if there's a subjective grade that you take over there and a subjective grade that I take over here, and then we go, well, that number is bigger than the number that you have is bigger than the number that I have.
Yeah.
How do we know that actually tells us how those two players compare? Because you're dealing with apples and oranges there. So when you look up and you see that Patrick Mahomes is rated as like the 13th best quarterback or whatever, it doesn't feel like it jives with what you're seeing, what statistically you have. Even though he might not be having like the greatest season, it doesn't feel like it really is accurate to what you're trying to do. So yeah, I buy the sentiment, even though it's clearly not just like team. I think that there's a process here, but I don't think it's as effective, and it doesn't tell you actually what you need to know in that moment.
Yeah, I'm going to sell it too. I don't think it's completely made up. I don't think they just throwing numbers and stuff out there. It's some type of metric to how they get those numbers and those grades and all that stuff. I just think JJ probably just disagree with it.
Yeah, I'm going to sell it too, but I'm largely with Reggie. I think it was more for effect than anything in terms of his disagreement with the generality of the PFF grade. All right, Longhorns, big win on Saturday over Oklahoma. And as they were wrapping up their win, Arch Manning had a nice little run to seal the game, did a little slide, stood up, and did the parade wave.
The princess wave?
Did the princess parade wave to the stands. I saw a lot of crimson in the direction in which he was waving.
Sure.
But that's not what he said.
What made you bring out the wave, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know. That's just the emotion of the game. I have a lot of respect for OU, that defense. I thought I was sore last week, but seeing Mateer play, that was inspiring. He's a really good player, and that was just the emotion of the game. That's not the kind of guy I want to be, but rivalry game, and I was just waving at our fans.
I was waving at our fans.
By the way, shout out to the homie Corey Mose on the question there. Sell. What are we doing here, man?
I was waving at our fans. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate it.
I mean, and now to be fair, I do think that was kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, hey, this is a little joke, little jokey joke for you.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I actually would like to go back to the other part where he went into all the quarterback speak, and that very much felt like to me, hey, we are trying to get the right answers here, and I think to some degree you need to have that. If you want to be a jerk, just be a jerk. We can get with a jerk at quarterback.
Own it.
We can get with that.
Yeah.
Like, I actually think he might need to learn from one Kevin Durant, because this feels like Kevin Durant. You remember early in his career where he just wanted to be the good church boy. Actually, don't call me the Slim Reaper. Please, I want to be called the servant. And all the while, apparently, he's out here like, hey, bleep y'all. Y'all not happy that James Harden is leaving. Y'all just don't want to see it. Like, you don't have to put on for us, is what I'm saying. If you want to be a little bit of a jerk and talk trash, we can. Our skin is tougher than that. We can deal with that. You don't have to give us like the perfect manicured answer, even though I know that you're in the Manning family.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's in the Manning family, and he don't want to be that person.
I was just waving at our fans.
Yeah.
And so, like you see here from the 210, this comes in. Arch Manning is the biggest D ever. And I'm like, I don't think that he actually is, but it feels like when it's like, hey, you're going to get out here and act all big and bad, but then you get in the meeting like, actually, you know what? Like, hey, that guy over there, he's such a warrior. Look at that. And it's like, it feels disingenuous because it doesn't feel like
he's been around his uncles too much, man. That's what it is.
That's right.
He's been coached up too much.
So
I'm
selling too. Okay.
Yeah, I'm selling.
Yeah, I'm selling that too. All right, so the Kawhi Leonard thing, tell me if you're buying or selling this. Had another little development. I think this was last week, maybe over the weekend, but I'm just getting to it now. So Aspiration is the company that had the $300 million that it somehow funneled to some reportedly
for a no-show job in essence.
Exactly.
It is the thing that keeps giving with Pablo Torres. He's finding out, and Mark Cuban coming to the defense of Steve Ballmer.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was Pablo Torre. You might know who reported this, but apparently that money that Aspiration that was given, to them, had to be approved by the NBA. Like it had to have NBA approval. To which Adam Silver had previously said a few days before, I'd never heard of the company Aspiration before. I'd never heard a whiff of anything around an endorsement deal with Kawhi or anything around engagement with the Los Angeles Clippers. He said he'd never heard of them, but it needed NBA approval to be passed.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's probably more wiggle room, so I don't think that this is going to be definitive, but I'm selling this.
Yeah.
Like, everybody feels like they're holding up and just trying to make their way through this. None of this feels savory. It all feels kind of icky. And it might come out that what it is like, hey, there was a scam here, but there's just too much smoke here, right? What's the popular saying, when there's smoke, there's fire?
Yeah.
It just feels like there's too much smoke here, and everybody is, well, I didn't know, and eventually I guess when you hear enough of those, your eyebrows go up, and I'm very much, in eyebrow go up territory because there's enough here that something nefarious is going on. Maybe it's not everybody being nefarious; it's not an entire conspiracy, but somebody's doing some shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm selling it too.
Yeah, me too. I mean, if you tell the office manager, hey, can you approve this $25 lunch? Sure, can you approve this $300 million to Aspiration? That might need to go up the ladder a little bit.
Sure, go ahead.
That might need to go up the ladder a little bit.
It kind of show you that this is probably not the only person or team that's doing this type of stuff too.
Yeah.
They just the ones that got caught.
Yeah, and they had to approve it. All right, Bill Belichick, we're familiar with his work as well. There was reported that he was exploring buyout options already from his contract at North Carolina. He responded, quote, "That is categorically false."
Read the rest of the quote.
I'm happy being here.
So, when has Bill Belichick ever been happy? That's one thing I gotta add. No, but obviously you want to get to like the actual idea of whether he's trying to find his way out. And I will answer your question with a question. Wouldn't you want to find your way out? Like the way that this is going right now is it can't be the way that you wanted to. And the reason why I say that is clearly, obviously, the losses. But remember, he wanted to come in and I'm going to do this in an NFL style way. And very quickly, it's been demonstrated that's not plausible. That's not possible in this circumstance. Some people tried to tell him about that, namely one of the people in this room, right? And however, that's not what they went for. They wanted to see if they could go in there and do this an entirely different way. It's clearly not taking. I don't think it'd be unfair even for him to look around and be like, all right, so what's the ejecto seat look like, right? What does the ejection button look like?
I agree with you.
Here? Yeah, I'm selling that too.
All right, selling that one as well. This one might be interesting. DeMeco Ryans said, watching what other AFC teams are doing in terms of so-and-so's losing, so-and-so's winning, quote, doesn't creep into my mind at all.
This is tough. Because I do want to believe DeMeco in that. Because he's been very staunch, and he always has been about following the process, which is making yourself the best football team that you can be. And honestly, this was supposed to be a season where if you do that, you should be able to step up and then just be fine with where you land and come up against some of the best teams in the league. it's just hard for me to think that you're doing all this. You're checking in on all the game, or checking in on at least who your opponents are going to be. And you're not getting a little bit of feel of that. But I'll ultimately buy this. I think that he's got well enough on his plate, plenty enough on his plate that he's trying to figure out to then be jockeying and seeing, all right, well, how good are the Bills over there? And what's happening over there with the Colts? Well, I mean, the Colts are obviously going to be one that he does have to watch. And the Bills will eventually as well. But I think that just that general sense, I buy it. I believe him.
I'm selling this, man. I think if they were like 4-1, then I could see him like, oh, I'm not paying attention. We just looking at whoever's week-to-week type deal. Now, when you 0-3 and then eventually, 1-3, 2-3, all that type of stuff, and you're in third place in your own division, I think you kind of looking around at everybody, just kind of get a feel for it. Maybe you looking at them not in a scary way, but just looking, seeing if you could run the table. Like, oh, Kansas City could get got, or Buffalo, they could get got. So I'm selling that.
You can't even look that far though, right? Like they have to get to the cliche point of we got to go 1-0.
Yeah, no,
like that's where they are.
But they just won the last 2 games,
right?
So now you looking like, okay, we picking up some momentum, Reggie.
But the problem with the momentum is you lose. It doesn't sound at all.
No,
you know what I mean? Like I think that's where.
But they're probably motivated a little bit. Like, okay, the offense is clicking, the defense is playing lights out, and look, Buffalo ain't Buffalo how we thought Buffalo was going to be. We beat the Ravens, so I can see them looking around like that.
So my answer on this ultimately is going to be sell, but it's not because like whatever. I think it's just common sense. We all know this. What do NFL football coaches do when they're not coaching or at the facility?
Apparently, go to church.
Well, that too, but they watch football.
True.
They watch a lot of football. We've had Nick Casario on here talking about all the game, particular plays and stuff. They watch all the football they possibly can. So you're telling me that these guys, and not just DeMeco, anybody who says that, are sitting and watching these games like, I wonder if they're any good, or I wonder if how we'll match up. Of course they are. It's just common sense.
The streets be talking, man.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so you mean nobody is talking about how bad Baltimore is?
They watch a lot more than us. They watch a lot of football.
You say that like that's incredible.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
The football coach watches more football than the guy on the radio.
Go figure. One more quick one here because I just think it's interesting. So Mike Asti is a longtime reporter up in the Pittsburgh area, writer. He reported that Adidas pushed Penn State into firing James Franklin and that they would ultimately either pay some or all of the $49 million he's owed.
I'm selling this. It doesn't seem to add up to me, especially when you talk about that's $40 million loss. Like one of the most identifiable portions of their brand, Adi Dassler, who was the inventor or rather the founder of Adidas. That's the word I was looking for. One of their first things was outfitting the German national team. They just lost that outfit to Nike for, I think, funny enough, like not necessarily having the $50 million that would help them get this over the line. That's interesting that you would lose that. That's integral to your brand, but then be like, you know what? I'm going to spend money not to like acquire.
Keep in mind,
they did acquire.
They stole Penn State from Nike, and the contract starts next year.
It does.
Yeah.
But I think that you're trying to get that regardless. Like there's clearly that value there. I don't think that the value also is incumbent on getting out a coach that admittedly was embarrassing the brand in front of the hoes, but he also was like a certain standard of good, right? You don't know definitively that they're going to hire another coach and be that level of good. I don't think that level of instability is something that an organization like that would look for.
Right.
Yeah, I'm selling that too. I feel like this is more than just a brand type deal. I think he probably lost the whole school, to be honest. Forget the locker room.
Yeah.
I think he had the whole nation looking at James Franklin and, like Reggie said, embarrassing in front of us, in front of all the hoes and all that stuff. I don't think it was just the Adidas thing. I think it was more to it.
I'm selling it too, but again, in a weird way, I'm sure they're going to use some Nike money to pay him off because they're getting $300 million.
Oh no, they play a big part in
Adidas,
that. Yeah.
100%.
If they wasn't willing to pay all of that stuff, they probably had to stick it out.
There you go. Buy or sell here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Clarification: Clint Stoerner is in, baby. He's working. Yeah. Big game coming up.
He said, I ain't dead yet.
Wouldn't miss it. Would not miss it. So it'll be B. Sky and Clint Stoerner out at the New Caney location of the Buffalo Wild Wings. Go see the fellas. All right, coming up next, This is looking like it could be one of the wildest NFL trade deadline seasons. So with that being the case, and there's some big names around, do any of these make sense for your Houston Texans? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Thirsty. Fantasy Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, hope your Thursday is going well. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Trade deadline is just a couple weeks away. November 4th is the date you should be looking at. It's like 2.5 weeks, right? It's 2 weeks from Tuesday is when November 4th is when things get shut down for the NFL season when it comes to trades. So in that time, or leading up to that time, I should say, there's some names that are being bandied about, and there's some big ones, at least name-wise. I'd be interested to see them and their capabilities and talents still at this point, some of these players. However, there's a lot of names at the very least, and names are what drive a trade deadline. It's what gets people very interested. And of course, when you're with a particular team or in a particular area like we are here in Houston, they're all going to be linked in your minds to how would they fit with the hometown team. And so with that, are there any of these players that intrigue you as we are again 2.5 weeks out from the trade deadline?
Yes, but first I wanted to ask you, it's not just me, right? These are more established players than usual, right? Big, as we talked about here to start the segment, some big names.
There are, and I think it's because there is quite a few teams that are already like not just kind of out of it, but like looking really, really bad to the point where you go, oh, this might need to be a reboot. You might need to get some things off of it. Because again, in the NFL, like there's also teams that go, no, we're still going to use that player.
Yeah,
we're still,
or they have plans, or
we still have plans. Like we're bad right now, but okay, let's go to the draft, get some things, and then try and go again next year, right? No, but there's some teams that are in some real upheaval that might do some changing around of some things.
And I guess the NFL has become. It used to be so difficult to make trades, and it's become 100%. A little easier to do. So to answer your question, we talked a little bit yesterday about Breece Hall versus Alvin Kamara, and again, I don't know how willing the Saints are to trade and move Kamara.
I would hope they are. Like it doesn't feel like they're close to competing. And Alvin ain't no spring chicken.
No, he's not. But something to do, or largely to do with his ability to do so many different things in an offense.
Sure.
Receiving and running and just being explosive. You're not asking for 3 years.
Yeah, I was like, hold on. Can I press pause on myself?
Yeah.
He's 30 years old, which, I mean, I'm not even doing wow, look, he's younger than me.
You're older than that.
Yeah, but I was like, did I learn nothing from the last 2 years in the NFL with all these 30-year-olds got out here and actually looked pretty good coming off of the place where they were like, their team was like, actually, we don't want to pay you anymore.
Well, that's kind of where I am. Yeah. I'm still with, I would lean Kamara over Breece Hall. Nothing against Breece Hall. I just think you're not looking for a lot. You're just looking for 1 year, man. 2 if you're lucky. And I think he would fit with what the Texans have, repeatedly shown us and talked about. We just want to get guys in space. We want to be safe with the ball, run the ball, safe passes. That's one.
Breece Hall is also 6 years younger, though. Like that's the thing that's enticing is if you find something.
And he's an Iowa State guy, right?
He is, which obviously always something that you like. But I feel like
Carroll Light.
If you find yourself a dude who's 24, and can tote the rock, that's one of the things that you, John Lopez, have been talking about. Like, hey, you, as much as Joe Mixon was killing it last year, and all right, Woody Marks looks like, you need to figure out what your answer is in a more long-term fashion. It could be that you go, oh, well, this Breece Hall thing has got us for the next 3-4 years. Yeah, that's a possibility.
No, that's a fair counterpoint. Me personally, Kamara would be more intriguing, but this is the one. And I actually, after I saw him mentioned by an NFL writer, I kind of dug in a little more, some legs to it. And
I would hope he has legs.
Well, yeah, he does have legs. Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews, obviously the Ravens are really struggling. He's an older player. I think he's 30 as well, 31, somewhere in there. But people say, well, he really isn't having the start to the year that he's had in the past, and they're attributing it to age. Keep in mind, this is a guy that is lucky to even still be in Baltimore after the postseason last year. That they know that he has change of scenery will be good for him written all over him.
He definitely had a bad end of his postseason last year. I don't know if I want to go lucky to be in Baltimore.
I mean, was he their best tight end overall? Because I feel like Isaiah Likely kind of overhopped them.
No, that's another factor. But he was their most reliable. I think Mark Andrews was their most reliable. But we all know how two moments like that. Wasn't it the 2-point conversion too? He missed a touchdown.
Yeah, in the same game. Like, he had the fumble and
he missed the fourth down.
The
catch.
fumble. There's three things. Yeah, it was three things actually. We all know that affects people, man. Who would it? You'd have to be just, I don't know what for it to not affect you. And he's said all the right things, and he's had an okay, but not as good for him start to the season, and they're losing. Man, I would take Mark Andrews in a heartbeat here.
I'm going to say something that maybe, just maybe, is sacrilegious. What does he give you that Dalton Schultz doesn't right now?
Well, I think he's a little more versatile. I think he's a little better blocker. He could, obviously, he's got the pedigree, probably about the same in terms of pass catching. But here's my counterpoint to that.
Oh, we just counterpoints.
And then you're going to have another one. Then
we
I'll
play at tennis.
Who's better on this team? They are passing when he's on the field. And so, you want a guy that, if you can imagine going 12 personnel with Schultz and Andrews?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think I'd be more interested in another guy, although it's scary for a different reason, right? Because I think Mark Andrews, you are in washed watch, which you go, all right, are we doing the thing where we go, there's a little dip here, but that's because of circumstance, or is that dip maybe we are now reaching the other side of the hill,
maybe,
which was kind of being foretold. It's a little bit different, but the upside really gets me the Mr. Krabs eyes with the dollar signs in my eyeballs. David Njoku is the name that gets people going, and I think it also gets me going. Very athletic. I mean, just muscles look like he cut up like a pound of ground beef, but also, like you talk about, explosion that is there. The problem with him is injuries continue to show up. In fact, like he's been nursing one early on this season already. But that one, that if you can manage the injuries is the question, right? If the injuries are not ending up, the cap hit is lower, like money wise, that's there. And you have him for the same amount of same time. And I think he adds a little bit of a different dynamic to what Dalton Schultz is if you were looking to get a tight end.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I'm looking at, as opposed to like doubling up on what is kind of Dalton Schultz, which again, maybe that's sacrilegious. Y'all let me know, 713-572-4610. I think Njoku intrigues me more.
Njoku is, I wouldn't return it,
You're not returning to serve there? That's
I wouldn't take it to Whole Foods.
Unreturned winner.
Back to Amazon, okay, I wouldn't do that. But Andrews intrigues me. He definitely does. The other thing is, and have you noticed this? I know you have, but I'm just saying that generally for our listeners, Texans keep bringing in offensive linemen. They brought in 2 yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Now, I know these are just practice squad guys or whatever for workouts, and they haven't signed anybody. They clearly are, and they did it the week before, or maybe it was the week of before the bye week. But either way, they keep just kicking the tires on offensive linemen everywhere. They just keep like, well, let's see. We don't have the depth. We need to figure it out.
I'm sorry. Don't they have 4 starting tackles?
They do have 4 starting tackles.
That's what Nick Caserio told me.
And yet they keep bringing in linemen to work out. That's not just for exercise. They're still trying to find out depth.
What if it was though? What if they were just like, come through, we can get you a little work.
We'll get you a little workout.
Make sure you're up to snuff.
Yeah. Joel Bitonio and Wyatt Teller seem to be on the trade market.
Yeah, and it feels like we're always
You're familiar with their work, aren't you?
Yeah, because you say that because our Ohio correspondent Figgy Fig, they've both played for the Cleveland Browns. With both of them, like these are both a little bit older guys, and their name keeps popping up at this time of year as trade prospects. I do wonder, like, what are you actually getting in the way of upgrade at this point? Teller a little bit younger than Bitonio, and both of them, they're both guards, right? I don't want to make sure.
They're guards.
I mean, at the right price, I could be convinced, especially because the your interior depth is a little funky. If you're having to go to your depth, it's either bringing back Lake and Tomlinson, which I don't know what anybody's appetite is for that, or it's doing the musical chairs again. And now here comes Titus Howard playing guard once again. I don't know what type of appetite anyone has for that. It'd have to just be really, it'd have to be cheap for me. Like, because again, I don't know how much I'm bringing one of these guys in and like they're immediately a starter per se.
Yeah.
And maybe they are. Like maybe that's the case, but I don't know how much of a change that is in what you're doing.
Well, let me ask you this: what's the likelihood that there will be not just an
offensive line?
No, that there will be a trade
For the Texans.
That this team will make a trade. And not just a peripheral practice squad. You know what I mean? Like an actual one of these. There's a lot of big names out there.
There's
maybe not one of these particularly, but
there's capital for the Texans, right? You have a number of extra picks. I got to remember which. I think you could definitely have an extra 2. I believe you have an extra 4. I need to pull that back up, but you definitely have some extra draft capital available to you. Casario can be a mover and shaker. Plus, you probably want to give yourself the best opportunity possible with this team. I'll say that. Well, you want me to put a percentage on it?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let me figure out a number. Let me say I will lean to 60% chance that there's
okay.
Which again, I don't think that's like crazy big, but that is more likely than not is the way that I'd characterize it.
Yeah, I was going to say 60.
Hey, look at that.
I was going to say about a 60.
What does that actually mean? What do I win?
It means they're going to make a trade. 60% chance of it.
I want you to know that I don't know how accurate I am. Somebody said, can Wyatt play left guard? Typically, he lines up at right. That's also a point. It's like where are you going to be sliding these guys in on your offensive line ends up being a question. Now, one thing I will say, because I am basically doing look at all these old guys at the thrift shop. Like I went to this is what you're talking about. It's a thrift store, and I'm like, ooh, none of these things are new. Like, of course they're not, right? This is a thrift store. But
sometimes them prices be too high. You be like, wait, $10? I ain't paying no $10 for this.
I think there is something to be said for them being veterans, rugged veterans in this league. It does make you wonder, like, what kind of experience would they bring to the offensive line, though? Because that's one of the things that you talk about with this offensive line is that experience, that know-how. And they've done it. I think you give some credit on the elevation that they've had thus far, but how far is the question? I think a lot of these answers on any of these guys that we're talking about, whether it's the running back, although running back feels a little bit more running back and tight end, honestly, both feel a little bit more like givens, but adding line or anything like that, somewhat, maybe a lot on what it looks like on Monday in Seattle. Like, in addition to you just need a victory.
You might even start wondering, like, if they're going to trade. If they're going to trade.
Right, if you're 2-4, does it make sense to use that capital?
I mean, look at the Ravens. They're 1-4, and they're like, we're trading. Texans go 2-4. You might even start wondering, in terms of just how they play this, it's going to be interesting.
Interesting text that comes in from the 832. Do y'all think that they would ask, or that they're asking Nick Chubb which teammate or former teammate he wants to bring in? I actually don't know how much they lean on such things, especially with someone like Nick Chubb. I think they respect him, though, but I don't know. It feels like this
he's kind of quiet too, man.
Right.
I think he just come there with his lunch pail. I hate to call him a lunch pail type of guy.
Why would you hate to call him that?
Yeah, because I don't know. It always come off as a little disrespectful.
You don't think he looks like a lunch pail guy, huh?
No, he is pretty much. He come in, do his job, eat his cheese sandwich.
Like a lunch pail guy.
Would anybody anywhere in the city of Houston call Dalton Schultz a lunch pail guy?
No. But the other,
I feel like if you're a lunch pail guy, you got to put your hand in the dirt.
Yeah. One more thing that's interesting to me as I'm watching all these big names, and I kind of dug in a little bit, is like the Steelers in the market, Patriots in the market. A lot of these teams that are right there with you are meant, like Steelers are mentioned with Chris Olave. That might change some stuff, if they get him.
Right, and I think that when you talk about that, that's also part of the 40% on the other side. Like, of course, Nick Casario is not afraid of, like, overpaying if he feels like he needs to.
Yeah.
Are seemingly more sellers. There's also a lot of buyers, it feels like, right?
No, but what I'm saying is those teams are reportedly going to make some moves.
No, for sure. Yeah. Right. Like, there's definitely teams ahead of you. Like, as much as DeMeco Ryans might say he's not looking at what's happening around, I think Nick Casario absolutely can and should be looking around and seeing what's happening around the AFC. I just think that also is worth noting that the prices that we're talking about, they might get driven up by a big market, and then it only takes one team being a little bit more desperate to ruin the fun for everybody else. So that's the thing that makes me go, I wonder. Yeah. Like, 2.5 weeks. And I think before we even get too deep into any of this, like we just had a conversation about, I think I need to see not just the outcome of Monday, right? Because 3 and 3 and 2-4 are very different places.
Yeah.
But qualitatively, what does it look like? Because I think that this is going to be a big litmus test on where you are, but then also what are the things that you still need to shore up as you head towards that November 4th trade deadline. From the 385, Blake Fisher for guard. All right, I think that I see you. I like that you have started. I hear you. I like that you've started a little bit of a movement. I wonder how many people are picketing next to you. That's the only thing that I ask. All right. Football Talk, Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, it's the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Man, so we always talk about sports eyes and stuff like that. How about some Halloween candy eyes for you? So I got the top 10 popular Halloween candies, and the eyes of a kid might be getting one of those.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's do that.
D&M right now, D&M Auto Leasing.
Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Halloween candy eyes. I never thought I would see anything like this. Halloween candy eyes. And you know where it came from? It came from the Action Network.
Of course it is.
Of course.
We are sick people, man.
Yeah, y'all are sick. Man,
y'all
doing this type of stuff. But so here are the 10 popular Halloween candies, and the odds of getting at least one of them on Halloween night. I can't believe they actually did this.
Wait, but odds
Hold
for
on,
who?
I'm not looking.
Like, no, but it's like odds for who? Just anybody
That
generally?
the kids are going to get this particular
Yeah,
candy.
How does this pay off?
When you trick or treating?
How does this pay off?
What you mean? How?
Or is
I
this
think
just
it's just
general
the fun.
content?
Yeah,
I was like,
general,
who is putting money on this? Like, oh yeah, this next house is gonna be a Twix. Give me Twix. I'm like, what are we doing?
Hey, if the little kids want to kind of figure out what people are giving out, they might want to check out the Action Network, man.
Yeah.
Just kind of see the eyes on them getting Reese's Pieces and all that type of stuff.
Pieces.
Yeah.
You're not familiar?
No, he said Pieces. Is that?
Yeah, Pieces. Reese's. Well, once you say Reese's, you gotta make it rhyme.
Oh, okay.
Is that a Two Americas moment? Is that what we just
I
had
think
there?
so. Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
That's like now and latest.
Peanut butter cups got to be high up there.
It actually is Reese's peanut butter cups.
Okay.
So that's number one, and they have a 67% chance
I knew that
of
one.
getting some.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty high chance of getting those.
I feel like it used to be that Snickers was like
The
that's
little bitty
odds on
ones.
favor, like
Yeah,
the fun size Snickers,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
if you was in a good neighborhood, the full size Snickers. Oh
Yeah.
boy,
Lopez is good for
I
those.
do that every year.
Oh, what a good guy.
I do full size everything. Got to be that house when your kids are grown, right?
Are we?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we still in Snickers dominance era? I feel like we might have turned the corner into an era of
Still
a
up
different.
there, but it's probably just
Yeah.
like
It's not as it used to be.
kids love nerds.
Kids do like.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what's the leader. Like who is the dominant player of this era of candy? Because like I feel like we are out of the Snickers era, but who is taking the mantle as him in the candy space?
This is just
713-572-4610.
Just from my perspective, having the bucket on our front porch there, like a lot of these like very like not chocolately ones, like what's the other one? The Lifesaver gummies.
Yeah. Me personally, I like Sour Patch.
Sour Patch
I think
is
Sour
huge.
Patch. Yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
Is Skittles still running the game,
Skittles
or have
is
we also
all
slid?
those types of candies are going up the list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
Does this thing reflect that?
Kind of. I'm not sure though. I think it might reflect it. It could be a little outdated. It could be some older people. I don't know. But number two is peanut M&Ms. That's
classic.
You got a 65% chance of getting some peanut M&Ms.
Okay.
M&Ms do like Halloween is M&Ms.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is where they cook.
Yeah. Number three, regular M&Ms. You got a 62% chance.
Okay.
Number four, Kit Kats.
Big time.
You got a 60% chance.
You know what's funny? I feel like Kit Kat used to be bigger in the 90s. Like Kit Kat is probably being floated.
A piece of that Kit Kat bar.
I think Kit Kat is kind
bring
of
the
floating.
jingle back.
Yeah.
They're floating off of Halloween season.
Yeah.
Because do people just go out and buy? Like, when was the last time you bought a full size Kit Kat?
I don't know.
Every time I buy a candy bar, it's either like some type of Reese's or probably
Payday.
like a Snickers.
Payday.
He about to get here and start talking about whatchamacallits.
For the win.
Let me get a Babe Ruth.
Yeah, let me get some saltwater taffy. All right, Lopez.
Number four is Snickers. You got a 58% chance.
There we go. We're still up there. Snickers still holding down. I thought I knew something.
Yeah. Number six, Sour Patch.
There you
got
go.
a 55% chance.
I've noticed that on our front porch.
This is definitely the new hotness because Sour Patch wasn't killing it like that in the last,
not at all.
15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, you had to be like a kid to be into the sour, hot type stuff.
I let them pick. Like I'll have all these big bars and bags of stuff, and a lot of times they go right to the Sour Patch.
Okay.
Yeah, right to the Sour Patch.
Okay. And then you got Hershey's milk chocolate bars. 50% chance you'll get those.
It's a classic.
Milky Way's 45% chance. I'm not a Milky Way. I'm not a Milky Way guy.
Wow, from the 713, they say they jam king size Kit Kat bars on the weekly. Wow. Okay, so there are people
to you with all that money.
Yeah,
that's $5 right there, man. That's a $5 bar. Then you got Twix at 33%. That's your 33% chance. And then gummy bears.
There you go. I'm telling you, all those little
33% chance.
fruit flavored candies are the new thing, man.
Yeah. They also got on here. I guess some things kids might not enjoy.
Yeah, I want to see what's aged out. That's what I want to know.
Yeah. So they say it's a 2% chance they'll get a toothbrush.
Of course.
Who are the people that were actually? I never experienced such things.
I
have gotten a toothbrush.
I got a toothbrush. I got a Bible one time.
Oh yeah.
I got an apple.
Just turn your lights off.
Pencil.
You know what I mean? Like
I remember getting pencils.
I got pencils. Yeah.
pencils, low key.
No, God.
No.
Halloween.
No, the circumstance is terrible. No, look, you're not going to get me out here defending it. I just will say, at least this is something that ends up being useful to that kid directly. That kid don't want to brush their teeth.
They're going to throw it at your window.
Why would you do this?
Yeah. You also got a 4% chance of getting raisins. I got a box of raisins one time.
They got to at least be chocolate covered, man. Come on.
Nah. And then you got 23% chance of getting John Lopez's favorite candy corn.
Okay.
You're one of them?
I need to clarify. I sent you a picture yesterday.
That's right, you did. I forgot about that. I wiped it from my memory.
I don't like candy corn by itself. But listen and listen good. Dry roasted peanuts mixed 50-50 with candy corn is about the best Halloween snack you will ever have. Period.
Okay, Grandpa.
The best
Halloween time, not like Halloween night, but like it's Halloween. They put out the decorations. We always put together dry roasted peanuts with candy corn.
Awesome. People gonna be picking all through the candy corn.
Awesome.
Let me get the dry roasted nuts.
You've never tried it, and I can tell you've never tried it.
And I won't. I want to make that clear. From the 281, my neighbor is a dentist and he gives out toothbrushes, and I feel like he's not thinking ahead. Give the kids candy
extra
so
candy.
that you up the potential clientele. You got to use your
if
third
you're giving
eye.
out toothbrushes, somebody gonna come see you.
Yeah.
We all got perfect teeth.
That's
exactly.
right. Somebody said the way my money's looking, these kids getting packs of ramen.
Hey, the price of the brick went up on those too, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, it's the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. I got to talk about a monster-in-law. Have you heard about the monster-in-law?
Who? I saw the movie way back.
Yeah, this is not a movie. This is actually real life. So a 75-year-old Donna Adelson was sentenced to life in prison for having her son-in-law gunned down in his own doggone driveway.
Oh, my goodness.
So here is I got a question for you guys after I play this story courtesy of Inside Edition.
Okay.
But here's a story about the old monster-in-law.
The notorious grandmom, known as Monster-in-Law, learns her fate following her conviction for having her Harvard-educated son-in-law gunned down in his driveway. But even now, the 75-year-old Donna Adelson insists she's innocent and was not the mastermind behind her son-in-law's assassination.
Never in a million years would I have wanted Danny to be harmed or killed, nor could I ever do something that would lead these two small boys to grow up without him. I swear to you on my life, I was not involved in any way.
The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
A month ago, a jury found her guilty of arranging the shooting death of law professor Daniel Markell so that her daughter Wendy and two grand closer to her.
I had no idea that other people planned to cut Danny's life short.
Adelson's husband swore his wife had nothing to do with the murder.
This summer was our 54th wedding anniversary, and I had to spend it without her. She has done nothing wrong, and yet is being punished for a crime that she did not commit.
Donna Adelson is appealing her conviction. Her son Charlie and his now ex-girlfriend were both convicted for their role in the plot and are serving life in prison.
So I want to ask y'all this, just based off of this video or audio I just played, and we're not in court. We don't really, this is all we know about the story. Do you feel like she's innocent or guilty just based off of
I think
this
she's
video?
guilty. Now, the reason is like people get up on the stand. You'll do and say anything. You'll cry. You'll weep. You'll swear on your own life like she did because you're trying to cover yourself. What did it for me? Son and his ex-girlfriend involved too.
They got accomplices.
Yeah. And that's without knowing any details.
We don't know any details. But when I saw her crying, just like, oh, my life, I had nothing to do with it.
She's good.
I was kind of feeling like, oh, man, is she... Until I heard that last part.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, man. I don't know. You probably ain't do it, but you had something to do with it.
Yeah.
I want to come from entirely left field on this portion of, if you'll allow me. I would like to go back to the beginning, make mention of the fact that her son-in-law was Harvard educated. As if they were like, see, this is really a bad thing because she killed a smart person.
That's true.
I was like, that's weird. Where did that come from? Like, I took note of it, and I was like, maybe it'll come up again. Nope.
Yeah.
He was like, we out here killing Harvard degree carriers? That's crazy. You can't do that.
Yeah. So, that last part, I was like, okay, when you get the son and his ex-girlfriend involved.
Yeah, they in jail for life over it.
Yeah, there's got to be something going on.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to use assassinated for everybody? Like, assassinated feels like it's safe
it's factually accurate, but it is kind of associated with other things.
Yeah, it feels like we typically use it for, like, and I feel bad even saying it this way, like, quote unquote important people.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just
you're
bad
right.
perception.
You're
for
right.
Me.
Yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, what do you enjoy whenever people come into Houston or Texas and they try Texas barbecue for the first time?
Oh, yeah. We all like showing off our hometowns or our states.
Yeah, so you might really enjoy this video. Some British kids trying Texas barbecue, specifically Texas brisket, for the very first time.
Oh, wow.
This is what a platter might look like, but you're missing the star of the show.
No, what is that? That is massive. Oh my word.
That looks lovely.
What does that look like to you?
Like a burnt steak.
Like mud.
This is brisket.
Oh my word. Just look at the juice coming out when you're just cutting it. Look at the juice just
look at that.
It is slow cooked for over 16 hours. For your first ever bite of Texas barbecue, I think we should try some burnt ends.
Oh my God, that just melted in my mouth.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't even describe it. Perfect.
It's actually wonderful.
That is amazing. That is so good. It tastes like steak but smoky.
Well, the flavour just lasts for ages, doesn't it? It was so good, I probably have to go back for another one.
Yeah. It tastes like I can't even explain. It's absolutely sublime.
Sublime?
That's really good. So it doesn't taste like mud?
No. My eyes are watering.
The flavours just hit you in the back of the throat.
I've not eaten all day, and this is probably the best thing I've ever eaten.
Wow.
Dang, I love that. I do love that.
And then they got to go back to eating beans on toast tomorrow. They're just going to be sad. You've opened a door in their life that they will never be able to walk back through unless they get out of England.
Hey, they're not the first.
Yeah. What was that word that guy used? That sublime?
Sublime.
Sublime. It's so sublime.
Sublime is
That
just
sounds like
beyond.
I thought about Reggie when I heard that one.
Well,
man.
I will use a word. After you talking about steak and brisket, I am famished over here, dog. I'm so hungry.
That's the last thing you needed to hear. During the breaks, he's like, man, I'm so hungry.
All right, get y'all out of here on this. Happy trails. I'm gonna do a whole what's that? Around the horn. Don't do that.
PTI.
I think it's PTI. Yeah. Happy trails to Nikita Holmes. If you're not sure who Nikita Holmes is, she was the co-founder of Turkey Leg Hut.
Here we go.
That's right. You probably heard this time.
Yeah.
This could probably go in that documentary I'm sure they're working on right now. But she was arrested and charged with hindering the arrest of a man accused of aggravated kidnapping in Houston.
Is that her ex-husband, or is this an entirely different person?
This might be a totally different person
Okay.
because her ex-husband is in jail currently.
Oh, so they was meant for each other. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you don't remember, her ex-husband was previously her partner in the Turkey Leg Hut. He was doing shenanigans. He went and opened another store and was doing shenanigans.
Yeah.
And
Oyster
apparently,
Hut.
apparently she was doing shenanigans too. They deserve each other.
I think he's serving a lot of time right now, and she was out and about doing whatever. But so she was arrested. So this can add on.
So
to
what was it?
What was what?
What was she arrested for?
She was
hindering the arrest of a man accused of aggravated kidnapping.
Yeah.
Did it have to do with the Turkey Leg Hut?
Well, she was the founder. The Turkey Leg Hut.
Did this accusation have to do with like somebody?
No,
who was,
Turkey Leg Hut don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It's shut down.
Yeah, but so it doesn't go back to that time.
No, this was kind of recent.
Yeah, okay.
I can use a turkey leg right now.
They got brisket,
Yeah.
steak, turkey leg.
Y'all are starting to look like turkeys, man.
That sounds good.
Have y'all seen the cartoons where
Yeah.
a dude is so hungry that all of a sudden
He look like a steak.
Well, the old Seinfeld where,
Yes,
it starts
that's
looking like-
that's what's happening right now. I'm losing my old sensibility.
Man, turkey leg, you're right, though. It's got documentary. There, somebody is doing a documentary.
I'm pretty sure that they said they were.
Well, they got to add this part to it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious to see more on this story. Who the hell was she? I guess hindering.
Yeah.
Nah, man. I don't know that he could have planned this. However, you went from talking about steak to talking about brisket to talking about turkey legs in a roundabout way. I am not friends with you. However, I still love.
Yeah.
By the way, I did talk to Sean Pendergast. He tried those Arby's steak nuggets or steak bites, and he said it was pretty good.
Okay.
He said it's really good.
All right. Okay. Interesting. Someone said no. This was her living boyfriend. Well, she sure knows how to pick him. Apparently, don't she? All right. That's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig. If you see something on the internet that you think is mixtape worthy, he might throw it in there, give you a shout out, make you famous. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. That's B. Scott and Clint. But before we get there, is Bijan Robinson the NFL's best player? Let's talk about it next.
Let's make Reggie even hungrier. How about Texas Star Grill Shop? Every weekend they got those smokers going. They got those grills going. And right now,
required. A postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitula.
On this Thursday in the Loop, appreciate you hanging out with us. Much appreciation to our guy ND Kalu for joining us earlier in the program. We'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here shortly. They are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. So if you're in the area, pop out and see the fellas. It'll be Clint and B. Scott enjoying some wings and some beer and some merriment with you. Real quick before we get to what I teased, people have been having fun with the candy conversation that was had in the mixtape. Candy corn still hits, is said on the YouTube page. And there's a lot of people that are with you, weirdly enough, when it comes to the candy corn, but also having a lot of fun making fun of you via the old candy. Someone said that your favorite candy got to be Werther's Original. Werther's. I think the funniest old person candy is not Werther's. I think that's a good one. It's actually the little strawberry candies that you only find in the bottom of the church lady's purse.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite. This is an old person candy.
Or the peppermint, the round little peppermint.
Oh, that's a good
red
one.
And white, the red and white.
That is a good one. Peppermints, period. You better not be passing out no peppermints for Halloween, man.
Like, I just want to take this as a PSA. Again, we're a couple weeks out from Halloween. If you are inclined to do that for the babies, don't be out here and be a hater. Someone said that when they were trick-or-treating, they actually got pennies one time. Don't be a hater.
Pennies?
Yeah, look, what
did you
is
do?
that?
Just close your door, man.
Like, you're exactly. Just
close your door, turn the lights.
Turn your light off. You clearly aren't in it for this.
Yes.
So don't be a hater, right? Like, give the baby some candy and just keep it moving. Somebody said don't sleep on salt water in my face, but I had already gotten that joke in, so I didn't want to hit it again. What I do want to hit, though, is this conversation that started up after Monday Night Football provided us with some fun, including the Atlanta. Was that Monday night, actually? The Atlanta Hawks? Or Atlanta Falcons, rather.
Yeah.
Getting a really interesting victory and looking really good while doing it. And a lot of this is on legs of a dude who is incredible. Bijan Robinson, he had an 81-yard rushing touchdown in that game as well. Like, that's gotten a lot of people going. And there's a conversation that started up. Is Bijan Robinson the best and the NFL's best player? 713-572-4610. What do you think here?
I think the person who started that conversation is one of you people. And by you people,
you better clarify. Look, I'm going to give you a chance to get there.
He paused.
Just let you know.
He paused.
You better get there.
And by one of you people, I mean the deep dive stat data analyst, 18 letters that you don't know what they stand for, guys.
What was that stat old boy brought up yesterday?
Oh, God. Yeah, you had to almost put a
CPOE?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guarantee you the person that called it.
That's a medical condition.
Not that he's not great, not that he's extremely talented, but I guarantee you, and I haven't even looked. This is completely honest. Guarantee you the person who brought up Bijan Robinson, is he the best player in the NFL, is one of those people.
No. I actually think the argument to be made here.
According to CPOE.
I think that, but this is the thing.
He's better than Patrick Mahomes.
Well, CPOE is a passing stat. Regardless, from the 713, if Saquon didn't win MVP this year, I want you to be clear. We didn't say who is the MVP. We understand.
You said best player. That's why I went there.
We understand the dynamics of MVP, the value proposition, even though I don't think that that's why that's in the name.
Yeah.
Regardless, I want to talk about best player because I think it's what's worth leaning on is your favorite series from training camp and headed into the season, which was, press pause. I know that this is not how you're supposed to do radio. Bleep T-Mill. T-Mill just walks by the glass right outside of our studio, and he has a bag of Trillburger, and he holds it up as is to show me. And you might think, dear listener, no, that's innocuous. He just decided to get Trillburger.
No.
T-Mill sits in the studio next to us and listens to the show. He's been listening to me say that I'm hungry. He did that intentionally. I hate him.
Hey, he's supporting Trillburger, man.
I hate him.
Support
Anyways,
local.
What was I talking about? Oh, your favorite series from the offseason was the NFL's Top 100. NFL players voted as the number one player in the Top 100. Who? Saquon Barkley last year, a running back who was dominating the game. What Saquon Barkley did last year, Bijan Robinson has been replicating to this point.
Yeah, relatively so. Pretty close.
I think if that was the way that you were going to take this, a dude who was just absolutely mental running the football, a guy who was absolutely willing his team to victory.
Yeah.
Bijan Robinson has represented that. I think that there is an argument to be made that he is the best player if you're going to use that framework.
If you're going to do it like that, of course, 5 games in, so it's kind of hard to, because even Saquon with his great resume, that run week 8, week 9, week 10, right, somewhere in there. So I think it's just a little premature. I would have bet my life. I'm glad I didn't. That this was some DVOEAX.
You know what the next letter is. You do this to all of you are making me mad. I'm irritable right now because I'm hungry. And you and T-Mill and Figgy, I hate y'all. I hate your stinking guts.
According to DVOA,
his yards after contact between the tackles would lend one to believe that he's the best player in the NFL. He's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to downplay what he's doing.
I don't think you are. But the question then I ask is, if not Bijan, who would you maybe put up as a potential alternate for best player in the NFL right now?
Baker Mayfield.
But are we doing the quarterback thing? Because I think there are dudes that play their position
outside of quarterbacks.
I think there's dudes that play their position better than what Baker Mayfield is playing his position right now. With all due respect, because I do think he's been phenomenal.
Myles Garrett. Are we not doing defense?
Yeah, that was immediately. I was waiting for when are we doing the Myles Garrett is just out here blowing things up all the damn time.
Offensively, who am I missing? I'm trying to think who else would be up there. I mean,
is there any chance that you lean on the actual yardage production and look at a fellow that the Texans will be charged of stopping
JSN?
Because one of the things, like, I understand it feels reactionary. It might be reactionary. I was going and rewatching Week 1. I'm trying to rewatch Week 1 because I think the Niners did a good job of slowing down the Seahawks. I think Sam Darnold only threw for 150. I think like 100 of those were to Jaxon Smith-Njigba. And some of these, I'm like, yo, this dude is crazy.
Just throwing it, yeah.
Like, he just looks so incredible. And when I talk, like I said, it's who is doing their job at that incredible level. I think Jaxon Smith-Njigba might actually have a shot at this. And again, you mentioned 6 weeks. Maybe this is reactionary. He looks that damn good.
No, he does. He absolutely does. But no, look, he's definitely in the conversation. Bijan, that is definitely in the conversation. But no, I think there are. Who's having a good year?
Who's that?
I was trying to see if I missed anybody, and I just looked it up. Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and he would go real quiet for me just because, again, the Niners have had such an interesting season. Interesting not being a good thing in this instance with all of the injuries that they've had to this point. All right, at the risk of making myself even hungrier, let's go out to the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney and check in with the fellas of the drive this afternoon. It is B. Scott sitting in for Ron, but of course, old Dirty Red Clint himself. What's happening, fellas?
Fellas, what's going on, man? We're out here amongst the people, man, out New Caney way. I told y'all, man, back in the day when, before everything just blew up, man, my granny, or Lou, man, she was up here in Grangerland. So growing up, boy, I knew when we hit New Caney way, we was close to Granny, that old red dirt road. I tell you what, we drove Granny nuts on them bikes, locking them brakes up, sliding for about 20 feet. Boy, Granny used to get mad. So this New Caney way brings back some old school memories, man. What's going on with you boys?
What's her name? Orlu?
Ora Lou. Two names.
What I was going to say, I've been to where you guys are. This isn't Ora Lou's New Caney. That's a sweet place.
I was going to say, it's not as many dirt roads, Lopez. As many dirt roads as what Dirty Red is talking about. He's talking about a yesteryear a little bit. It is developed. It is nice. It is a vibrant place. But I can identify with what he's talking, especially with the two-name grandmother. Mine was Betty Lee. Betty Lee. And you better add that Lee on the end, man. That's back in the day.
I feel like I need to put my bona fides out here. My grandmother didn't have two names, but it was Benedicta. So I feel like I'm in.
She ran them all together.
We don't name them like we used to.
Fellas, I want you to weigh in if you don't mind. We were just talking about kind of a conversation that's been happening around the NFL. With Bijani Robinson out here looking like a man amongst boys at times and helping Atlanta actually look like a really good team right now, or at least this week before something happens. Is he the NFL's best player right now in y'all's estimation?
Ooh, that's a great question. I definitely think he's that caliber, Clint. I don't know what you think, but he is. If he's not the best player right now, I said going in the draft, and you guys know I root for Texas, so I watched a lot of Bijani in college. I said going into the draft that he was of the Saquon, Christian McCaffrey ilk. Wasn't saying for sure he was going to have that type of career. Circumstance a lot of times matters. But when we talk about that type of talent, and now we're seeing the production sort of match that, I did say the other night, Monday Night Football, that could have been, and it felt like Atlanta's coming out party, them being introduced to the rest of the nation, not just as being a cute story, but being
I think he's in that conversation. I mean, it's such a small sample size at this point in time that I need to see more to start talking, best in the league or anything like that. But he is when you watch him, it's hard to think that there's anybody, and especially when you watch his last game, it's hard as hell to think there's anybody out there. There's anybody out there that you're like, yeah, that guy's better than him. Yeah. So yeah, look, Bijan Robinson. I mean, the beautiful thing about what's going on in Atlanta, or at least I don't study Atlanta, but what went on in that last game with Atlanta is how they used him. I mean, that is just the way that I think what is that, Zach Robinson? That's the old quarterback from Oklahoma State, right? That ended up at McVay's system with the Rams, and he's out in Atlanta, and it looks like things are starting to click. The way they're using him is just so beautiful, man. I mean,
he does things on the field where you're like, okay, so that's an elite trait. You think about Saquon's reverse hurdle from last year. You're like, there's only but so many guys that can do that if it's not him being the only guy. Bijan's got plays like that where you're like, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4 guys in the league that can make that exact play. He's got that quality about him.
Who else did you, if y'all had the conversation, I did not hear it. I was listening in the loop, and I am going to put y'all's ass in them old crosshairs in a minute. But who else was in that conversation?
I think, if you're including quarterbacks, I put Baker. Defense, I put Myles Garrett. If you're including defense, I think Christian McCaffrey's in the conversation.
And I honestly, watching Jaxon Smith-Njigba, not just off of yardage, but some of the things that he's able to do in the ways he's able to get in here well.
Yeah, boy, that's a good conversation. The problem is it's probably going to be too long for one segment to do it justice.
But Bijan, to y'all's point, though, is smack dab in the middle of it. Like, I thought coming out that he was of the Saquon, Christian McCaffrey ilk, of a guy that could be a traditional running back and run between the tackles and do all of the running back things that you want from that position, but also be much different from any other running back or from most running backs that you could line up in the backfield.
Clint, put us in the crosshairs, big dog.
I heard y'all's conversation earlier with Figgy was talking about. I'm with you, Figgy. I know Figgy bounces out of that studio pretty quick, but if you're listening, Figgy, I'm with you, man. I've never had a steak at a high-end steakhouse that I walked away thinking, yeah, man, that was a good $100. That was a good $150. Yeah, that was smart money. Now, I will go and I will enjoy it, especially now with my bride. I got one that's worth it. I'll go enjoy the environment, no question. But I've never walked away from a steak and thought, my father-in-law can't do that right there. That was worth it.
Hey, shout out to Lowe for the special shout out there of that I got one that's worth it.
Come on,
Don't forget it, Lowe. He told look, I would take none of the rest of these little scallywags to the high-end steakhouse. No, but my bride, my baby mama, you going to the high-end, whether it's just as good as Cabo's or not.
Hey, B. Scott, before I let y'all get off and running, I'm going to throw a curveball at you because someone texted in just a little while ago. Apparently, Spencer Dinwiddie was released by the Hornets, and they asked, would you be interested in the Texans the Rockets taking a flyer on him? I'm kind of in a no. I'm interested just off of the top of the head. What do you think?
Without knowing the cost or having done any research on his contract, Spencer Dinwiddie is a bucket getter. Right, and so I think if you're a serious basketball team and you're talking about really competing, you can add a bucket getter to your team, and it is not cost prohibitive. And I'm not sure, again, I have not done the research on what Spencer Dinwiddie would cost them. I would imagine it's league minimum type of stuff. I would be interested in it for sure. I mean, I don't see if we do the Nick Caserio economic cost-benefit analysis, I could only see benefit as opposed to the cost.
All right, fair enough. My just thought was anything that Spencer Dinwiddie could bring. One, I don't think he's a point guard. Like, I think he's a combo guard that kind of moonlights as a point guard. So that benefit isn't there for me. And anything that he can do, I'd much rather see Jabari or Tari do at this point. But you make a good point, and that's why I asked.
We're going to tee this one up. I mean, I got a question that fits in this realm here of. Okay. Are the Rockets a better team without a Fred VanVleet, like a true point guard?
Which I love.
Is their ceiling actually higher, assuming, some of the draft picks, some of the young guys, arrive? We will have that. We will have that discussion in today's show.
That is what we call in the business a tease. So you got that. You got wings, you got beer, and you got all the other, enjoyment and merriment that you can expect from a drive broadcast on the road at the Buffalo Wild Wings out there in New Caney. Fellas, have a fantastic show. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow for Football Friday. But before we get there, you got 4 hours of fantastic broadcasting here on KLT AM, KLT FM, H4 because right now, the drive is live.
Yeah, it is, and I'm going to tell you, that was a pretty good tease, but I'm not much into teasing. I'm into touching, so I need everybody to come on out here, man. 99 and 59, we are at Buffalo Wild Wings. Got a couple giveaways today. We're going to give away a Texas Star Grill Shop gift card. We're going to give away a couple of Bud Light pop-up cornhole boards as well. So come on out, get you a couple of drinks and some good grub here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and I'm sure the Bud Light girls will be here a little later on, and we got a pop-a-shot going on over here. Is that actually throwing footballs through the holes there as well? So come on out and hang out with us. Today's show is locked and loaded. We got Danny Kanell talking a little college football coming up at 3 o'clock. You want to stay plugged into that. He's one of my favorite, one of the best in the game when it comes to college football. Also, we got DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud will both meet with the media, and we will bring those press conferences to you in full right here on Sports Radio 610. So make sure you stay plugged in. Both of those will occur, I believe, in the one in the 3 o'clock hour. I'm sorry, one in the 2 o'clock hour, one in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll bring them to you as soon as we get them on the mic. So we'll get that thing locked in. Ronnie Hughley is out again today, and my man Brandon Scott is in. B. Scott, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm living good. Always a good time to come out to New Caney. Like you mentioned, in your childhood, it looked one way. In my early adulthood, when I lived out in Conroe and did a lot of work, I found myself out here. And even, man, since then, it has developed. It is a good time to be out here. We were out here together last year, around this time, early on in the season. Always a good time to come out here, man. So I'm living good. I told you before we started the show, the closer we get to game day, and it's a little bit prolonged this week, we got a Monday night game, a late Monday night game, as opposed to our normal Sunday noon kickoff. But I'm just as excited as I normally would be on a Thursday, ready to get to it, man. Got a lot to get to.
Absolutely, man. By the way, if for anybody out there that's, I don't know, I'd say 35 and up, if I don't care if it was in Granger land, if your grandmother, grandfather, somebody that meant something to you, lived on a dirt road, and you didn't get on a bicycle and ride as fast as you can and slam on the brakes and see how long you can make that line and piss them off, that's really scare them. Now that I'm a father, I realize I was scaring the hell out of Granny instead of pissing her off. But boy, if you didn't do that, you don't know what you missed.
Oh man, everything that I learned, whether it was a dirt bike, a regular bike, driving an actual vehicle, was all on a dirt road. Similar to this, my mother's side of the family is from the Beaumont area, but in the sticks north of Beaumont and Silsbee. And I imagine that New Caney around that time looked a lot how Silsbee, I would say, looks to this day. It's looked the same since my mama grew up in the 60s and 70s. But yeah, man, I can certainly identify and relate, man. A good time, that rural living, man, for sure.
That's right. Buffalo Wild Wings, 59 and 99 up in New Caney. Come on through and hang out with us. B. Scott, yesterday I framed a question, and I know it was good because, one, we had some good conversation. Larry and Stafford called in and called me crazy. We framed the question as, is this the last chance for Texans fans to buy into this iteration of the Texans? And I'm not putting – the question wasn't necessarily framed around this one game in a vacuum is going to make your mind up, but you don't perform well, or you have some of the same warts that you had prior to Tennessee in this game and you come up short. I do think there is you're 0-4 against quality football teams and you've got 2 wins against cellar dwellers. I think the mood around this organization is definitely going to change and has to change. But yesterday I framed it as, is this the last chance for you to buy in? And today I'm asking it a little different way. Is this a must-win game for the Houston Texans?
Yeah, because if I had to answer your question from yesterday, I would say no, not necessarily. But your question today, and that question was, again, Is this the last chance to buy in? I think it is a chance. I don't think it's necessarily the last chance because we are still that early on in the season. But with that said, with your follow-up question today, how we're leading the show off, is this a must-win? I got a tough time saying that it ain't. Like, to me, it absolutely is for a number of reasons. One, you want to see the team play well, and normally if they play well, it means that they win the game. That's not necessarily the case, but normally if they play well, they'll win the game. And so you want to feel better about your team and the morale, the momentum that you took into the bye week, you'd like to carry out of it, certainly. But I would say just in terms of math, Clint, I don't feel like the Texans are in a position, and then me kind of speaking from their lens or on their behalf or however you want to look at that, I don't feel like we're in a position to not have a must-win game if you're a couple of games behind the teams in your division. You just started playing good football recently. I got to look at it as a must-win. Now, is it one that, like, you automatically chalk up and say, yeah, they should win this game? No, we're breaking down the matchup. We see all the problems that Seattle poses for the Texans, but just in terms of the numbers game, you already being, but like, think about it. Indianapolis is 5-1, bro. They're 5-1, okay? Seattle just beat Jacksonville and did you a favor last week. They're 4-2. But think about it. The benefit of this game being on a Monday night, late Monday night at that, is that all of the other AFC South teams will have played on Sunday. And so the true answer to this question will be answered on Sunday, depending on what Jacksonville is able to do against the Rams, and I'm trying to remember who Indianapolis has, but they're on the road, I believe, as well.
Chargers.
The Chargers, there you go. They're on the road against the Chargers. So if they win, God forbid they win those games, and they're winnable games for both of them, it's absolutely a must-win game. Now, if they lose, they do you some favors, and you could say, hey, well, if we play good, play well, then we feel good about the team and feel good about the direction. But where we sit right now on a Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, I gotta say it's a must-win game. You gotta go get it. You gotta have it.
I'm with you. I think this is a must-win game, and I know people like Larry called in yesterday. It's an NFC game, for crying out loud. It's early in the year. Yeah, I get it. Look, but I mean, I've been on a 2-4 team in the NFL. That ain't no place to be. I mean, the dynamic changes. Like the DeMeco Ryans faces a new challenge. Right, a different challenge that we haven't seen him necessarily tackle at this level. You know, and obviously if DeMeco's approach to the team changes, and obviously everybody below him, their approach to football changes as well. And look, when I say changes, I mean all of a sudden you got to convince guys that what you're doing is right.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're in the back, like in the background, like right now we're tearing Nick Caley apart and this offense apart, and every, you know, being stuck on every word that DeMeco says. Well, all of a sudden, boy, the team gets stuck on it. 2-4 is painful now.
Yeah.
And to your point, you look at what Indianapolis is doing. They've got the Chargers and they got the Titans. The Chargers are beat up, and if you look at the Chargers' schedule, they've won a couple of games, but the schedule isn't real challenging. So, to be honest with you, Indianapolis, unless Indianapolis is just a fluke to this point, the odds are they're going to win both them damn games. So you're looking at a 7-1 football team right there at the top of the division. And I don't know how long you can continue to go, well, we're just going to be patient. We're not going to worry about what's going on around us. We're going to be patient. I feel like this is a game that they dug a hole, and now all of a sudden this game is one that I believe you got to have.
Well, and if you lose the game, think of the game, how much pressure does that put on that 3-game home streak, right? On that 3-game homestand that you're on after this game, when you get the 49ers, the Broncos, and the Jaguars. I think where we sit right now, you don't feel like you necessarily got to sweep all 3 of those games. You'd love to, right? You'll take every win that you can get. But as we sit here now, we don't necessarily feel like they got to sweep all 3 of those games. You lose this game, and now, like, you're just running out of time. You're running out of leeway, out of runway when you talk about being behind and what you're facing, and then, as you mentioned, what the teams around you are facing. The uphill battle becomes that much more uphill if you lose this game.
Isn't it wild, man, what one game can do?
Yeah.
I mean, what literally one game can, and I know there's a bunch of everybody relaxed folks out there. That's I mean, to me, that's one of them. Like, it might work out for you if you spell relax, but the odds are it ain't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's crazy. You go to Seattle in prime time. And literally, I believe this is a game where if the Texans can win this game, I believe that people start talking about them again in a real contender, moving in the right direction. Maybe not Super Bowl, but definitely playoffs. Look out.
Yeah.
And if you lose this game, I believe people start questioning DeMeco at the top, Nick Caserio at the top, definitely C.J. Stroud. And I think the conversations get really ugly around the Texans in a sense of, has DeMeco and Nick failed C.J. Stroud after his rookie year with this offensive coordinator shuffle? So, and I only paint the picture to say, you go get rid of the playoffs, baby. Got a 3-game home stretch here that we can get back on the right side of this thing too. Holy cow, man! Is this thing gonna last?
Yeah. Not only do I think it's a must-win game, which it is, I do believe that. But even aside from that, must-win game or not, it's absolutely a narrative shifter.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's a narrative shift. You go out there on Monday Night Football, the late Monday Night Football game at that. Now, I know they're doing that doubleheader Monday night thing again.
Ooh, but this will hurt you, boy, in that post-game show.
This is the late. I know, man. I feel for y'all, man, to be honest. But this is one of those where if you play well, you have a marquee game on a marquee stage.
No question.
It does a lot of what you're talking about and shifting the narrative about C.J. Stroud and his team and whether they're contenders and all of that. They do the opposite, and they go out there and lay an egg. And now it's like, oh, well, the Texans aren't for real, kind of same old AFC South, you know, or shifting the focus of the AFC South to be squarely on the Indianapolis Colts, the cool story that is Daniel Jones and how everybody wants to fixate on that, looking at them in Jacksonville, and the Texans being on the outside looking in, not just from a numbers perspective, but in the whole conversation and how they're viewed. So I think a lot of it has to do with not just them winning the game, but how they look. Like, I think they could look good, lose the game, and we still be a little bit hopeful about the direction of the team.
Sure. I agree.
That could certainly happen. But they could also go out there, lay an egg, lose the game by a lot, or not look very competitive, get dominated up front, these type of things that we are concerned about, and then completely erase themselves from the relevant conversations in football. Now, it's going to be up to them to shift the narrative.
Yeah.
Like, they actually got to go out there and do it, but I think it is a narrative shifter for sure.
I'll be honest with you where I'm at with it. I think if the Texans go play, like if what we've seen versus these two cellar dwellers, the Baltimore Ravens and the Titans, if we see the offense like that product, and maybe even in a little lesser shape because the Seattle defense is that real, but if you see that approach and you see them stay ahead of the chains, if they're able to run the football at all, I think they win the game.
Yeah.
I think this team is really, really tough to beat with that defense, with C.J. Stroud, when you're getting Nico Collins and getting these other guys involved. If they're able to spread the ball around and get 5 or 6 receivers catches against this defense, they are going to be a very, very tough team to beat. I don't care if it is in Seattle and in a crazy environment in the Northwest. I don't care about that. So I'm really under that belief, to be honest with you, is if what we've watched offensively transitions to Monday Night Football at all, I think the Texans win the game.
Well, you mentioned running the football. I mean, if they're able to do that, they've cracked the code.
Yeah.
Because most teams have not been able to do that against the Seattle Seahawks, not to mention the fact that they get after the passer without necessarily bringing extra pressure. Like, they're not blitzing. They're bringing 3. They're bringing 4. Yeah. Go back and look at that game against the Jaguars, man. They're sacking Trevor Lawrence on the first play of the game, man. And the first play of the game. Second play of the game, Trevor's able to get out of it, but they flush the pocket. He gets out of it, gains a couple of yards, but it's a holding penalty, which tells you how much disruption there was up front.
Absolutely.
They flush the pocket. Trevor gets out of it, but they still go backwards, man. And we're talking about the first 2 plays at the front you're looking at, and we're talking about their pass rush. If you're able to run the football, and Jacksonville didn't have a great time doing that, nobody really has against Seattle, I feel like you cracked the code. And more likely than not, I'm with you, you have put yourself in a position at least to win the game.
That's Brandon Scott. You can find his work all over Sports Radio 610, all over sportsradio610.com. And we're in here for the long haul. We'll be here 2 to 6. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, right there where 59 goes over 99, or does 99 actually go over the top? I don't know. I got turned around coming in here, but either way it goes, if you can get to 59.99, you can't miss us, baby. Come on through and hang with us. The Rockets, y'all. The Rockets, they lost their point guard, Fred VanVleet, and the question is might the Rockets' Fred VanVleet injury be a blessing in disguise? We'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that,
Join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We are live in New Caney, Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out and hang out. If you're in the building, we're giving away a Texas Star Grill Shop gift card right here. Put your name in the raffle. There's also a couple of pop-up cornhole boards there, courtesy of Bud Light right there, that we'll be giving away during the show today. And so make sure you put your name in the raffle and get you a cold beer, get you a cold drink, get you some grub, and let's have us a good day. We got DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud coming up in full presser coming up in the show here. We got Danny Kanell, one of the best college analysts out there. He is joining the show as well, and y'all, Tyler Milner, he's on a heater. Now, this is an early tease because we got a ways to go before we get to best bets, but it looked like that off day he had was just off the beaten path because he got right back on that perfect train.
Man, shout out to you,
night.
T-Mill. Shout out to you in them pockets, man. Anybody that's riding them bets, man.
Appreciate you, boys.
Feeling good, huh?
Yeah, man. Just a brief, quick break away from the perfection. Right back to it last night. That's what I like to see. You know?
Hey, you never stray too far from perfection.
So many ways I can take that.
Oh, hey, hopefully neither.
Hopefully.
If you're wise, don't stray too far away from neither one, T-Mill.
Perfection or protection.
I mean, old Red just said it best, man.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
There it is. There you go, Red. Tell them about it. But
there you go.
All right, hey, the Rockets. The Rockets played 2 nights ago. They beat up on the Pelicans 130-128. I thought that was a really good outing for the Rockets. They're treating that game and this game coming up tonight as a little dress rehearsal for the regular season, meaning that the starters, whoever that may be, is going to play a little deeper into the game, I believe, than a typical preseason game. That's tonight at Atlanta. The Rockets go at Atlanta, 6:30 p.m. ESPN2 as well as the normal local channel, right?
That's right. Space City Home Network.
Yep, Space City Home Network, and which I'm a Space City Home Network guy, by the way. I stay local. I don't typically go ESPN2, but and tonight we'll see another. Apparently, we're going to see another dress rehearsal. So the starters are the plan into the game. So for all of us fans out there, if you want to peek at a little NBA preseason action, you're at least going to get the real deal, the real product, the real Rockets product there for into the second half. And the question that I asked going into that tease, B. Scott, was obviously in regards to the Rockets losing their veteran point guard, Fred VanVleet. And kind of, to be honest with you, I was hot and cold on Fred VanVleet last year, obviously. But then when he lights it up in the playoffs, when you need him the most, he steps up and lights it up. It's hard to not want that guy to be part of what you got going on moving forward. Unfortunately, we have no choice. There's a season-ending injury, so Fred VanVleet is not going to be with the Rockets. So now when we look at the Rockets, I think Reg mentioned it in the crosstalk. You've mentioned it a couple times. We talked about it yesterday with Luke. There's really no true point guard, at least that's going to get significant playing time, or at this point in time it's going to take significant development from one guy in particular to become that guy. But when I look at the Rockets team, and again, I'll be transparent. Last year, I was not the biggest fan of Fred VanVleet. I love him as a weapon and as a veteran to stable the waters if and when them youngsters got loose. But I didn't like him in big doses until I saw what he did in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I look at this team, and I got a question for you. Is it me, or does it seem like the ceiling for this team, if Amen Thompson takes the next step, if Jabari Smith takes the next step, if Şengün talk monster steps being MVPs like Carmelo Anthony was talking about Şengün, I'm just talking about the next step, the next natural step that young good players take. Is the ceiling higher for this team without Fred VanVleet on the floor?
Yeah, so that's why I liked how you position the conversation or how you phrased the question of blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in disguise is doing a lot of work there on your question, right? You know what I mean? Because it is in disguise. I feel like the Rockets are I'm not going to say that they're better without Fred VanVleet because he does bring so much to the table.
Yep.
And I don't want to discount his role or what his contribution is to the team. It's important, and it is a major blow to lose him for the season, to be sure and to be clear about it. But the in disguise part, and when you ask specifically about their ceiling, I think Fred VanVleet raises their floor because there are certain things that you can expect from the Rockets when he's on the floor. There are certain things that you can expect to be kind of more organized and in order with him on the floor. And that, I think, gives you a certain floor as a team, right? It helps you a great deal.
Especially with so many youngsters playing last year anyway.
But you did an important thing there when you said, hey, if these guys take that next step, which I think everybody's expecting them to do, and honestly they're going to have to, sink or swim, a lot is going to be required, a lot more, I should say, is going to be required of guys like Amen Thompson and Reed Sheppard, specifically in this role that we're talking about when it comes to ball handling and making decisions with the basketball. A lot more is going to be required of those two guys that we just mentioned and out kind of a different capacity, a different sort of role in the way that it looks. But to me, if you get what you're expecting out of those guys, your ceiling, never mind your floor for a second, because we saw what that looked like. Your ceiling is much, much higher because those guys are much more higher impact potential guys on the team. So if Amen Thompson, whatever his potential is this year, whether that's a repeat of all-NBA defensive guy, if that's becoming an all-star or becoming an all-NBA guy himself, like I think Figgy was mentioning in the previous show, like all of those things I feel like raise the Rocket ceiling and put them in a different conversation as a basketball team. So I don't know about it being an actual blessing, but a blessing in disguise because you're relying more on these guys and you're asking them to step up and you feel like they're the ones that are actually able to do so. I would say that it is a blessing in disguise because you can get that out of those guys.
Yeah, look, I mean, I look at it, man, and I just feel like at the end of the year, right, because you got the regular season, I feel like at the end of the year, with no Fred VanVleet throughout the season, you are without a doubt going to have a better version of Amen Thompson. You're going to have a better – I mean, just those guys are a year older. They're a year wiser. Now all of a sudden KD's in the mix. What is he – what new heights can he take those individuals to? And then you get to the playoffs. I think you put it perfectly. I think you put it perfectly with the thought of the floor is significantly higher because that's really where mentally where I'm at is pretty good about the floor when he's out there. But the truth be told, the ceiling is really low. Let me think about last year in the playoffs. I mean, if he doesn't just catch fire and light, and I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm not taking anything away from him at all.
No, he did a great job.
But if he doesn't just, light up, just get hotter than all get out, that's a rough watch.
But then where does that get you? How good of a team can you actually be? And I understand Fred VanVleet was a key part of a championship team. He made some big shots, had some big games with Toronto, 6 years ago, however long ago that was. But to me, and really honestly, a criticism of the Rockets over the last couple of years with Fred VanVleet has been that they are overly reliant on Fred VanVleet. Well, now, obviously, as we've laid out, that is not an option. They can now. I think the concern is, are they going to be overly reliant on Kevin Durant? If Kevin Durant, something happens to him because he's old, are they going to be overly reliant on Alperen Sengun? I think it's a blessing in disguise from the standpoint of it's going to force them to not be so overly reliant on one particular player the way that they have been with Fred VanVleet, whether people realize it or not. Because when he didn't play, they were lost. And that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, I'm with you. We'll see what that looks like, man. It's obviously going to take some guys developing, and we will talk about that too. Number 3 overall picks need to perform and need to develop, need to perform, need to take the next step. One of them needs to take multiple steps, but we'll break that down later in the show as well. Look, the Texans brass leans real hard into their process, focusing on their process, and DeMeco Ryans did so, leaned into that in his presser earlier in the week. Is this a game where that might get them in trouble? Might that approach get them in trouble? I'll explain next. But before I do that, I got to tell you about Daisy Dips. When you
printing. It's the smarter option. Call 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in, and we are Buffalo Wild Wings, not just on 59, not just in New Caney, but right there where 59 and 99 hit. You can't miss us now. Come on through and hang. We've got a couple of giveaways today, and right here with my man Shay. But obviously they got great food, big-time deals here from Buffalo Wild Wings. And I believe the Bud Light girls will be here at some point in time with a couple of cold beers.
There you go.
If you know what I mean. We got Danny Kanell coming up at 3 o'clock. Again, talking college football with one of the best in the game. And bear with us. We are waiting. The Texans, they are not on our schedule. DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud will be meeting with the media today. It's my decision. That's right. I know, DeMeco. We are all sitting around on your schedule, bub. And as soon as we get them, you will hear them. So just bear with us. Right now, I do want to go to something that DeMeco said last time he met with the media. DeMeco was asked about, does he pay attention to what's going on around him? Mm-hmm. The other teams in the division, the division, Jacksonville and Indianapolis, obviously with a better record and with the potential of running away with the division even this early. He was asked about that, and here's what DeMeco had to say.
That doesn't creep into my mind at all about where the other AFC teams are, what their record is. It's still early in the season, right? A lot of teams had a lot of really good starts to the season, but we all know, and that's our focus, it's all about how you finish the season. It's all about how your team grows throughout the season. Just because you have a great start doesn't mean it's going to be a great finish. It's just continuing to work, control what you can control, and you truly focus on one game at a time. That's all that matters. Can't focus on what the other teams are doing, the outcome of their games. It really doesn't matter, right? It has nothing to do with how you go and play. Don't do anything different because other teams are where they are record-wise. It's truly focusing on us and getting better.
I love my coach having that mentality, obviously, right? I mean, anything other than that, you would worry about, man, what is he? How confident is he in what they're doing? I do wonder. I think this is the most difficult challenge, if you will, for the Texans this year is you've already dug a little bit of a hole, yep. Right? And if we're taking this approach of the process over results kind of deal, the question is how long do we keep this song and dance up? Right? And by the way, I want DeMeco Ryans to say what he said. I just wonder at what point in the season do you start worrying about, hey, man, Indianapolis is the best team in the AFC right now. Indianapolis got a chance to run away with this thing. Our dynamic changes a bit. And here's where I want to go with it, B. Scott, is I think obviously it's a big challenge. If you dig a hole, digging your way out of it is it takes a lot more energy and effort than if you play good ball consistently, right? Mm-hmm. But the interesting thing for me, when I take that and bring it to this Seattle game, they are big, worry about us, worry about our process, do your job kind of squad. And when I watch what they've done against lesser opponents, which is run the football, establish the run, protect the quarterback, the penalties have been down. We've talked about it multiple times. Yeah. I do wonder, B. Scott, in this light of when you are so committed to a process and believing you can do something one way, and you run up against a good opponent, not having a plan to counterpunch. Yeah. Not having a plan to that's what I worry about with a young Nick Caley in a game like this, is being so like what DeMeco said, just put the blinders on and you worry about us. Well, if the plan is, and we've heard DeMeco talk about it, if the plan is, hey, you put the blinders on and worry about us, and we're going to go run the football and we're going to go protect the quarterback and we're going to go play penalty free. Well, what's going to happen if that doesn't? Because what we've seen is that doesn't always go according to plan. Yeah, so it is interesting how differently we're all approaching sort of the same subject here, because where DeMeco's coming from it and from where we're coming from it is two totally different places. Like he kind of has to be one-track minded in this way. That's why it's interesting in the dynamic. And it was Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle who asked that question. Hey, do y'all take any comfort in what's going on around you, or does that help you kind of in your approach? I'm paraphrasing, of course, but that's a lot for media,
fans, pundits to kind of do the math. Kind of what we were just doing, talking about whether it's a must-win game earlier in the show. That's kind of for us, especially early on in the season. For them, they do have to be one-track minded in this way, especially early on in the season. Like, yeah, I would have a tough time believing what DeMeco is saying there if he was to say that, let's say, in week 12, 13, 14, after you got a lot of the evidence, a lot of the record has been had, and it does become much more of a numbers game than it is earlier on in the season. But, yeah, man, I think that as far as, like, the process over results, but, like, we're still in that phase. Going to Monday night is going to be a big indication of that, or an indicator of that, of like, hey, I think I mentioned this to y'all before the show, but I'm real intrigued by the chess match. Never mind what happens on Sunday before this game, mind you, but the chess match between DeMeco Ryans and Clint Kubiak. The chess match between a first-year offensive coordinator in Nick Caley and an experienced defensive guy in Mike McDonald, right? Like, out of the play callers, out of the offensive and defensive minds in this game, if you're from Houston, you do have the least experienced and least accomplished of them all, right? Like, Mike McDonald's done enough to get that job. DeMeco Ryans has his pelts on the wall, right? Clint Kubiak is a well-respected, and certainly what they've done leading up to this point kind of gives you a good sense for what they're about. Obviously, the last couple of games have looked good on Nick Caley's part. I thought last game was a really good Nick Caley game, but he's the most unproven guy. They got to focus on the process and figuring out themselves and all of that, kind of figuring out their exact identity. I think that's important for them and where they're coming from, even if for us we're looking at it like, hey, man, you got to win this game. Hey, man, if you lose this game and the other teams win, it's like I said earlier, it's all that more of an uphill battle.
The interesting part of it to me is what I say interesting, the concern, let's be honest, what it is Nick Caley's youth and inexperience of, 2 weeks in a row we had some success, so we're going to go in here guns a-blazing on with that same, and not have, like in this game, for instance, I tell you, in this game, I don't believe that there's going to be 6 guys catching balls. I believe you're going to lean heavily into Nico Collins. And if the plan going is we're going to run this football, we're going to establish the run, we're going to spread it around, we're going to let wherever the read takes us, the progression takes us, is who's going to get touches. There better be some kind of part of that process right now. Better be, hey man, there's a Nico package where we move him around and do some different things with him. That's more of what I'm at. Like, at what point do you start going, hey, we got to do some things a little bit differently to make sure? And I'm not saying now's the time. I'm not saying hell, you won 2 games in a row. Now's the time to go all in and go full speed ahead with what you've done and see if it translates to Seattle a better football team. But I'm saying you better have, if that first round of that boxing match don't go well, that process better have some adjustments for you to get Nico the ball.
Well, remember earlier when
Woody Marks the ball, Dalton Schultz the ball. Whoever.
Dalton Schultz. That's a good example. I think I think the earlier show in the Loop was talking about. I want to say they even led their show with this about how vulnerable Seattle could be in zone coverage, and how Nico Collins, if not the best, certainly one of the best as a zone beater. Now, we know he can be a man beater as well, but finding the soft spots in the zone, obviously Dalton Schultz, your top pass-catching tight end, is going to play a major factor into that. Christian Kirk, your slot guy, could play a major factor into that. But in terms of narrative shift, and this is something that I got at earlier on in the show, this is also one, I think, for maybe not shifting, but establishing the narrative for a Nick Caley versus what he came in here to replace. Like, one of the criticisms of Bobby Slowick was, hey, when great, but when it was time to adjust, when it was time to do something different, when what you thought was working all of a sudden wasn't, you didn't have the answer. And that could very well be what this type of game is, a Nick Caley adjustment game, both from the bye week and game plan and in game. If what you thought was going to work all of a sudden doesn't work in a raucous environment on the road, Seattle, we know kind of what the story is there. How do you adjust in the moment? So seeing what Nick Caley can do in that regard is going to be a big part of this game for me. Observing that, monitoring that, and then how you feel about your offensive coordinator, win or lose after this game is over.
Yeah, win or lose, this is one of them games you get good and excited about, man. This is going to be a real challenge for the Texans, and man, if they can take that step, it's going to be. I mean, you almost forget about them the 0-3. You almost forget about that if you can take the show on the road and beat a Seattle Seahawks football team that on both sides of the football is doing some really good things. Some of the best in the league on both sides of the football. Let's shift gears real quick. Thinking about there's a game tonight, Thursday night, and I think that to just in watching and listening to everybody talk about this Pittsburgh Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh Cincinnati game. Boy, I tell you, it's blatantly obvious. This ain't the worst division in football anymore, is it?
Man,
AFC South thing.
Hey, it's gotta be the North, right?
The Steelers, legit. This is not the Steelers can legit lock up the division tonight. I mean, not obviously by the numbers.
And did you think
they will head over the higher division if they win tonight?
But think about that. Out of all of the teams, and I guess maybe other than the Browns, it probably would have gone somewhere between like Baltimore, Cincinnati, Steelers, Browns. Baltimore's probably the team that you were expecting.
Yeah.
But them falling to the bottom has really flipped this division upside down because none of the other teams really feel like they got it together.
Yeah.
And for the Steelers, led by Aaron Rodgers, to feel like the most stable team of them all, when that was probably one of the ones that you had the most questions about. Like, you probably didn't have much faith in the Browns anyway because they were doing some kind of weird thing with the quarterback position, right?
Right.
But out of the other teams, the other three teams, you're like, oh, okay, well, if Joe Burrow's healthy, we got to take the Bengals seriously. Oh, the Ravens are the Ravens, so of course we're going to take them serious. For it to be the Steelers out of that group, to be the one to emerge, yeah, man, it's one of the I would say one of the surprises of the NFL season so far would have to be how underwhelming the AFC North is and how good the AFC South has turned out to be, especially with Daniel Jones and that story that's happening in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Astros division seems to have gotten better. The Texans division seems to have gotten better. Maybe looks like them days of surviving in a weak division maybe it may have come to an end. At least it appears it has here with the Texans for damn sure.
The North, how about this, Clint? Only the Steelers have a winning record. Okay, so they're leading the division with a 4-1 record. Everybody else got a losing record in that division.
Yep.
They're the only team in the division now. The Texans have a losing record too, but they also have a positive point differential because they blew out some bad teams. The Steelers are the only team point differential.
Yeah.
Everybody else is -50, -64, -80. Like, it is poo-poo over there in the AFC North.
Well, I knew, obviously you lose Lamar, you're not going to be that good of a football team. You lose, or not as good a football team. You lose Joe Burrow. I mean, two of the best quarterbacks that the game has right now have gone out, but good gosh, to fall to a point where literally Pittsburgh can be 4 games up in the division.
Yeah. Right now,
I mean, wow.
in the South, it seems like the only for sure bad team is the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
And then they're the only team with a negative point differential along that same
Let's hope
line.
that's the case.
In the North, the only good team apparently is a possible good team is Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we'll dig a little deeper into that Thursday night football matchup tonight. I think those two 40-plus-year-old quarterbacks going head-to-head. Mike Tomlin, obviously on one side you got crazy athletes, the wide receiver position. The other side you got DK Metcalf and company. And so that's going to be a fun game, a funner game than I think the records would tell you. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, y'all. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. All right, y'all, it's time. One of the best college football analysts in the game, Danny Kanell. He joins us next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I've got to tell you about Kashada Casino Resort.
a motorcycle again.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You heard the man. Buffalo Wild Wings, New Caney, $59.99. You can't miss this. Come on through. And grab you a cold beer, grab you a bite to eat. Got a little raffle going on here. Got a Texas Star Grill Shop gift card as well as a couple sets of Bud Light cornhole boards here for you. So come on through, get your name in the raffle, and grab you a cold beer and have you an afternoon. And B. Scott is in for Ron the Show Hughley. And it's time, baby. Danny Kanell, he joins us courtesy of BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football Week 8 lines. Danny, how you doing, man? Yo.
Danny.
Yo.
Danny.
Did Danny lose his voice?
Let me work on this, boys. 1 sec.
One of the best things that Danny does is, maybe not the best, but he's a great follow on Twitter. Yeah. But his top 10s are always real interesting. So
he's a list guy.
I got to get him out. I got to get him out of the gate. I got to get his top 10 currently. There's always a little controversy built in there, and that last one I saw was a couple of weeks ago. Hell, I think he had Indiana as number one before.
Oh, okay.
Before Indiana won at Oregon, I believe.
So he's a Signetti guy, and he's an Indiana guy. Obviously he's a Florida State guy. We know that, of course, with Danny Kanell. But he is buying into. I mean, what a story, man. Honestly, Indiana. We can talk this. Oh, let's see.
I am. What's up, fellas? How we doing?
There he is. Once again, my man Danny Kanell is live and on the line, baby. What's going on?
Not much, man. Just loving this college football season. It's been a wild ride so far. We're past the midway point, and I think it's only going to get a little bit crazier as we come down the home stretch, man. It's been awesome.
Danny, what is your I see obviously great follow on Twitter. I see your rankings there. There's always a little controversy tied into it, or at least it stirs up some mess. But what is your top 10 right now? Who you got in the top 10?
So I have Indiana, and so I like to do mine, Clint. I like to do mine based on resume, because all the time we hear about, who do we think are the best teams? Like last week, a lot of people, myself included, thought Oregon was the best team in the country, but then they go out and they lose. So I try to really defer to the resume, and I think Indiana has the best resume in the country with the win that they had on the road at Oregon, pretty much dominating that game. Even with a pick six by their quarterback and still able to win 30-20. That was super impressive. Not to mention they beat an Illinois team who was, 4-2, an Illinois team that beat USC. They beat them 63-10. I mean, they are dominant. And then I have Ohio State right behind them, where I'd readily admit Ohio State would probably be favored. And I have no problem with them being the number one team in the country. And then I have the Miami Hurricanes, who really went through their biggest gauntlet the first 5 games of the season, and they go through it unscathed. I do 3 top teams in the country. And then I have A&M right behind them. They're knocking on the door. If they keep stacking up these big wins, they'll be right there at the end of the season where they need to be. So I have Bama and I have A&M as the top 2 teams in the SEC, with a slight edge to Bama because I feel like their resume is just a little bit better. Even when they lost to Florida State, been impressed with some of their wins on the road in Athens and Columbia. And they have a big test this weekend. But, yeah, I'm a little bit all over the map, but that's probably my top tier teams in the country right now.
Before we get into some of these local teams, since you do have Indiana at the top, I just want to know what you make of what Indiana's been able to do over the last year and a half, 2 years, however long it's been, how they've done it, what it looks like, the product on the field. I don't know if any of us thought we'd live long enough to see Indiana be this type of football program, but from your vantage point, how have they done it and what do you make of how they've done it?
Well, obviously, it starts with a great coach, right? And Kirk Signetti, he loves to say it. He loves to say, Google me. But if you go look at his resume, he's won everywhere he's been, starting in Division II. Then he goes to small Elon in North Carolina. Then he goes to James Madison and competes for titles there. And then he comes into Indiana. And by the way, he brought 14 players with him from James Madison last year with him to Bloomington. So he did pick some of the best players that he had. And then they have actually some resources. It's not like the Indiana of old where they just had no chance. They weren't going to give you any money under the table. But now they actually have a pretty good NIL collective where they've gotten pretty good support, so they could pay Kirk Cignetti last year $9 million, so he didn't leave. So they could go out and get a quarterback like Fernando Mendoza, who I thought was one of the top quarterbacks on the market, so they could go add some pieces to a team that was already pretty solid. And then, it kind of all comes together, and there is an amazing power in great coaching, but more importantly, belief. And he's really got instilled an incredible amount of belief and confidence in his program that they can beat anybody in the country. And the thing that resonated with me this offseason, he was really irritated that people told him, oh, you guys didn't belong in the playoff, and you guys got embarrassed by Notre Dame, and you guys got embarrassed when you played Ohio State. So getting that win for them against a program like Oregon, who really does have top-tier, elite-level talent, I thought that was a huge kind of signature win for Kirk Cignetti this season to kind of really put a stamp on what they did last year.
So with all that said, does he take the Penn State job?
I think it's either him or Matt Rule. I do, and I think either one of those probably make a lot of sense. The one thing about Matt Rule, having played there, there's a lot of ties to Penn State. If he can go there and bring his quarterback with him, Dylan Raiola, who was, a five-star recruit who's played really well in his first year and a half there, then I'm like, slam dunk, go do it. The thing I don't know, and I never know about these coaches, is kind of what their personal goals are. Like, does Kirk Cignetti want to do something that's never been done before at Indiana, even though it might be harder to get there because you still are going to go against teams that have a little bit better reach, Michigan and potentially Penn State? Or do you go to the elite level job like Penn State, get all the resources in the world, and try to take them to the next level? His buyout is not cheap, though, because of that new deal last year. Matt Rule's is actually a little bit more manageable. But Penn State keeps telling people, we're going to get our guy no matter what. If it's not those two, though, Clint, I do wonder what direction they go and how quickly it can kind of spiral out of control like we've seen at other schools. I mean, I remember the Florida Gators were in the coaching search, and they were going to get John Gruden, and then they were going to get Scott Frost, and then they were going to get somebody else. Next thing you know, they're down to Billy Napier, who was probably their fifth or sixth choice, and now we see the results of it. So it's always a little bit of a buyer beware when you make these type of moves. I think it was an emotional decision. I don't know why you had to do it so early in the season. Why not let it play out a little bit? But I get it. It was ugly. It felt like maybe it needed a change, but now all eyes are going to be who the next guy is there.
Well, see, I'm curious, though, because back when you played at Florida State, when Clint was at Arkansas, obviously Penn State was considered and was a better football head coaching job than Indiana. But I am curious from you in this new age, you talked about the NIL and the collective that Indiana has there, and then just kind of the transfer portal, the new landscape of college football as we know it. Are we sure that Penn State still is a better job than Indiana, given what Cignetti has been able to do with the Hoosiers?
Yes, I think so. And but I think it's closer than people think, which is a testament to kind of how quickly we've changed in this landscape. The one thing that Penn State does have that is almost unmatched, when they have a whiteout and that home field advantage, it is one of the best stadium environments in college football. It is a fan base that will show up. That has not always been the case in Indiana. I've even asked Indiana people, even earlier this season, hey, how's the crowd going to be when Illinois comes there? And they're like, well, we think we'll be pretty full. And that's just something that, and maybe they could capture it, maybe they could build that, but it's just something that's so ingrained in Penn State historically that you really don't have to go that far. I think you've got better access to players at Penn State. Being in the state of Pennsylvania, being able to kind of get that northeast corridor, even dip down in the south, I think it's easier to recruit there. Now, there is money involved, and if all things are equal, could you match somebody in Indiana? I think there's always kind of a negative aspect of it being a traditional basketball school that kind of goes against you. So I still think Penn State is the better job, but I think it's much closer than people think, which is really a testament to the changing times.
Danny joins us courtesy of BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football Week 8 lines. Danny, let's shift gears a little bit and bring it home here in the state of Texas. Man, there's some really good college football being played, obviously, around these parts. You mentioned Texas A&M earlier, and we can't have you on with Tyler, our producer, back at the studio. We cannot have you on and not get you not get you riled up about these Aggies, man. You think this is a year?
I do, although I do think this weekend is a very interesting spot for the Aggies because we've seen a lot of teams this year be kind of christened as that elite. The one base that has still remained true, and it doesn't matter if it's in the SEC, wherever you are, going on the road is a little bit tricky. So I think this Arkansas team is pretty dangerous, Clint. I mean, they could get things going. They did have Tennessee on the ropes last week. Now they come back home. I think Bobby Petrino's got a really good quarterback in Taylor Green that just could be problematic. Now, he's highly erratic, so it could get sideways, and you might see what happened against Notre Dame, where Texas A&M just comes in there, puts their foot down, and all of a sudden it's a blowout. But if Taylor Green is hot, that's what kind of concerns me. So I do think that's an interesting spot, but I do think Texas A&M clearly, and if they are a favorite in this game for a reason, they've got that signature win, which they got in South Bend. That was one of the best wins of the season. A game against Auburn was a little bit ugly, and then you kind of take care of business in the next 2 weeks. They're just kind of humming along, and if they keep passing each one of these tests, they're going to find themselves in the college football playoff. I mean, I think any SEC team that's 10-2 is probably going to be automatically in, and they're already, halfway there to getting it. There's that great rivalry game, which they play against Texas in Austin. I still like them way better than I like the Longhorns. So, yeah, I think your producer should be fired up about his Aggies. Just make sure they don't get caught sleeping this weekend. That game in Fayetteville could get interesting.
Danny, at the risk of firing up our producer T-Mill a little bit more, I do want to talk about this defense because the Aggies' defense has been incredible on third down. They have allowed opponents to convert only 2 of 33 third down opportunities in their 3 SEC games so far this season. Tell us from this Aggie defense and how much that has contributed to them being so high up on your list and obviously being the number 4 ranked team in the country.
For sure. I think there's a couple things. One, I love that Mike Elko took ownership of the defense this offseason. Things went a little bit sideways last year. He's a defensive-minded coach. So he says, all right, I'm going to get my fingerprints all over this defense. I'm going to start taking over. The other thing that you got to have is you got to have some dogs out there that can get after the passer. And Cassius Howell has been an absolute terror, coming off the edge. He leads the SEC in sacks with 7.5. That's 2 clear of the next closest guy. They've been flat out getting after it. They were a little bit sloppy earlier, but now they've cleaned up some of the penalties. They've been playing even better. But I think that's what makes this team special is they've had very complimentary football. Defense is aggressive. They've got a great defensive line. And the offense has the ability to get it done in a run game with some depth there. We all knew about Le'Veon Moss coming into the season. Reuben Owens has been a nice surprise developing as a 1-2 punch. And then Marcel Reed can get it done, and he's improved as a passer like he told everybody he was going to do. He's been more consistent, which has been much needed, and I think he's really thriving in Colin Klein's system. So I think they're really the total package. It's just one of those things where do they kind of stay focused, take it one step at a time, and make sure they don't get clipped on one of these games that they're supposed to win? Because, I'm looking at it. I think they're probably going to be favored probably most of the remaining games of the season, maybe against Missouri, but I think Missouri could get beat this weekend at Auburn. So I think A&M probably going to be favored every game this season.
I love the thought there. I feel the same way with A&M. If they just don't lose focusing that behind Arkansas, or I was thinking the same thing with Florida. And in the past, when they've had a team that you thought was a national contender, they'd get clipped by a team that had no business being on the field with them, at least when you look at the roster. So I agree, Danny. How about Texas, man? Let's talk about them Longhorns, man. I mean, obviously a little bit of a roller coaster here with the 2 losses early, and then they convincingly win last week versus OU, and then the obvious Arch Manning, I guess drama or however you want to couch it to this point, man. Just your thoughts on what's going on in Austin.
So I think the last time I talked to you guys, I kind of told you that Arch, because this has been my thought process all season long, I thought it was going to be a roller coaster ride for Arch. I've seen it happen a lot of different times. I don't care how many stars you have, what your last name is. It's just your first time being the starter at a big brand where the expectations are unbelievably unobtainable. And it was even more so with Arch because of his last name. But I was like, man, I don't think anybody's going to be able to match those. Then, of course, they lose to Ohio State. Next 3 games are a little bit bumpy. You lose at Florida. And then all of a sudden, when people started to say, oh, is he going to be a bust? Is he a flop? I'm like, everybody needs to calm down because he's going to be fine. I thought it was a crisis of confidence a little bit when he's playing against UTEP and struggling. Then he bounces back with that big game against Sam Houston. I think the biggest problem against Florida was the defense didn't show up when they went to Florida Field there in Gainesville, and he played pretty good, did have a couple interceptions, but you started big-time throws. You started seeing him in the field a little bit better, and then he comes back, and I think he's had his signature game so far as a Texas Longhorn. And while it wasn't great, it wasn't like a Heisman-worthy performance, there were some subtle things that he did in that game, avoiding pressure, making big plays, not making a big mistake, and really stepping up as a leader for that team, I thought was massive for him. So I still think the bumpy ride continues. I didn't think Texas was going to make the playoffs coming into the season. I still think they probably have another slip-up this season. I think they could lose to Georgia on the road. I think they could lose to A&M in that final game of the season. So I think they're 9-3 just outside. But then I think the good news is you've laid your foundation, because Arch Manning wasn't the only new piece. There's a lot of new pieces on that offensive line that have struggled. The defense is still young. I think next year is the year you kind of load up on Texas as a national champion favorite, with Arch returning and really taking a big step forward after he's been through all these bumps and bruises.
All right, what about them boys up in Lubbock, man? They are making a run here, and I think there's a lot of talk about them and making a college football playoff run and being a real contender for a championship. I can't leave them guys out as we're talking here. What's your thoughts on Texas Tech?
Yeah, and I shouldn't either. I left them out of that conversation early. I had them 6th in the country, so I think they're absolutely all that they've been cracked up to be. And it was an interesting experiment that took place, right? They went out there and basically bought all these players to come in, and I was very curious. How would they come together? How would they, football is a team sport, as you know. You got to gel together. You got to be on the same page. Never been there and done that, and they really have dominated every single opponent. And it does start, again, a couple edge rushers off the edge. David Bailey from Stanford transfer, Romello Height, transfer in from Georgia Tech, 2 of their big prize gets in the transfer portal. They have delivered. They've been dominant. And even when Baron Morton, who did get banged up again, I know there's some question mark whether he's playing this weekend. I mean, they lost him against Utah, and Will Hammond stepped in, and all of a sudden, didn't miss a beat. Will Hammond might have to play this week. I think Baron Morton, there's still some question mark whether he goes, but I do think that defense travels. And this is really, their schedule still are some bumps, but I think this is probably the biggest test they have remaining. They do have to go to Kansas State. That's a tricky game, but I still think they're not quite as good as Arizona State is. So I do think if you said of all these teams, there's 2 that I feel most confident that are going to reach the college football playoff, and it's Miami, because they've already been through their tougher games, and it's kind of a cruise control to the finish, and Texas Tech, because I just think they're that much better than the teams in the Big 12. And even if they do lose to Arizona State, I don't see them losing 2 more, so I see them probably winning the Big 12 and getting into the college football playoff. So Miami and Texas Tech, I think, are the 2 teams that I'm already almost in Sharpie on a college football playoff bracket.
Sharpie, huh? Danny, that's good stuff as usual, man. Let the people know. I know you got a lot going on, man. Let the people know real quick where they can find you and what you got going on.
Always, that's a fun follow, right, Clint? I mean, I can be a little bit obnoxious on there. At Danny Kanell on the Cover 3 podcast, Dusty and Dan in the morning on Sirius XM on Channel 84, all over the place, man. I got too many jobs. I got mouths to feed at home still.
Ain't the truth, man.
I'll feed over here too, man.
Make that money. Danny, we appreciate you, man. Appreciate it again.
You guys are awesome. Great catching up.
You bet, man. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football Week 8 lines. Danny always joins us courtesy of Bet Online. All right, y'all, look, I didn't think I could possibly like J.J. Watt more than I already do, but he lit PFF's ass up, and I absolutely love it. There's some good J.J. Watt audio, and then we'll discuss these advanced stats and all that's going on in pro sports, college sports, and across the board. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to
going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Driver J.J. Watt.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. Come on through, $59.99. Hang out with us. They got, I know they got some old tender. They got a tender special, don't they? Got tender and wings special. Buy one, get one free or something like that going on. Come on through and grab you a cold beer. The beer is cold, no doubt about it. The Bud Light girls are here. Big shout out to Bud Light for making it happen. Also, Texas Star Grill Shop. We've got a gift card to give away there. If you hadn't put your name in the raffle yet, come on up. Shay will take care of you. Put your name in that raffle. We will about 4 o'clock. We'll make that first pull there and give away probably that gift card right there. We'll do that. We'll do that first. Brandon Scott is in for Ron the Show Hughley. It is a Thirsty Thursday, Monday night Texans game, so we've got a couple extra days here to talk Texans. But before we get into a little deeper into the Texans, I got to take a little break from it. And there's some arguments, there's some drama going on around the football world.
A little spicy.
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you about J.J. Watt and PFF, which I absolutely love. I didn't think I could love J.J. Watt any more than I already do. But hell, I mean, I'm just reading there in the break. Apparently, Troy Aikman, Caleb Williams, and Ben Johnson, there's a little drama there with Troy Aikman and not stroking Caleb Williams' performance last Monday night enough, I guess.
Looked like a little mix-up, maybe a miscommunication, but Troy Aikman and Joe Buck did the Monday night game that Caleb Williams and the Bears just faced the Washington Commanders in just a few nights ago. But, they have these pre-production meetings ahead of these games where you're supposed to be able to yuck it up a little bit or at least have some kind of access to the key figures on both sides, on both teams, and certainly the quarterback. And you would figure somebody with Troy Aikman's pelts on the wall and cachet wouldn't have much trouble getting a hold of a Caleb Williams and vice versa. And apparently those two fellas did not connect, did not communicate ahead of this game. And it was not lost on Bears fans that Troy Aikman was especially critical of one Caleb Williams' performance in said game. And so there's a little bit of tit for tat trying to figure out, hey, is Troy Aikman mad because he was shunned by the young fella? Or are Bears fans being sensitive about Troy Aikman's critique? Yep. Where is all of this coming from? It's an odd space to be in, definitely.
Well, it's interesting because I know Troy. I mean, one thing he's not going to do is lack professionalism. I mean, he's one of very few guys in that analyst world, in that color commentary world, that isn't afraid to be critical of players or plays or coaches or teams. And so he's always on. I think tiptoeing the line every now and then, but it's interesting.
I would say, too, in Troy's defense, a lot of the criticisms he was having of Caleb Williams were fair ones, and I can see how if you're looking at it from a Bears lens, you're like, oh, man, Troy, what's the deal? Some of it's like, hey, man, you give him a better ball, he can go run with it.
Which is
Troy's a quarterback. You're a quarterback. Yeah. Y'all understand the difference between just a completion and a good ball.
Well, if you watch Caleb Williams, I mean, they're wide open. I mean, Ben Johnson is dialing them up, man, left and right. There's 2 or 3 every game where he's just flat out missing folks. So that is very, very fair criticism. But anyway, on the J.J. Watt front, J.J. Watt apparently is not a big fan of PFF, Pro Football Focus. They do a lot of it's obviously a data company, really, and that's geared around college football, right? But it's college football, it's NFL, heck, they're fixing to move into the soccer realm, is what I've heard, worldwide. And so they are a highly respected a stat data company, if you will. And J.J. Watt is not a big fan of their player grades that appear on the telecast as games are being played. Here's J.J. Watt on McAfee talking about PFF.
This whole, I'm getting hot. Personal stories of Uber drivers telling NFL passengers that they break down film for PFF and that they watch the TV copy only and put a grade out after the game. You can't watch film on the TV copy and create a grade. You can't break down a person's grade and know what they're supposed to do if you don't know their exact assignment. Like D-Butt just said, I know defensive line play unbelievably well. I could not go and grade a game for a player and give him a definitive grade without speaking to him, his coach, the scheme, everything. It's a ton of great stuff. Player grading sucks. Stop putting it out.
Hell yeah! Attaboy, Jay.
Well done, Jay.
Well done.
He is apparently not a fan of the player grades. Now I don't know how true it is that Uber drivers are actually doing some of the film watching for PFF. I would imagine that is not true. But Chris Collinsworth has responded, by the way, of just, look, we invite anybody and everybody out to see what we do, to sit in and watch everything that we do. And he said we've had a few coaches come out and watch it. Two of them have tried to buy into the company. One could afford it, one of them couldn't. They got teams that call them when it's draft time. They got teams that call them when they need a free agent.
Yeah.
And so clearly there is some value in what PFF brings to the table. I got a real problem with just like a real chip on my shoulder with just advanced stats and stuff like this anyway.
So not just the grades, but the advanced stats overall?
I don't care too much about the grades. Kind of like JJ, obviously it's a hot button topic for him. He cares about the grades. I understand what he's saying is if you don't know what scheme it is, if whoever's watching that film doesn't know what that said player is trying to accomplish, I don't know how you can be qualified to actually give him a real grade, right?
Yeah.
And so my bigger problem with it is, and I guess it's somewhat like what JJ's talking about, is I don't know how you get there. Like I remember when the whole Jadeveon Clowney thing, when he was leaving Houston, and I used to get into it with people about Jadeveon Clowney, and then somebody comes, double team player in the NFL. So
what does that mean?
So well, I mean, but like at that point you say, what constitutes a double team?
Right. Well, fair enough.
If one offensive lineman just touches him on his way out, or is it? I mean, how do you get to the double team?
Yeah.
And so I really that's why I just don't use advanced stats to that degree, because I don't know exactly whoever's putting that information into that system. I don't know how they're determining what is a double team or not a double team.
Yeah.
What is a double when a receiver's double covered? Like, does that just mean a safety it's covered two and the safety's shaded over the top? Or are they truly bracketing this guy and doubling? So that's my problem with this advanced stat world we live in, is I don't know who's doing it, and I don't know what the criteria is to get to that point.
Yeah.
So that's what bothers me about it.
Yeah, and I think that with football, so we're in an advanced stats world, not just in sports, but just in the society in general. But I think football is the hardest one to capture this. And to Pro Football Focus's credit, PFF's credit, they probably do a better job than most. And obviously Chris Collinsworth played the game. He's got a lot of smart football people over there running things for him and with him at PFF. But to your point, there are just too many moving parts and too many factors to definitively say, hey, this player messed up this play or this was a double team. A perfect example, if we bring it to the Texans, would have been some of the C.J. Gardner-Johnson stuff, right? Like some of the film that was possibly on C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the player, because of the position he was putting them in. So Kamari Lassiter gets beat on a play, or it looks like Kamari Lassiter gets beat on the play because he's the one that's in the frame. He's the one that's in the TV copy that you would be using to put out those immediate grades, right?
Yep.
Before you get a chance to look at the all 22 and get every angle of the play. And if you don't know what the assignment was or what the coverage was, to your point and to JJ's point, if you don't know what they were actually supposed to be doing, then you don't know that you're actually supposed to indict C.J. Gardner-Johnson in that play, because he was supposed to be covering that particular player or that particular area of the field. And so you need some of these nuances provided to you in order to give an informed take. And it's hard to do that when you're trying to give an immediate grade, immediate analysis, instant reaction, which is the society we live in. And this is the point I want to make about the grades and PFF in general. And I understand JJ's on his soapbox, and I get it. And for a lot of former players, it's frustrating. But this is the world we live in, the media economy, where hey, it's got to be instant. We don't have time to really break down the film like an actual film watcher would do, and be able to have a back and forth with maybe another film watcher and say, well, do you think that's the actual coverage, the one that we maybe thought when we first saw the play, or once we look at it from the all 22, do we have a different perspective? You don't have as much time for that, and so in such a microwave society, you get some sloppiness, some incomplete grades, if you will. So I think it's a fair critique, but it's also the times that we live in.
All right, head coach of your Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, he is coming up next right here on Sports Radio. I got to tell you about them cold coolers, like with them Blue Mountains on the side. Every can, bottle, aluminum pints got them Blue Mountains on the side. You know that beer's at a perfect cold temperature for maximum enjoyment, maximum refreshment. All you got to do is make sure that you buy it.
50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Take the drive.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass. We are up in New Caney. Buffalo Wild Wings, 59 and 99. Come on through and hang out with us. I got a couple of things to raffle off. By the way, we will give away our first item in the next break at the 4 o'clock break. We'll do that coming up. But between now and then, we got to hear from the Texans head coach, DeMeco Ryans.
Present for offensive linemen, and what are some of the things that are unique about how they approach rushing the passer?
The Seahawks defensive line is definitely the strong group of their team, right? They're relying on their D-line to get after the quarter. A good job of just executing their stunts. I think when you want to run the games and the stunts, you got to have guys who can really pry it open. And they got big guys inside who can really play fast off the ball, really penetrate and open it up for guys to, create havoc up the middle of the pocket. So we just have to be aware of where they're aligned. We got to be aware and we got to finish. That's the main thing. I guess not going to be anything that we haven't seen before. We just have to be on it. We have to be able to communicate, and we have to be able to just strain to finish.
When it comes to Sam Darnold and some of the things you saw from him last year when he has time to operate, what do you see from him as a pocket passer?
Sam has done a great job this year of hitting his targets. They're a very explosive offense, one and foremost because he's able to deliver the football at all three levels of the football field. Right, does a really nice job of throwing the ball deep. The JSN did a really nice job making plays on the football as well. So, and they protect it well. So he's done a good job of spreading the ball around, making good decisions with the football, and that's why he's been having a really good year.
That might have been in college, so he might not have been around here much. Do you have any memories of him, and what do you like about, or what do you respect about what he's done with that offense?
And Clint's done a nice job. All the places he's been, starting in Minnesota, then on to New Orleans, he's done a really nice job of when it comes to just implementing that scheme. Right, he's very. He has the history of the scheme. He's evolved it, and to make it fit, he made it fit the players that he has. But you could tell just the genesis of the scheme where they're running off the ball, outside zone. They do a really nice job. The O-line does a nice job. The backs are doing a nice job of staying on track, right? And the one thing I would say is the way he marries up his play-action pass game is really tough to defend. So he's done a really nice job there, and he always has, those outliers. So he has some good scheme plays as well each week. It doesn't look exactly the same each week, so he does a really nice job of game planning for who he's going against.
You talk a lot about the eyes being really important. With the way they run and what they do with play actions, that make this even more important this week?
This is a huge eye game for us, whether it's the eye discipline starting in the pass coverage, right, making sure we're exactly where we're supposed to be, and also in the run game. They do a really nice job making it look the same. So our second-level defenders, safeties, nickels, linebackers, they have to do a really nice job of, really keying and diagnosing the plays. That's understanding what they're getting, understanding formations and setups so they can play fast, right? And then at the end of the day, whatever happens, you make the right decision and you got to go make the play. And that's been my message to our guys this week. Even if you know where they're going, you got to be able to make the play. And that's what this game is going to be about. Two good teams, competing, really good environment that we're going into, and it's going to be about which team makes the most plays.
From an offensive standpoint, C.J. Stroud and the guys, they got into a rhythm. How much do you feel like that's something that, regardless of the week off?
Each week starts over for me. It's about how you prepare for the given week. Right? Whatever has happened in the past, it really doesn't matter. How are you preparing this week? How are you executing this week? That's the only thing that matters. If you continue to execute well, we'll be in a good spot to make some plays.
Expand on that, maybe.
CJ, the way he's playing? What are you seeing from him, the way he's playing?
CJ's doing a nice job just being decisive, taking what's there, getting the ball out to a lot of different guys, making really good decisions. That's what is allowing him to play well for us.
What are like some of the benefits of? I see a lot with you guys, defense. You guys around the league where you're kind of reading the routes, and either reading the routes versus necessarily watching the quarterback, so then they can pass things off and things of that nature. What are just some of the benefits of that, and how much does that stress communication?
For us defensively, it's all about communication. No matter what coverage we're running, it'll be about guys being on the same page, all 7 guys in the back end. When we're on the same page and guys understand how each other are playing and we're able to play off of each other, like it's going to be tough to complete the football on us. So I'm pleased with where our guys are in their communication. They've grown. They've done a really nice job, and we have to go do it on Monday night.
You can go first.
As a head coach, you've had 2 late bye weeks. This is one being early. Was there something you were able to do that you weren't really able to do so late in the season, like your first 2 years, and how it was different?
This bye week has been the same for us. We came in, we got a couple of days of work in, and we let the guys just, get out of here, reset. So it's nothing different. It's just a matter of now when you have a bye week, every team has to fight this. Having a bye week is how do you get back into football, right? Making calls, right? Throwing and catching the football, tackling, those fundamental things of football that you miss for a few days. It's like how quickly can you get back to that and execute that on game day?
You talked about how hard of a worker Xavier Hutchinson is. At what point, maybe this offseason, did you, or early in the regular season, did you think he might be able to step up in an increased role that y'all needed him for?
Hutch has done a great job. It was all off-season, just watching the way he worked, especially in training camp, watching him make play after play in training camp. He just proved and he showed that confidence in camp, and he showed that he was deserving of more opportunities, and he's the same guy he's always been. He's just did a really nice job of just continuing to develop and evolve as a player, and that's what you expect from young players. You expect to see the growth, and Hutch is definitely representing what it looks like to be a pro, growing in year 3. That's what it looks like.
Byron Murphy's been one of the more productive guys on the inside getting to the quarterback. What do you see from him?
Byron is a really great player. I really like Byron coming out of Texas. He's a really, stout player, but not just stout, big defensive tackle, right? He plays with explosiveness and quickness. I think that's what makes him a really good player. He runs sideline to sideline, so he's not just a one-trick player. Like, he stops the run, effective in passing game as well. He does a good job executing the stunts. Him and Leonard Williams on the inside, they do a really good job playing off of each other. So there's no downs off with either one of those guys. We got to work. We know they're great players, and we got to outwork them.
What are the challenges of guarding a target-dominant player like Jaxon Smith-Njigba when you don't want to pay too much focus to him, where it's taking putting the rest of the defense in vulnerable positions, but you want to pay the proper focus to him because of what he's done so far this season?
Yeah, whoever we play, it's about us playing our defense, right? They have great players on their offense. Like, we got to be able to account for everyone. So we'll play our defense the right way. Everybody be on the same page, communicate well, go make plays on the football when the ball is up in the air.
Coach, how much did you see your team come together as a cohesive unit after they went through that 0-3 start, coming through that adversity? How much did you see them start to bond together?
To me, we lost some games. We lost some tough games. It wasn't a big meeting or guys having to do something different to come together. Honestly, we needed to finish better, right? And that's what it looked like. It's just guys executing better, finishing better, protecting the football better, taking the football. It's just the fundamentals of football, right? That's what allows you to be on the winning side of games. And when we do those things well, like, we have a better chance of winning the games. When you do things that it's losing football, when you're not right, when you're giving up explosives, or you're not communicating in the back end, and you're giving up uncontested catches, like, those are the things that get you beat. So when we just buckled down and did the things that we were supposed to do, that put us in position to have a chance to actually, win the football game. Now, you still have to go out and finish, and it'll be the same thing this week. We got to play clean football against a really good opponent, they're coached really well. I mean, I can't say enough about this team and how well coached they are. I think Mike has done a really great job with them from, the offensive side, Kubiak, what he's done, Mike with the defense. Those guys are playing outstanding. And then nobody's talked about this a lot, but their special teams unit is the best special teams unit in the NFL. Guys flying around on their coverage units. They're playing physical. They're flying around. In the return game, they're explosive. They're getting the ball out to midfield, got a ton of yards on return. So we're going to have our hands full, not just offensively or defensively, special team as well. It's going to be a really fun game, and we're excited to go up against these guys. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that is DeMeco Ryans, your Texans head coach, speaking to the media on today, Thursday. Typically it's a Wednesday that he speaks to the media, but with the Monday Night Football game, everything's been shifted back one day. So that's DeMeco Ryans meeting with the media. C.J. Stroud, we will have C.J. Stroud for you at 4:40 coming up in the next hour, and we'll be rocking and rolling. I got two things right there, two things from what DeMeco said that I think we got to circle back to, and we will do that in Dirty's Daily. We'll do it next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, look, I hear the deal. It's time to tailgate. It's time to watch parties. It's time for family gatherings. Weather's great getting outside. You want to be the MVP of your next gathering, your next watch party, your next tailgate, make sure you stop by your local grocery store and grab the Daisy Dip, right? They got two flavors here, French onion dip and the ranch dip. Either or both are absolute game changers. I suggest
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I don't give a mother duck.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Slade.
Only a Kansas City boy would mistake python for ostrich.
What is that, an ostrich? I didn't even think of it.
And ostrich boots may be the most noticeable, like the easiest to tell. I don't think there's any skin that looks like it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Like, yeah. I mean, I guess there's some snake and some gator and some different scaled animals that you could make a mistake on what it is, but that old ostrich.
Yeah, I can see how you confuse snake and gator boots. Ostrich? What?
Oh, that is absolutely.
How they doing it in Kansas City, man?
I don't know. I think it's just Ron. I think they actually know their boots in Kansas City. I think Ron just doesn't. We're going to get him in a pair of them boots for you for too long. That's for damn sure. But right now, I want to circle back to some of what DeMeco had to say. I think there's two things that really stuck out to me moving forward with this football team, and I think the first is how do they handle Smith-Njigba? You talk about a high volume receiver that is a big part of. Forget the catches and the production, just the targets, if you will, of in that offense. He is a big part of it. There's others that obviously play roles, but Smith-Njigba is the one that I think you got to really focus on, and how the Texans actually decide to defend however they want to do it. They've got multiple ways now with the ability with Stingley and Lassiter and company. They've got multiple ways, but how they defend Smith-Njigba, I think, is going to be a big part of whether the Texans can win or not. I think it starts with Seattle's defensive line over the last few days. But offensively, if you can limit Smith-Njigba's production, then you got a real chance of slowing this offense down. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about what their plan is with Smith-Njigba being such a big part of their offense.
Yeah, whoever we play, it's about us playing our defense, right? They have great players on their offense. Like, we got to be able to account for everyone. So we'll play our defense the right way. Everybody be on the same page, communicate well, go make plays on the football when the ball is up in the air.
I ain't buying it.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if he's selling you much there.
Oh, no, I know. Yeah, no,
I mean, he didn't say a whole lot. You could tell he's trying not to tip his hand, if you will.
That's right.
You can kind of tell that.
Well, I think, I heard the guys on In the Loop talking about this on my way in earlier. I think this is a big topic here moving forward before we get to this game Monday, is how the Texans decide to defend Smith-Njigba. To me, I think this is why you go get Derek Stingley Jr. You draft him in number 3 overall?
Number 3 overall.
And that is why you keep Derek Stingley Jr. happy. You keep him in-house. You pay him the money, because games like this, and I don't know if Smith-Njigba coming into this season was a guy that you look at and you go, yeah, man, Derek Stingley may need to shadow this guy and just man him up across the field. But he's damn sure arrived and become that guy this season.
Well, it's a revelation,
yeah.
Right? It is one of the things. I would even go further and say you did not know that, right? Like they get rid of DK Metcalf and they do that betting on Jaxon Smith-Njigba being able to be in their passing attack, right? Like that was a bet on Schneider, or a bet by Schneider that Jaxon Smith-Njigba could step up into that role. And sure enough, he has done that. And so now that you know that he's not just a pigeonhole slot guy or somebody who's a slot guy who can do some things outside but really is this is a game breaker, a playmaker, somebody who can basically threaten you on all 3 levels, right? There's not really a route that he can't run or a ball that he can't catch. And so given that, now that you know that much about Jaxon Smith-Njigba, now you know that he's the type of guy that Derek Stingley should be following. Kind of to your point, you didn't necessarily know that going into the season. If you had tried to pick this game once the schedule came out, you would have said, oh, there's no need for Derek Stingley Jr. to have to follow him around, or whoever you feel most confident in the slot. Maybe that guy can handle it. Maybe if he's a special slot guy, maybe you put Kamari Lassiter in that role to specifically address him. No, man. Jaxon Smith-Njigba is somebody that can do it on the outside, the inside, the intermediate route, the deep ball. He can be death by 1,000 cuts, or it can be the one play 61-yard drive that he had against the Jacksonville Jaguars over the weekend, where it did not take them long to score. It took him one play to get him the ball and for him to impact the game. So, to me, this is a no-brainer. It is a Derek Stingley follow Jaxon Smith-Njigba. It is the reason why, again, you draft somebody like that, number 3 overall, the way Nick Caserio talked about him being like the surest thing that you could find in that draft. Sure enough, he's been that. And the reason why you give him $90 million. What is the point of having a $90 million cornerback if you cannot rely on him to follow the best pass catching weapon that the opposing team has? So it is a day or a night for Derek Stingley Jr. to step up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's going to be a question that's going to be heavily discussed moving forward. Is how do they approach? How do the Texans approach on Monday night? Limiting him as much as they possibly can, and I think this is what Derek Stingley is literally. This is where he makes his money.
Yeah.
I think normally in just a normal situation where you keep him to the left and keep Kamari Lasher to the right and you just play football, I think that's beautiful when you can do that. If the other team has several receivers or kind of balls evenly distributed, or however you see it, but when one team is so dependent on one player right now. He's got 20 more catches than Cooper Kupp does.
Yeah.
And so he is clearly a volume guy. And if you take him out of the game, you really force them to win left-handed. And so not only that, I think Derek Stingley Jr. being able to mirror or shadow, however you want to couch it, Smith-Njigba, I think it makes everybody else's job in stopping the run and having good eye discipline and all those kind of things. I think it makes everybody around him's job easier.
Well, and not just that, I feel like not every team has this luxury. Not every team has a shutdown corner that they can use to follow a Jaxon Smith-Njigba. What I mean by that is, for a lot of other teams, the solution to guarding Jaxon Smith-Njigba might be to double team him. And so take it to be the team. How am I going to have to cover him with a corner and a safety? Am I going to have to double him, and then now Cooper Kupp is running wild, or whoever else it is that they might lean on? And so you have the luxury of having a shutdown corner. You paid him to be that, so go out there and use him.
Here's the other thing that I think stood out. Talking about what DeMeco Ryans, we had DeMeco Ryans' press conference, played it in full last segment. Smith-Njigba, how are they going to handle him, I think, is one. The other thing that stuck out here, I think offensively, look, I've said it multiple times, I'm concerned about the targets beyond, the weapons beyond Nico Collins. And what could shift that real quick, and I think this is a week that we're going to find out. We're going to find out about Nick Caley. We're going to find out about C.J. Stroud. We're going to find out about this offensive line. But there's also a receiver out there, Xavier Hutchinson, that I'll be honest with you, I've probably not given the respect that he deserves, given how many plays we've seen him make in big moments.
Yeah.
I just don't see the twitch, the explosiveness, there's the ability to separate is going to be a problem. And I think I'm talking about for the receiving core as a whole outside of Nico Collins. But the one guy that I see some level of promise from, that I believe that it's fair and to expect him to potentially take that step and be able to be a factor in a game like this, I think it's Hutch. I think the young guys, their time's going to come. But right now they're young. Their heads spinning. Jalen Knowles returning punts and playing wide receiver, and Higgins is more of an outside guy anyway. And so I think Xavier Hutchinson got some experience. He's shown the ability to create a little separation. A critical moment that boy, that if he could separate and be the number 2, because look, I know Christian Kirk is on paper number 2, but Christian Kirk, there's either a father time or a hamstring issue.
Yeah.
And he may very well come out of that funk after a bye week and be that guy. I may be wrong, but the one I want to focus on is Hutch. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about Xavier Hutchinson and how he's seen him develop this year.
Hutch has done a great job. It was all off-season, just watching the way he worked, especially in training camp, watching him make play after play in training camp. He just proved and he showed that confidence in camp, and he showed that he was deserving of more opportunities, and he's the same guy he's always been. He's just did a really nice job of just continuing to develop and evolve as a player, and that's what you expect from young players. You expect to see the growth, and Hutch is definitely representing what it looks like to be a pro, growing in your year 3. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, your thoughts on Hutch? You think he's got it? You think he's got it in the time? I know it's obviously would be the time to step up and make a big difference. But does he have enough juice to make it happen?
So I got a similar concern about Hutch and his ability to separate that you do, but I just can't. I cannot take away the progress that he's made, right?
Yeah,
like you, just where he was when he started, when he got here a few years ago, to where he is now. It feels like night and day. Not even just night and day, but just like this steady progression. All I've really seen from him is him get better, right? And so I've got to take that into account. And then another thing, and again, not wanting to take away from the work that he's put in and what he does offer them, what he offers the offense as an individual player, but I keep going back to Nick Caley, right? Like the only weapons, if it's being real about it, is Nico Collins. And so there is a part of this or a role that Nick Caley plays in this in finding ways to scheme these guys open. And then to Hutch's credit, being where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, being a reliable route runner and a reliable pass catcher, right? So your feet and your hands being exactly where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. He's been that as of late, and that's somebody who I do feel like they can rely on to at least be that, even if he's not that elite separator, which I think we can agree on. He's not going to necessarily be that. But and I'm not saying he's Jerry Rice, but like in the Jerry Rice school of, hey, run the right route and catch the damn ball. Right? Can you at least do that? I'm not saying be Jerry Rice, but along those lines, hey, you're not necessarily the elite physical talent, but can you be reliable and can you be where you are, or can you be where I am expecting you to be on a given route?
Look, there's a lot of guys out there that, especially if we're talking about to a number 2 standard, a counterpunch standard. There's a lot of guys out there that didn't have 4.3 speed to separate. There's a lot of guys out there that didn't have the twitch of Tyreek Hill to separate. But they were great route runners. They were nuanced in their route running with their sticks and their head nods and things of that nature, and they could create separation. It's possible. We've seen guys. I mean, there's a lot of guys that have made a hell of careers out of it.
That's what I think this guy is, right? I think he can be one of those guys, as you illustrate.
Yeah, to me, that's what could emerge here, and we've seen glimpses. I feel a guy that with some injuries or whatever, you put him in there and let him play 4 quarters, he's going to go make some plays for you. I think the next step for me, where I'm going with it, B. Scott, is very simple. Is on 3rd down, if they're going to roll a corner up on Nico, roll a safety over the top, and at the snap burst a linebacker out there, there's just not a whole lot you can do unless your offensive coordinator is going to move him within the formation, right? You can't. So when that happens. And it's going to happen. They're not going to be able to move Nico every snap, even if they wanted to. They don't do a whole lot of it anyway, but even if they wanted to, right? So that's going to happen. Can he be a guy that can win right now? Right? We hope Christian Kirk would be that guy, and he may very well be. But I think the one that could surprise folks is Xavier Hutchinson, because again, it seems like it's that time in his career where there's more playing and not thinking. He knows who he is. He's not trying to be something he's not. I think he's got great chemistry with C.J. Stroud. Can you create that little bit of a window in critical situations throughout a game on 3rd down or 4th down or in the red zone to be somebody that can make enough plays opposite Nico Collins to make this thing make sense? We'll see.
And if there's an area to attack on the Seattle Seahawks defense, right, like the strength of it is up front. If there is a weakness, and they do a pretty good job in coverage as well, but their secondary has been banged up. And if there is a weakness in the defense, it would be that. So it's not like, I say that to say, it's not like he is trying to separate against your most elite coverage guys, right? If he's going to be able to do exactly what you're talking about, he should be able to do it against this Seattle Seahawks secondary.
He's got to win now because his pass rush is so damn good. At the end of the day, he's got to win now. We don't have time to wait for guys to get 10 or 15 yards down the field to separate. He's got to win now. All right, that's B. Scott. I'm Clint Stoerner. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings up in New Caney, 59 and 99. Come on through and hang out with us. We got a Texas Star Grill Shop gift card that we got to give away still, and we're going to do that here in that 5 o'clock hour. So come on through, get your name in that raffle box, get you a cold beer, get you something to eat, and enjoy your thirsty Thursday. All right, there's a lot of hype around the Rockets right now, y'all. Is their season dependent on 2 guys? In fact, 2 guys not named Kevin Durant, 2 guys that have been reserves to this point in their career. B. Scott will explain. We will cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I've got to tell you about Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They got me. They got me.
They got you, Clint?
Yeah, and I forced it on you too.
Who?
I tell you, if you were here, I'd have forced one on you as well, man. They got these screens at all the Buffalo Wild Wings, and it's the. You know, obviously, every now and then there's a screen in there that has the drink specials and the, you know, they got the little ad that runs when the Texans get a turnover, you get 6 free wings or 6 free tenders. And
they call that product placement.
Yeah,
in the marketing business, I think.
Well, that sounds good. I'll buy it. But the ads that are going on this one TV right in front of me, and the Rocks Tequila, that Terramana. There it is right there. Try our featured shooter, Terramana touchdown. The football to it, and it's just got a nice little pink color to it, plus tequila, and it's got that. What am I looking for? The tahine, get the tahine.
Oh yeah, the
around
tahine
the rim.
on there on the rim. Yep.
And Tyler, I've been staring at it for about 4 weeks now, man. I've been staring at it about 4 weeks now, and I said, you know what? To hell with me. Y'all bring me one of them touchdowns, and I had to.
Just live a little, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hell, this tea over here. I'm over here working with wasn't quite doing the trick, so I forced it on B. Scott.
Yeah, man. Well, you know I wasn't gonna let him take a shot alone. I'm not gonna let my man drink alone. What kind of party foul would that be? What kind of partner would I be if I let my man drink alone over here?
I knew it. I didn't even give him a shot to be that man. I just went ahead and ordered. You know what? In fact, bring me two.
And he knew better. He knew I wasn't gonna be like, no, Clint, I don't want that shot of tequila. What are you doing?
It was tasty.
We living our best lives over here out here in New Caney, man. And shout out to y'all here in New Caney who joined us here at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, come on out, man. They got the beers cold. They're flowing all over the place as well. And but that specials are nice. Now come on through and enjoy one. We're gonna give away that Texas Star Grill Shop. We're gonna give away that gift card. But there's a game tonight. A little Thursday night football. You get the. Who is it again? Steelers,
Bengals. Steelers, AFC North showdown.
Icy hot bowl.
Yeah, man. And you had them 40-plus-year-old quarterbacks going against each other. And them two boys threw a lot of touchdowns and for a lot of yards in their career, ain't they?
Hey, man, we're going to need more than a 2-minute warning. They're going to need a 4-minute warning, too. Hey, 2-minute warning is for the normal age quarterback. You got 40-plus out there. We're going to need a 6-minute, 4-minute. Hey, let them take a break, man. Let them sit down somewhere.
Let's see if we can extend the halftime.
Extend the halftime performance.
But also on top of that Thursday night football game, there's a college game tonight as well. But there is the Rockets' final preseason game.
That's right.
Is tonight as well, and I know, B. Scott, that you feel like that the Rockets' season this year is heavily dependent on a couple of guys that were number 3 overall picks developing and producing for this team.
Yeah, because in some ways you could look at them as luxury items, but on the other side, I feel like you could say that, hey, if this thing really starts to click this year, that gives them a whole nother dimension in terms of what we're talking about with this team. Think about it. Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Sheppard, both in different years, mind you, 2 years apart, but both number 3 overall picks by the Rockets, okay? So when they're doing the tankathon or when they're bad, well, in the case of Reed Sheppard, they weren't as bad. It just, that many picks. But they've accumulated all these picks, long story short. And Jabari Smith Jr. and Reed Sheppard are 2 of them, specifically both number 3 overall picks. But what's the expectation for them so far, Clint? Everybody's expecting these guys to be role players in the starting 5, but borderline starters, could come off the bench, could start for you, but really just expecting them to either stand out in the corner and shoot, maybe handle the ball a little bit in Reed Sheppard's case, to take some relief off with Fred VanVleet away from the game, but certainly going to require more from him. But both of them considered to be role players and more so like spot-up shooters on this team. But what if, and this is the ultimate what-if scenario here, but what if either one of those guys plays up to the number 3 overall potential. Now, mind you, I just said that is a luxury. They don't need those guys to play. A number 3 overall potential to me is like playing like a franchise player, the guy who's the engine, the guy who everything centers around, right? Neither one of these two guys is going to be that on a team with Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun, and what we're seeing from Amen Thompson now. But if they can be any sort of facsimile to that, anything close to that, the closer they get to that, to me it changes the dynamic of the team. It expands sort of what their limitations can actually be. That's just if one of them plays to that degree. God forbid both of them do. You get a certain level of growth or the next step, if you will, between Jabari Smith Jr., who we've seen some signs of that being the case, a little bit more of an unanswered question, a little bit more of a wild card. But if we start to see that develop and we start to see either one of the two or both of those guys play more like along the lines of what you would expect from a number 3 overall pick, then the Rockets are cooking with grease. They got 2 for sure all-star type of players in Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun. Then I would throw Amen Thompson in that mix, and then you see what you can get from Reed Sheppard and Jabari Smith Jr. If it's close to number 3 overall pick stuff, we're talking about a serious contender. To me, one of them plays to their potential, you're a contender. Both of them play to their potential. Now you're talking about actually being able to win the championship. Not just make some noise in the West, be a 2 seed, host a playoff series, and have home court advantage and being in the mix. I'm talking about being a favorite. I'm talking about being an actual factor and being a team that you can really take seriously the way we would like to.
You know, this may sound crazy, but I think this is just my casual fan perspective. I'm entertained more, and I like watching Jabari Smith more than I do Amen Thompson.
Oh, I think he has a more aesthetically pleasing game. I mean, a tall jump shooter, you know, who doesn't necessarily need the ball. Like Amen Thompson, in a lot of cases, needs the basketball, especially when we're talking about the fast break. We know he's going to be handling the ball quite a bit more with Fred VanVleet out. Now, he does some really good things cutting, running that dunker spot, running from the, along the baseline, hitting that, going from that elbow to that low block. If Alperen Sengun's got the ball kind of away from the basket sort of thing. Like, he's good without the basketball, but he's best, I think, with the basketball. Whereas with Jabari Smith Jr., man, it's just a silky smooth kind of game. You don't have to – you can run plays for him, but it's not like you just give him the ball and tell him to go. It's more of, hey, find your spots on the floor, show us that beautiful stroke, and kind of go from there. He has a much more aesthetically pleasing game, even if he's not the caliber player, I think, that Amen Thompson is.
Well, I can obviously watch and see how Amen Thompson is an MFer. You know what I mean? You could tell, like, opposing teams.
He's an issue.
He's just – it's just a – even if he's not putting up 20, it's still a long night every time you got to guard his ass and get physical with him. And I can see where, like, I think Amen Thompson is more the identity of what Ime Udoka wants this team to be, just by how he plays, how hard he plays, how physical he is, how he doesn't care about what's going on around him.
Yeah,
it's always go, go, go. I mean, he's one of them old boys that I'd rather have 5 guys that I got to pull the reins back and slow them down instead of whip them and make them go fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that you got to pull the reins back and slow him down. So I understand why he is such a focal point. I just, when I watch, and I said this yesterday with Luke, when I watch Jabari Smith, for me, it's like, I feel like there's so much more there.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know exactly. I'll be honest with you, as we're having the conversation, I don't know where it comes from, because, like your point, I don't look at him and go, boy, he's hell getting to the rack. But it's just that the range, and then the ability to pull up in the mid-range, and then with that length, is just seems like, boy, if he can just get to where he's starting, which obviously will start in every game, and getting big minutes, man, he's the one that turns me on.
Well, the thing I want to see from the Rockets is how will they do with moving without the basketball, as opposed to the way that they did it last year. That wasn't really a hallmark of their game. That is something that I feel like they can afford to do a lot more, especially with the luxury of having Kevin Durant on the team, but then also finding ways to get Jabari Smith Jr. more involved in the game. You would like to see more of that, and I'm interested to see if they can do it.
Rockets Hawks tonight at 6:30, the final preseason game. A little dress rehearsal. Expect the starters to play into the second half. So take a peek at that as you catch Thursday night football as well. C.J. Stroud, your quarterback, meeting with the press. We'll have it in full next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, y'all.
when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass. We are up in New Caney at the Buffalo Wild Wings at 59 and 99. Y'all come on up and hang out. This place is absolutely – this whole area right here is a cool area, man. It's I actually went past it, went down this way into where there's more stores and everything, man. This place is blown up. A lot of good going on, a lot of traffic around here. Come through Buffalo Wild Wings, hang out, grab you a drink, grab you a bite to eat. We're going to give away that Texas Star Grill Shop. We're going to give that away here in the next few minutes. But until then, let's catch up with Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud.
Coming off of the success against the Ravens game, how do you feel like you as an offense, what do you think is working and what do you think you guys can do to carry that over?
I think, we're starting to find our identity, being versatile. A lot of guys touch the ball against Baltimore. I think that's a good thing. So some things we can keep up and keep up our tempo and getting out the huddle. Just operational things is good. So keeping all that stuff up.
Were you able to do anything on a short bye week or an early bye week versus the first 2 years in the league you had a late bye week? Were you able to kind of reflect a little bit more, look back more, change more, or is it just kind of same old for you?
Yeah, same old. You do a little self-scout, and then you come back and you see who you're playing and you work from there. So it's kind of similar. I think we had a week 6 bye my rookie year, so kind of used to it more than what we had last year.
CJ, I wondered about your relationship with JSN and when you knew in college that he was going to be a special player.
Yeah, the first day I met him, I think we were at the opening, and he was killing. He was on a different team. He was doing really well. And we go to Ohio State. I think we were in the same dorm. No, he was with G. But yeah, we were first day of practice. He one-handed, a pass, and I was like, yeah, this dude's for real. So ever since then, I'm like, man, he's one of the best I've ever played with, if not the best. So, man, I'm just super proud of him. I've always known that this is gonna happen, so it's no surprise to me. But just very proud of him, and I think he's gonna continue to do great things.
And if you don't mind, would you be able to share any of your recollections of that epic Rose Bowl where you two just went crazy?
That was honestly for us, we didn't was that crazy, but it was a day of practice for us. Yeah, so me and him have a connection that I think is just kind of natural, and we just took off that day. But it was other days we did really good too. So, but that day was special. Playing back home and him having probably the most legendary receiver performance in college is pretty dope. But honestly, it seemed like we were just at practice. Yeah.
Look at this Seattle defense. Talk about what you see and what you really have to be prepared for.
Yeah, their D-line is really good. They play together. They play stout. A lot of playmakers up front. Ernest is a great backer. He gets those guys lined up and in the right calls. And Spoon is a heck of a player along, with their back end. So, all around from top to bottom, they're a really good team. And they play together. Mike is a great coach, head coach, of course, but a great play caller as well, great defensive coordinator. Played against him a couple times, and he's does some challenging things. So you just got to be prepared and prepare us the right way.
On the flip side, you all's defense has been among the best in the league. You go against them every day, went against them a lot in training camp. How would you describe what it's like to go against this particular defense?
Yeah, it could be suffocating where they're pushing the pocket, playing sticky coverage. The run game, they're being stout, setting edges and running to the ball, talking crazy and slapping their helmets, do all type of crazy stuff. So that stuff could be demoralizing. So I've been on the other side of that, but I think it prepares you, to even because that stuff is bound to happen. But it keeps you, at least for me, to keep myself motivated for the next play, because it takes time. These defenses are really good, but it takes time to unlock a defense. Sometimes the first play, sometimes at the last. But I think playing against our defense has taught me, to stay down for the come up, play my game, take what's there, and and try to just move forward and don't fall for the hype. But they do a great job of running around, playing together, and just playing free.
One of the things that we talked about a lot in training camp was the amount of control and command that you would be able to have over this offense as time has gone on, and especially over these last 2 games? Are you starting to get more of what Nick wants you to do, but also implementing more of C.J. Stroud into this offense?
Yeah, I think every week I get better. I think as an offense we understand what fits for us and what doesn't work that we've tried, So it's all about just adjusting week to week, upgrading our iPhone, upgrading our ideas. So I'm all for that. And I think it's just been good because, we're able to get some games under our belt where we play good, and I just want to keep that going. So, yeah, it's every week getting better.
A lot of the players on the offense side of the ball said that what Nick Caley does is he utilizes who's on the field. So he has different types of packages for the players who are on the field to utilize their skills. But that's something that you all emphasized coming into the Baltimore game as far as Xavier Hutchinson was concerned?
Everybody that we have is very talented, and does different special things. Like Hutch is different than other guys in his room. Harrison is different than other tight ends, where Titus is different than other linemen. So you do things that, to make them look good as well, to work to their strengths and benefits. And I think, that's just NFL offense, it's just offense in football. So Hutch was the guy, who ate, but I think, thought J-No played great. Nico, C. Kirk stepped up really big for us. So, I think it's cool because you see a lot of guys eat.
Been doing some self-scout through the bye week. Just kind of what were some of your takeaways from the first 5 games of the season so far?
I think I'll just keep that kind of to myself on what we think. But there were some things where I think we can build upon, and there are some things that I think we shouldn't do anymore. We should just move on, try some other things. But I thought, what we did coming to practice last Wednesday was really helpful to, work on some of the things that we need to work on. From just a big picture standpoint as an offense, instead of just against Seattle or against San Fran or whoever we're going to play. It was good for us as a whole to just fit what we need. So I thought that was good for us.
Along those lines, like you mentioned, the big picture as a team, just not the offense. How pivotal is this game? You could even your record. There's a lot on the line. Also, it's considered a very high-quality opponent.
Yeah, every game's important. I think every game we take very seriously, and we know what's at stake. But it's all about, you can't overthink it. You got to one play at a time, one game at a time, one opportunity at a time. So that mindset, it makes it a lot easier to execute and do well instead of putting a bunch of pressure on yourself. So I think that's what we're doing this week, and I'm excited to go up there and play.
Is there anything different or extra that you do to prepare for a 9 p.m. kick?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, just go and play.
How much do you think there was like a psychological, edge or help in the aspect when DeMeco was just saying, hey, I want you guys to start practicing celebrations, just to kind of help you guys visualize getting in the end zone and having some celebrations going? How much do you think that might have helped the offense psychologically, with that just overall, edge in that aspect?
I think you gotta ask him. I think it's cool, to have. I think we probably need a couple more in our back pocket, but I would say, execution brings energy and breeds all that fun, cool stuff. No one celebrates if you're not doing good, so it takes for you to execute first. But it makes everybody, smile and have fun and looks fun. So I think, but it is fun too. So probably got to add some more things. But I think maybe some method to his madness. Well, he knows. I'm not sure.
AFC Player of the Week after your Week 5 performance against the Baltimore Ravens. How much of that can you attribute to just those guys up front who don't get a lot of the credit when they're doing good, but definitely get criticized when people think they're doing bad?
Yeah, I try to tell them, because the same thing happens to me. You can't focus on that. But without them, it's no Nico, it's no Woody, it's no Chubb. There's none of us, they're the heart, beat, and soul of our team, and I'm just proud of them for them keep fighting, you know, week to week, because they've done a lot of great things, you know, and as a team, we got to help them out, like I told y'all before, and I think we've been doing that by being more versatile in different ways, you know, helping our guys out. So, yeah, they're doing great. I told you Titus is playing, I think, like at all-pro level. I think Jake is being a really good leader up there. Ed looks great. Juice, Tays really filled into his role. So, you know, with those guys, I think, you know, the sky's the limit when they're on and we're rolling.
You mentioned Woody there. How have you seen him grow as a rookie, and then also, like, what's the best aspect of his game you think he can bring to you guys?
I think, you know, Woody's somebody who's played a lot of ball in college, played a lot of meaningful ball. Thought he brought a new like type of tempo to our team. I think he puts his foot in the ground and cuts and changes directions really good. He catches the ball at the backfield really good, and I think he sets a block really good. So he's very versatile and does a lot of special things.
We've talked a lot about Xavier Hutchinson's growth, but what has he meant to you, like as a teammate, as a friend?
Yeah, he's a brother of mine, man. I love Hutch with all my heart, man. We came in together, been through a lot of highs, lows together, and he always put a lot of confidence into me. And you know, he's hilarious. He's one of the funniest people I know, but he's a very motivated and serious player. He loves the game of football, and he's super talented. I'm just happy that recognition he deserves. And I think the sky's the limit for him. Like he's a really good receiver in this league, and I think he'll continue to prove that.
Is there any extra juice with these night games? I know you say the 9 p.m. doesn't matter, but just playing, knowing you're one of the only teams playing that night, is it extra special?
Yeah, I think, you know, whenever you're playing in a primetime game, it's super fun, and I just try to focus on what's on the field. And I think, you know, playing in Seattle will be fun, but every night game that I've ever had has been, you know, pretty fun, and the energy is a little bit more, and the focus is a little bit more. Everything is like is dialed up, so it's fun. But yeah, it's gonna be a great environment. I'm excited.
Hey, CJ, how do you balance being patient as you guys are growing in this new system, but also still being, you know, you're keeping your intensity up? How do you balance not getting impatient with the process?
I mean, I would say just transparency, communication with a lot of people, communication with myself. I mean, because like I told you, you can be the hero of the zero, and you can be doing the same things you did in previous weeks. It finally worked. But it takes time, like new offenses, new schemes, new coaching with new quarterbacks, and all these different new things that we've had this year. It just takes a little time to roll, but I think you got to keep the confidence. There's no good player in this league that is not confident in what they can do, or good coach that's not confident in what they do. So, and I think in focusing on the important things, which, you know, is God, family, football, and I know it's cliche, but it's the truth. Like, you're good with your family, you're good with your teammates, and I think the play is what picks up as well. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
CJ, the king of cliche, isn't he?
Man, God, family, and football. I got one step at a time.
You know, it's all about communicating. Got to communicate myself.
Got to communicate with myself. What? I hope he meant the others communicating with him, like communication starting with myself.
Yeah, communicating myself.
Yeah. I hope that's what he meant. Not well, I got to look at myself in the mirror and say, "Self."
Well, hey, when he gets rolling now, he gets rolling. Now, there's a couple of things there that we will respond to later in the show, later in the 5 o'clock hour. Right now, though, we got a little Thursday night football. We got Astros injuries are still piling up. Imagine that. I'll circle back and tell you about that. That is coming up next in 5 o'clock fire. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, these days, more and more people out there are in pain, and they're taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicines, right? These days, it takes a little convincing. I got to tell my mom every now and then, like, Mom, it's 2025. You got to look beyond traditional medicines now. This is precisely why QC Kinetics is so hot and having so much success. Look, people with chronic joint pain, if you're out there and you're listening, I'm talking directly to you. You're learning, right? They're learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Every day, folks are getting lasting relief that they need using advanced cellular therapy treatments from QC Kinetics. This regenerative medicine can and will revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. Look, with QC Kinetics, we're talking simple injections. No, not a hospital stay. It's fast. It's all natural. No downtime. No surgery. I'm telling you, this is the way to go. Look, if you back knees and time, right, you need to explore all of your options before making any decision. Don't let them tell you that you need more pills or you need a joint replacement, you need surgeries. Those are all your only choices. Do not let them do it. Call QC Kinetics right now to get a free consultation. You got to look beyond the same old solutions. And QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments are the way, folks. Dealing with chronic joint pain? Call right now. Get it scheduled. 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. Appointments are available on Saturday. Y'all are trying to make it as convenient as they can to get you the relief that you need. Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress, QC Kinetics is convenient.
Thursday night football is on Sports Radio 610. The Steelers and Bengals battle it out in an AFC North showdown starting tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713-CALL Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Metro. I'm seeing delays on the West Park Tollway outbound. You're going to start tapping the brakes westbound just past Gessner all the way to about Highway 6. Next time, take the Metro Park and Ride at West Chase so you can ride the HOV lane. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Attention shoppers. Introducing new FDA-approved twice daily Metro. The advanced treatment for rush hour anxiety.
Bengals Evo, October 21st at 6 p.m. Enjoy giveaways, appearances from our H-Town basketball cheer team and mascot, all with Michelob Ultra.
KILT, Tucson, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Clint, bro, I love you, man.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, it is, baby. It is 5 o'clock fire. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. Come on through, hang out. The beer is cold, the food is good, and the company is the best. All right, we got a little Thursday night football tonight. 4-1 Steelers at the 2-4 Bengals. Believe it or not, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I mean, I'm saying this mathematically, it's not the truth, but I mean, if you look at what this game means tonight, if the Pittsburgh Steelers win tonight, the division is a wrap.
Yeah, I mean,
they will have a 4-game lead on the entire division.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. They got one loss. It's the same thing as you just said. They got one loss. The next best team right now being the Bengals have 4, but as you mentioned, it's the Bengals that they're playing. So if they win the game, that gives the Bengals 5 losses. That means everybody in the division got 5 losses to the Steelers 1. Yeah, you're right, man. It's a wrap. Well, I got a tough time seeing them make up the ground any of the other teams.
They would be 5-1. The Bengals would be 2-5, and they would own the tiebreaker. So the Bengals would have to get to one more win than them. So they're chasing them, and there's just mathematically still. I mean, it's not possible this early in the season, but we're literally talking about. What is this, week 7?
Yeah.
Week 7 in the NFL, and the Steelers can all but wrap up their division with 10 damn games left to play, or 10 games left to play moving forward.
I mean, just think about the ground that would need to be made up by a Baltimore Ravens team that's been banged up, by a Browns team that is a disaster, and by a Bengals team that seems to always be banged up. Like, I don't see any of them being ideal candidates. Maybe the Ravens, you get, Lamar Jackson comes back and they start to figure things out. Maybe it's the Ravens, but even them, it's a long shot. So, yeah, the Steelers could do themselves a lot of favors if they handle business.
Well, here's a little nugget to make you believe Cincinnati's got a shot, if you will, is that the Pittsburgh Steelers are 0-6 on the road versus division opponents on Thursday Night Football.
Okay.
So inside the division, under Tomlin, they are 0-6. They're winless on Thursday Night Football inside the division under Tomlin. So if you're looking for a way to connect some dots, that means Cincinnati may have a chance there.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're Cincinnati at this point and you out there starting Joe Flacco, somebody that you had to trade for because your real quarterback is hurt and your backup quarterback, the time ran out on that. I mean, you're looking at everything that you can cling to at this point, Clint.
Yeah, look, here in all reality, I am absolutely stoked to watch Pittsburgh play tonight. I've not had a chance to watch much Aaron Rodgers this year, and I'm talking about just sit and watch. I've obviously seen highlights, but I personally am a big Aaron Rodgers fan, and I love Aaron Rodgers coming back and playing again and playing well again and watching all the guys people that don't like Aaron Rodgers and the people that all of a sudden, put the Pittsburgh Steelers out of their misery and talked about how stupid it was that they were going with him. I love to watch them squirm, but I'm a big fan of just good, really good, veteran, smart, high-level processing quarterback play. And Aaron is doing that right now. I saw earlier 73%, 7 touchdowns, 1 interception in the red zone this year.
Yeah,
I mean, he's lighting it up, and he's a fun one to watch any way you slice it.
Well, what I love about it is really for both of them, for Aaron Rodgers and for the Steelers, right? It seems like Aaron Rodgers, at least since he left Green Bay, he was a regime away, right? It's like it wasn't that Aaron Rodgers was so bad. It was just that he got hurt, and then he was a part of a system or a situation with the Jets that you probably fairly could say nobody would thrive in. And then likewise, or on the other end, I would say with the Steelers, they seem to have everything going for them but the quarterback situation. So you see two parties that really needed each other. Aaron Rodgers needed the stability and the sensibility of what the Steelers bring to you. And then, of course, the Steelers needed a reliable quarterback, and they got that.
Well, and it looks like the Steelers' defense has gotten healthy, and they've played significantly better. And so now it looks like they could be hitting on all cylinders, hitting stride here mid-season. I mean, I'm a big fan of Dan Orlovsky as well, and I mean, anybody that watches that much film and analyzes that deeply, I typically lean towards those guys in terms of listening. And Dan's on the. I mean, he's on the. He's beating the table about. I mean, if Pittsburgh wins tonight, do Chris Olave or what's the kid up in Garrett, the kid up in New York?
Yep.
Do they make a move for another receiver to put with DK Metcalf so they could actually be a legit Super Bowl contender? Which, by the way, when I hear that conversation, I put it in my back pocket, because if the Texans can win and get back to 500 and come back home for a 3-game home stretch and get this season somewhat right, I got to believe that they're going to be in the market for one of them game-changing wide receivers, possibly. And so I heard him say it about Pittsburgh, and I automatically start thinking about the Texans. But stoked to watch Aaron Rodgers tonight. Also, a big part of this is, look, you can say what you want about Flacco, but at the end of the day, Flacco has got some really good weapons out there, and I got to believe he's going to feed Jamar Chase. I got to believe it.
Hey, as silly as it seemed for Cleveland to be in that position to be trading Flacco and they're just not really understanding what they're doing with their quarterback situation overall, man, Flacco had to be glad to take that trip from Cleveland over to Cincinnati. Okay, he had some success in Cleveland a couple of years ago, but he ain't had no Jamar Chase to throw to or no T. Higgins as an option. He's in a much better situation now in Cincinnati.
Yeah, look, well, now it makes a little more sense why Mike Tomlin was hot at Cleveland for trading Joe Flacco right now, because he's got Cincinnati this week. So, not that it's going to be – I don't think it's going to matter. I think the Steelers take care of business. But anyway it goes. Stay tuned in. Tyler's best bets. T. Mill's best bets. I don't know, but I hope Jamar Chase over catches is somehow finds its way. See, that'll be coming up a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
5 o'clock fire.
This is big. A college coach that we've been talking a lot about this week and really over the last couple of college football seasons. Curt Cignetti. A lot of talk about Penn State. Hell, I was of the belief that Penn State parted ways with James Franklin for several reasons. It needed to happen, but I thought it was to get a head start on their next coaching search. And I got to believe that Curt Cignetti, the head coach at Indiana, was going to be, probably the number one candidate on that list to take that job. I'll be honest with you, Matt Rule doesn't turn me on a lot. I mean, yeah, he was good at Baylor, but I mean, it's been average at best. I mean, I don't know. I guess Nebraska's better, and they're doing some good things up there, but it's not top of the list on priority list with a coaching search if you're Penn State.
No, I feel like the shine is definitely worn off on the Matt Rule thing. Like, he had his moment.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned the kind of the Baylor run, but it wasn't great in the NFL at Carolina. It's been better at Nebraska, but it feels like that time. You know, everybody kind of is hot for a minute. Is the hot name. It feels like that time has come and gone for him.
Well, right now, Curt Cignetti is the hot one. And Indiana said, over my dead body, Penn State, they have announced a new 8-year, $93 million contract for their coach. This is an $11.6 million a year average salary for Curt Cignetti. They just announced it today. Obviously, the 10-2 playoff, and this year the 6-0 start here with the big win over what many believe was the best team in the country in Oregon. They head to Michigan State this weekend. The Hoosiers athletic director Scott Dolson says Cignetti's new deal shows the school, Indiana, is all in. I'll be honest with you, this is a big boy move from a middle-of-the-pack school at best, and I like it. I think the landscape of college football, I've said this about a lot of my college football conversations, kind of revolve around Arkansas, but it applies to places like Indiana, right? The middle-of-the-pack football teams that in the past have had no business competing with the big boys. And take that big boys. I mean, sometimes it's Florida State this year, it's not. But sometimes it's Alabama this year. I don't know. They've been up and down kind of deal. But the Ohio State, you get it, the top, the blue bloods, the top programs in the country that have different rosters than anybody else. Those teams have always, it's been very difficult to compete up. It's a very steep hill to compete with those guys. It's still a steep hill to compete with those guys if you're a middle-of-the-pack team, but the gap has been closed, whether it's NIL, transfer portal, the money, the revenue sharing money, the ability to lean into how rich your state is or isn't, how rich your alumni base is or isn't. I think it's easier to compete for a middle-of-the-pack school right now than it's ever been. And I'm going to tell you, when I was at Arkansas 2 straight years, we were competitive and had chances to make runs at the conference can have the advantages. Yeah. We couldn't go get LSU's 4 stars that they didn't want to play. We couldn't go get Alabama's 5-star that had been in the weight room with them guys for 4 years and had 1 year left. We couldn't do that, right? You can do it nowadays, and I think Indiana's capitalizing on a lot of that.
I can tell you, man, the timing of this is amazing because this is really what I was getting at with my question to Danny Kanell earlier in the show of, hey, are we sure that Penn State is still a better job than Indiana? And he did a good job of illustrating why that is, but my whole point is what yours just was, is how the gap has closed. And Danny was basically saying this as well in his answer, how, it's a lot closer than it was before. To me, everything that you just laid out, the NIL, transfer portal, the new college football landscape or the terms of doing business, so to speak, to me has redefined what a blue blood is and what the middle class exactly is. Because of that shortening of the gap or that shrinking of the gap, to me, now the difference between the blue blood and the up-and-comer or the mid-major or middling school, however you want to look at it, is negligible because you got teams like Indiana. I mean, who thought, again, I said this earlier, who thought they would live long enough to see Indiana become a football school? And it's not to say that they actually are a football school yet, but they are taking football seriously. They're paying their head coach $11.5+ million a year and up in the ante. So that is something of note just in and of itself. We're
watching it happen right before our eyes with Indiana. We're watching it happen with Texas Tech. We're watching it happen State, Boise State. Now, a lot of that has to do with the college football playoff expansion. Yeah. When you put that 12 teams versus 4 or even 2 back in the day, so now 12 can get in, and you can go scout everybody's team and take all their backups, all their 4 and 5 stars. You can pay them whatever. You can win in recruiting and getting these guys in. If you've got a Walmart and a J.B. Hunt and a Tyson right there in your backyard, you can change the game. And I think it's, look, I don't think the Wild Wild West is the way to do it in college football, but in college sports, I don't think it's got to be done differently. But I love the way that what they are doing does somewhat close that gap between the middle of the pack schools and the schools that have obviously been paying players for years.
Think about it, Clint. TCU competed for a national championship just a few years ago.
Yeah.
And that was early
on.
Before
college football expansion. That was before expansion.
Before expansion and early on in the NIL days. Yeah. And I do wonder how many of the smaller schools or the middle of the pack schools, if you will, saw that and said, hey, if that, I understand TCU didn't do nothing once they got to the national championship game, but just their existence in that game, I wonder how much that did for the Indianas and Texas Techs and the Arkansas, whoever, Missouris of the world, to say, you know what, that could be us.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought Kurt Signetti would have took 14 guys from Madison? What was it?
James Madison.
Yeah. And turned it into a $93 million contract.
Hey, it's good work if you can get it.
Hell of a deal.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, on the Astros front, Tyler, is there any news on how this happened with Jeff Blum?
Ooh, I read about it yesterday, but I cannot remember. Let me look at it.
Well, Jeff, I've read the whole thing. It doesn't say how it happened, but Jeff Blum posted a photo Monday morning from a hospital bed holding up a marked-up right hand prepared for surgery, complete with a purple and blue ring finger. So apparently the Astros injuries, they don't stay on the diamond, and it doesn't just pertain to the team. It looks like it's starting to take out the damn the guys in the booth.
Hey, look, speedy recovery and all the best wishes to Blummer, to Jeff Blum. But it does feel like it was only fitting for it to extend beyond just the pitching staff, beyond just Isaac Paredes, beyond Yordan Alvarez, that even all the way up to the broadcast booth, we can't get right. We can't stay healthy.
Well, the good
I found what happened, Clint, if you want to know.
What is it?
He was playing in a charity softball game. Old Jeff Blum was playing in the Texas Veterans Athletic Association's charity softball game, which featured celebrities like Blum and Daniel Stump, both former players. And he says, Blum said, I grossly underestimated how intense the game would be. Softballs are not soft. I went with the two-hand approach. and my bare hand got a little quick, and I took one off the end of the finger, and I broke it.
He's out there trying to use good technique, good mechanics in that softball game. Good news is he said that no rehab start will be needed. He'll be 2 weeks out, and he'll be back. He'll be back in the season.
That's good. We won't have to waste Jeff Blum away in Sugarland for no time. Come straight up to the big league ball club. I'm about it.
All right, look, yesterday I framed it as the Texans. This last on Monday night, the Seattle Seahawks. I got to ask B. Scott, is this a must-win game for the Houston Texans? That right there is next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube. Look, y'all, I've been getting my oil changed at Jiffy Lube for hell since I was 16 years old. Be honest with you, it was the best option then. It's the best option today. Look, if you're busy, no sweat. Jiffy Lube, the quick in and out service, they got you taken care of. They check that box all day, every day. In Jiffy Lube, you want to make sure that you're getting premium oil in your vehicle, right? You want to make sure you get the top-notch product that you're paying for. Well, my truck runs on Pennzoil at Jiffy Lube. With over 60 locations in and around Houston, it's always convenient to knock out that oil change. So look down, check the sticker, check the gauge, and if you need to
all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, yes indeed. Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass. We got T Mills' best bets coming up, and ladies and gentlemen, he is on a heater once again. Yesterday or 2 days ago was a little rough. But last night he got back on that 4-for-4 heater, and we got Thursday night football, so I would imagine that there's going to be several bets that you're going to like. And as I said before, when Tyler gets on a hot streak, you just got to pick one or two every now and then, and you can get in on the action and win a little bit. Now, don't get carried away. But T Mills' best bets are coming up next, and I do want to remind everybody out there, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. There's a rewind feature on that Odyssey app. You can rewind. We had Danny Kanell on talking college football at 3 o'clock. We had DeMeco Ryans at 3:40, and we had C.J. Stroud at 4:40. They're pressers in full. So if you want to go back and listen to any of that, you can do it with that rewind feature on that Odyssey app. Very, very easy, very user-friendly. And besides that, keep that Odyssey app. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. And you never know. There was one time we was giving away $20,000 in an all expense paid for 4, I think, to Vegas, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, that was one of those Odyssey contests.
Yeah,
man. You never know what kind of treats you might get, whether that be on a remote, come see us out in person like we are right now in New Caney, or if that's through the app itself, man. All kind of treats around.
And congratulations to our winners today. Gave away a portable cornhole set, as well as a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop, closest location to where we are right now. We're at 59 and 99.
59 and 99. A little DeMeco Ryans and J.J. Watt
there. There you go. That's easy to remember.
In the corner of DeMeco and J.J. right here.
The nearest Texas Star Grill Shop, I just found out, is 45 and 99. So right around the corner right there. So there you have. We got a big matchup this week, Monday actually. So we, as Texans fans, we can actually just sit back and relax and have us for the second weekend in a row, watch college football, watch Sunday football.
That's true.
And then get geared up for the Texans and the Seahawks on Monday night. Monster game, I believe. I know they like to try to say, hey, it's just another game, just the next game. We short-term memory, we forget the last one, we go move on to the next one. This is a monster game. As I've said a million times, do you get to 3-3 and then come home for a 3-game homestand feeling really good about your football team and the product that you're putting on the field, because you didn't just beat up Baltimore and a terrible team that just fired their head coach in Tennessee Titans, but you literally took it on the road versus a really, really, really good, one of the top NFC teams right now, and you put it on them in their place. If you come back at 3-3, or you come back 2-4, and I think this thing starts sliding the wrong direction. So, monster game this week.
Yeah, and I think it's just fine for them to look at it a little bit. Like, it's fine for them to be one-track minded, but that doesn't mean, like, I'm good with sort of suspending reality here a little bit and just saying, hey, we're going to focus on the task at hand. We can't get ahead of ourselves. We can't look back. We can't look ahead, because that's not going to do anything for today. That's perfectly fine for them to do as the team, as the coaches, as the players. But for us, and like really giving proper context to the moment and what it actually represents and what it actually means, yeah, man, to me it's absolutely a game that they got to have, and it can do a lot in terms of narrative shifting for the Houston Texans.
Well, that's the question, B. Scott. Yesterday I framed it as you know, is this the last chance for you to buy into this team and believe that this team, this iteration of the Texans, can go win a Super Bowl and or even get in the playoffs and make some noise? Well, today I want to frame it as, is this game, this Seattle Seahawks game, a must-win football game? And look, I understand it's not about one game. The question is obviously about one specific game because it's the next one. But the reality of it is if the Texans don't continue to build off of what they did in Tennessee and what they did, or I'm sorry, against Tennessee and what they did in Baltimore, if this thing looks more like what it did in the 0-3 stretch, then I think the Texans have got major problems. So the question is this a must-win game in your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's a must-win game when you're looking up at a team that only has one loss. And I think that by the end of the day Sunday, by the time they actually play this game on Monday, we'll know a lot more about whether it's a must-win or what position they're in, because those games, the rest of the division will have played.
Yeah.
So we'll know if Indianapolis won. We'll know if Jacksonville won or lost. And we'll how desperate the Texans are in this position. But I think that as long as you're behind in the division, every game that you play up until you catch up is certainly a must-win game. And then in terms of how we talk about the team, I mean, think about how differently we'll talk about them whether they win or whether they lose. They win the game, and now we're cooking with grease. We're talking about a team that still has all of its sights in front of them. All of their aspirations and goals that they had going into the season are still sort of real, not just realistic, but things that we can really kind of pick apart and talk about.
Yeah.
They go out there and look similar to the way they did the first few weeks of the season, or they fall flat, or it's not competitive, or, again, they get dominated up front. This defensive line that they're facing against the Seattle Seahawks is a serious front. If they don't look like they can handle it, not only would losing the game hurt them mathematically, I think that part goes without saying, but when I talk about narrative shifting, when I talk about how we discuss the team, we'll come in on a Tuesday very deflated about where the team is and how they stack up against the better teams in the league. I know earlier in the week you did this as well. You made this point that the product on the field that the Texans have shown you so far, they look more like the upper echelon. They're closer to the top half of the league than they are the bottom. That's the way we feel based off of the last couple of games.
Yeah.
Now, based on how they play in this game, will, I think, turn the ledger or put you in one direction or the other. It'll either validate that point that you made, or it'll contradict it, and you'll say, well, you know what, we thought that last week, but the first time they went and played against they didn't show up, right? Like right now, I think you can look at their opponents and do a lot of excuse making. Oh, yeah, sure. I see it all the time on our text line and our YouTube, social media chats everywhere. All they did, anytime we post something positive about the Texans over the last couple of weeks, oh, Clint, all they did was play against the Titans. All they did was play against a banged-up Ravens team.
Yeah.
Oh, don't stroke a team that's only beat a beleaguered team. Well, this would be the first shot that they get against a legitimate team with very few weaknesses. Now, they don't do it, and it validates all of the naysayers and detractors that thought we were giving them a little bit too much credit for what they did over the last couple of weeks.
And B. Scott, look, I think this is a must-win game. And now, do I think that there is a way that the Texans can go out there and play well and just come up short on the scoreboard?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, look, I mean, anything's possible. And definitely they could go out there and do some really good things offensively, kind of build on what they've done. Sure, they could do that and play a tight game and on the road. But I just firmly believe this. I believe if what we watched from no penalties to no sacks, I mean, not very few. I know there was but very few sacks, great protection of the quarterback's brand of football that he was playing, the play caller spreading the ball around to several different receivers. I think 9 different players caught balls in that Baltimore game.
Not turning the ball over.
Not turning it over. Like, if all of those things transition and you just come up short on the scoreboard, then then we'll circle back and be a different conversation. I just firmly believe if that happens, I believe if and when that happens, I don't care who the opponent is, they're able to do that offensively, I believe they are going to be a very difficult team to beat.
Yeah.
I believe that if they do that and show any signs of what they did previously the last 2 weeks, I believe they go on the road and they beat Seattle.
Yeah.
The question is what offense shows up? Yeah,
what offense shows up, but also, like, how you perform against a team that can get after the quarterback, right? So now you've shown us that you can block it, that you can protect it. Okay, a team that is stingy in the run game, are you able to run it even just a little bit?
Yeah.
That could go a long way. Yeah. And then, of course, the big playability of a Jaxon Smith-Njigba and what Sam Darnold has been able to do in his short time there so far. If you're able to slow down what has been one of the more explosive and prolific offenses in all of football, then that would say a lot about the football team that you have.
Yeah, I think one thing that's been really impressive with Nick Caley over the last two weeks, and I will use 2 weeks because I think it was there early in the Tennessee game. I think CJ missed them, but their ability to be really conservative for the most part and then go, okay, now's the time.
Yeah.
Right? Now's the time to strike. And they have hit on, like, he's been able to scheme, essentially throws in the ocean touchdowns for a guy as talented as C.J. Stroud. He schemed at least one touchdown and another explosive in that Tennessee game early on that CJ missed or didn't even throw. And then obviously the Higgins one that he did hit, right? And then you look at Baltimore, hell, they were all over the place. But I mean, that part of it has been really impressive. If he can do that, timely shots, and when you dial them up, it's in your favor, right? You're getting the right coverage, you're getting the right rush, you're getting the right look, and then you can hit those. If you can just do that, it's going to be a major game changer. But either way it goes, I think it's a must-win game. I think you come home 2-4, I think you're in trouble. That's where I'm at. All right, is the Rockets, the Houston Rockets. They play tonight as well. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, yes, but also the Rockets and the Hawks. Is the Rockets ceiling as a basketball team, is this ceiling of this Rockets team higher with no Fred VanVleet available? That right there is next on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about the fine folks over at Kushada.
without all the volatility. Check it out online at hawthornecapital.com.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out, B. Scott is in, and I'm going to tell you, Bud Light does a hell of a job, man. They a lot of folks around here drinking them Bud Lights, and then they brought the football version of Papa Shot, and so if I seem a little bit out of breath, I got over here and somehow didn't move anything but my right arm, and I still can't breathe. But
Same.
Me and B. Scott just shattered the record right after the Bud Light girls left. I guess they
I'm proud of you guys, man.
I mean, we both just shattered the record back to back, man.
That's how you represent out there, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's how. Too bad the officials are gone. I don't know what the hell happened, man. Are they in the restroom?
We got witnesses, though. We got witnesses.
Damn
I mean,
zebras.
they're just going to leave their game here or what?
I take that thing home, man. I'm in the Navigator today. I let them seats down, and we'll go home with it.
All right, man. Look, we want to appreciate everybody. Thank you for everybody for coming out. Thank you all for listening. Don't think is a great place to catch all of your live sports that happened throughout the week, but definitely Thursday night football, Thirsty Thursday. Big shout out to Bud Light for making it happen, and big shout out to Texas Star Grill Shop for that gift card that we were able to give away a little while ago. B. Scott, before we get to T-Mill's best bets, which we will get to here pretty quickly, we got a couple of games tonight, man. You got the Thursday night football with the Steelers and the Bengals. We'll get to that. But for right now, I want to talk about the Rockets. The Rockets wrap up their preseason action tonight in Atlanta, 6:30. And it's one of the dress rehearsals. It's a game that's going to be, at least for the first, I don't know, 3 quarters, at least for it's going to be treated like a like a regular season game. And I've just got questions, man. I've only watched one preseason game, and I'm already jacked about watching this team moving forward. But I do have a real question. Look, it's unfortunate. I wish we had Fred VanVleet. I hate that Fred VanVleet is out for the season. I hate he messed up his knee. I was looking forward to seeing him, especially after what he did last year in the playoffs. But the reality of it is no Fred VanVleet. You lose your real point guard on this team. And if there's going to be any true point guard action moving forward, it's going to take certain guys developing and getting that run. But the question right now is the Rockets' ceiling higher as a team with no Fred VanVleet to take minutes off the floor? When you look at the guys that are going to replace him, you're talking top-tier guys that are going to run. You're talking about a different brand of basketball, and it takes all kinds. I get it. I understand. I would rather have Fred VanVleet, but when he's not there, if these other guys take the steps that you think they're going to take just naturally, is the ceiling for this Rockets team, say, beyond midseason and into the playoffs, potentially higher?
I think it is because they've got higher ceiling guys that are being tasked with filling that role.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not one guy that's going to replace Fred VanVleet. It's not going to be one guy that's going to be able to step into that role and be what Fred VanVleet was for this team. But the mixture of guys that they're going to rely on to do that, whether it's Amin Thompson, Reed Shepherd, Alperen Sengun, even though it's going to look different from that position, but in terms of being a facilitator and a connector, they're going to ask all 3 of those guys to step up a bit and help fill that role. And to that end, every single one of those guys, to me at least, is a higher ceiling guy.
Yeah.
And one of the criticisms, I mentioned this earlier in the show, but one of the criticisms of the Rockets over the last couple of years is that they have been too Fred VanVleet reliant, or when Fred VanVleet has not been available to them, and unfortunately for them it's happened each of the last 2 seasons, just not to this degree where he's out the entire year, but it misses at least 10 to 20 games over the last 2 years, and each of those last 2 years. And whenever he's been out, they've been a hopeless outfit without him. They haven't really known up from down, and that's on both ends of the floor, whether that's getting them to their sets or that's getting them in the right position defensively. Yeah. He is probably an underrated piece to that puzzle on the defense end of the floor. Amin Thompson's supposed to figure that part out right now. He's an all-NBA defensive guy. They're going to ask him to guard the best player, but also be one of the main communicators, as they are with Alperen Sengun on the back end. So I think that between all 3 of these guys, Alperen Sengun, Amin Thompson, Reed Shepherd, every single one of those guys being a higher ceiling guy, you're being forced now, because of the Fred VanVleet injury, you're being forced now to rely on them a lot more than you did before. And it'll be a sink or swim type of situation. But if it is swim, if they are able to handle it and live up to the expectation and to the billing, then it should absolutely be a higher ceiling team, because those are higher ceiling players that you're asking to fill the Fred VanVleet role.
Now, to your point, there may be a little lower floor as well, because you don't have Fred VanVleet to raise that thing up, steady the waters a bit. But
because if it goes south, then it's the opposite of what we're saying.
Bingo,
yep.
Right? Yeah, I mean, you get into a game where some of the youngsters aren't doing what they typically are capable of doing, and you don't have anybody to get in there and tighten the ship up a little bit. And maybe you do. Maybe that guy emerges. But I look at this team, B. Scott, and I'm watching them the other night in that preseason game, and it's, you know, it's all gas, no brakes on them cats. I mean, even with KD, the way KD plays is it's up tempo and it's all gas, no brakes. And then all of a sudden, they bring, I can't remember who went out. They were in the double big lineup, so maybe it's one of the bigs, and then Tari Eason comes in, and Tari Eason's a high motor guy. Yep. It just seems like every guy you plug in, the motor just continues to rev. There's no slowing it down whatsoever.
To look at it, this is at least how I look at it, the floor is lower and the ceiling is higher.
Yeah, sure.
Like if the bottom is let out, and we're just talking about specifically filling this role that Fred VanVleet, the void that Fred VanVleet's injury leaves for you. I feel like the ceiling is a lot higher, but the floor is a lot lower because of the stability and the reliability that you have in Fred VanVleet at that position. Could it go south? Could it go bad? Certainly it could. But if these guys are what I think the Rockets believe they are and what they appear to be in smaller doses, then they absolutely should be able to step up and do this.
The other part of it too, B. Scott, is, for me anyway, is that, you know, there was a time when Fred VanVleet was really the only guy on the roster that could be the steadier of the ship, so to speak.
Sure.
Like right now, you look at it, I would think that KD's got his basketball IQ's through the roof. And
yes.
He's going to be on the floor more times than not down the stretch. So, I mean, he's got the ability to do some of those things that Fred VanVleet was really responsible for last year. So we'll see. I just think the ceiling could potentially be, and I'm not even talking about like if the Reed Shepherd develops into this point guard, or if Amen Thompson appears to get a little bit more control and kind of be a little more selective when he wants to be balls to the wall. I'm talking about if those guys just take a natural, you know, small baby step in the right direction. I mean, I still think you got a higher ceiling.
Well, and to oversimplify it for me, I think that more Amen Thompson is a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like the more the ball is in Amen Thompson's hands, I feel like the better that the Rockets are going to be. So that.
All right, Rockets tonight, 6:30. They got the Atlanta Hawks. Also Thursday night football, Pittsburgh Steelers and Cincinnati Bengals. And of course, you got Tyler's best bets coming up, T-Mill's best bets coming up. I know I'm butchering that, T. I'm sorry. But also, before we get to T-Mill's best bets, though, I do want to remind everybody, come out tomorrow. We are Football Friday in Kingwood. Football Friday, Kingwood at BB's. We will be giving away Texans tickets. We'll be giving away Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. And so tomorrow's a big day out at BB's in Kingwood. And those tickets are courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers.
Boys, I'm so sorry, Glenn. I thought you were wrapping up. We just got a Texans injury report, but that can wait.
Oh, is there anything on it that we need?
I was just going to mention it because it's our first one of the week. Jalen Reed shows up with a knee, but he was a full participant today. And then, oh my gosh, DeMeco Autry, a full participant as well.
Yeah, those are the two guys that what do they got this week? Is this week 3 or is this week 2 for them?
Well, I feel like the ramp up started the last week, right? Going into the bye, at least with Jalen Reed for sure.
Well, no, they were both on the inactive list a game ago in the Baltimore game. So it was that week, the bye week, and then this week is their 3 weeks. I don't know if the bye week counts as one of their weeks to decide whether they're back or not.
Well, either way, full participant is good. Like if they got them on there as full participant.
Right. But was they a decision on those guys where they come back on the roster?
I think both of those guys are available.
So they're on it. Okay.
Yeah, both of those guys are available. DeMeco Autry and Jalen Reed. As a matter of fact, I thought I was even kind of looking out for Jalen Reed earlier in the week. So it's good to see he's a full participant.
Good deal. That sounds good. All right, T-Mill, but what you got for them best bets, my man?
Yeah, no big deal. We just went perfect 4 for 4
No
again
biggie.
last night.
No biggie.
Another day in the life. Let's clock in and do it again, huh? 4 more tonight. Thursday Night Football gets Week 7 started around the NFL. It's the Icy Hot Bowl. Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco. What year is it? But I got 4 bets. First, I got the Steelers -4 tonight at the Cincinnati Bengals. Next, I'm on the under in this game. It's been fluctuating a bit today, but I got mine at Steelers-Bengals under 45 tonight. And then 2 player props. They're both receivers, but for both squads. DK Metcalf for the Steelers. I have over 4.5 receptions for him tonight. I think Aaron Rodgers will be looking his way early and often. And then the receiver for the Bengals here, T. Higgins, over 47.5 receiving yards for T. Higgins. I did look at the bet you mentioned earlier, Clint, with Jamar Chase. And that over-under for receptions was set at 6.5, and I just didn't love that, man. I think he could get 6, but that hook was scaring me.
You're the one that's on fire, brother. You're the one that's on fire. I'm going to go that DK Metcalf with you if you got room for me.
Oh, I got room for you, bro. Let's ride.
Let's do it.
I like your Higgins bet. I mean, especially if it's going to be along the lines of your logic of not loving the Jamar Chase bet. I following gambling logic here. Don't love the Chase bet, but like the Higgins bet. I'm right there with you now.
Would you like me to put some money on that for you, B?
Put my money where my mouth is.
Come on.
Go on, put a little bit of money on that.
Let's go.
Why not? Let's make it happen, baby. Let's go. Let's do it.
You done roped him in, T.
Why not?
You done roped him in, T. All right, if you missed those best bets right there, you can go to @TMillRealDeal and pick them back up and see what you're missing on. He's been hot lately, y'all. He has been hotter than a firecracker. And all you got to do is pick one to get in. I picked mine. I'm going with DK Metcalf. I need 5 catches, big fella. All right, Texans All Access is up next, 6 to 8 p.m. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. They're going to have the Hall of Famer John McClain will be live at 6 p.m. to preview Monday Night Football, Texans in Seattle. Thursday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One, starts at 7 tonight. So obviously it's 6 to 7 p.m. with Vandy and John Harris, not 6 to 8 p.m. So pick